Yo, hello. Laughing at this announcement from Clearwatch. Peacekeeper of Pandemonium, moderator of Mayhem, Queen of the Night. Love that. Okay. I saw that Josiah is trying to like interrupt her. Just press play, trying to intrude. So naturally I have to go join and disrupt. Give me a second.
I'm blanking on the guy's name. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. You know, once focus was dedicated to those particular cases, Trump went upside down on immigration and deportation, which used to be his strongest issue. So they were ahead of the game, right? They presaged what happened.
I totally agree with that. And so here's the last super chat here, and then I actually want to get Aaron's take. I think Hutch is
frustrated. That's the herd take. We're all waiting for. Yeah.
I think Hutch is frustrated because he's scared of how the far left people is warping people's understanding of electoral politics. Autocratic tendencies have entered the dialogue. Hutch may be sensitive. Again, what is the autocratic tendency? I have to ask, what is the autocratic tendency of that critique of AOC specifically? Like, we don't agree.
Someone ratioing you on Twitter.
Yeah. But like, what is actually autocratic about that critique? So it's autocratic to disagree with AOC. And again, we support AOC. I stand AOC. So I feel like I go crazy. I feel like that's a virtue signal every single sentence. I hate Hasan. I support AOC. I hate Hasan. I support AOC. I hate Hasan. I support AOC. But what actually is autocratic about that critique?
Did they mention the AOC thing? Did he mention the AOC thing in the super chat? In the super chat.
No, he's just like.
Well, I think that maybe then
these are autocratic tendencies.
Yeah, I think that because I've heard Hutch and and Hutch has mentioned this when we've been partners in debates against Kyle and Crystal, for example, or Hasan Adam, which I think what Hutch is saying is he's worried that the increasing interest in a Democratic candidate or Democratic president who takes at least some from the Trump playbook will start to have those sort of authoritarian overreaches, which there can be no dissent in the party. You can't vote your conscience on any issue. When the president gives an order to members of the Article 1 branch, they say yes, sir, and fall into line on literally every issue. And I get what he's saying, or like ruling through executive order, right, the way that Trump does. I think
that's the opposite of what Hutch is saying in the case then of the dissenters, right? Isn't the whole point, like, if his problem is, I fear authoritarianism, where we have a president that's like, it's too unitary, it's too cohesive, that's his fear on the one hand when it comes to like a Democratic president. But on the other hand, it's wrong for these people because they're critiquing harshly the leader. Like, pick a lane. Is it, you do want people to be honest and harsh with their critiques of the dear leader because otherwise it would be authoritarian and you're fearful of like the unitary executive? Or is it you want everyone to fall in line and not do harsh critiques? I really like, what is the lane here?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. Like, there seems to be like, just on his face some like dissonance there. Like, you want total conformity and unanimity to get power, and then once you have power, then it's a fucking free for all and just do whatever you want with it. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, there's like an incongruence there, and again, we can bring that up.
Yeah, right. Because like, is the answer like, if they disagree with AOC, which they have every right to do, by the way, but nonetheless, I think that they would support her if they came up to their her candidacy. I think they would fall in line behind AOC. I really do, especially given some other options. But put that aside, does Hutch actually want, we should ask him, them not to have criticized AOC? And if the answer is no, they can criticize AOC. Now we're just talking about the manner of the critique and the fact that Kyle, for example, would say it's like a disgrace what she did, as opposed to her being like, I love AOC and I appreciate everything she stands for, but this I don't quite like as much. So then are we really like, isn't that kind of like we're doing isn't a bit of a nitpick then?
I think Hutch said that he's fine with them critiquing her, but it needs to be a good critique. But a good critique to Hutch is within the narrow parameters that he already has set for the terms of the conversation. And nobody wants to hear that, like, either the criticism needs to be couched with all of this adulation, all of this praise for her record, or to acknowledge how evil the Republicans are. And nobody wants to hear that it has to be according to what you find to be a valid criticism, when it really just might come down to a disagreement of strategy, tactic, and the merits or whatever. So no one likes to be tone police that way. It's never going to end well if you're like, if the biggest thing is not you try to harp on is like, oh, I'm not saying you can't criticize her, just don't do it that way.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. That's a good point that I'd forgotten about. That Hutch did say, listen, critiques are fair, the critiques themselves that need to be fair. And I think it is true that a lot of online lefties make really shitty. I mean, Aaron, even you would cop to that.
No, for sure.
Without controversy, that a lot of people make shitty critiques of Democrats in power. And that's a good point. That is ridiculous. So, but again, I don't want to, he will have a position, or he will have an opportunity the next time in Live and Learn to
now we're outnumbering him and now we're just talking shit.
You're rehashing this again. You're going to rehash it in the next episode of Live and Learn.
It's inevitable. He said
he says he wants to keep talking about it. Yeah.
What, like the scourge of online communism? Meanwhile, MAGA occupies the White House and Congress and Senate and the Supreme Court, and there's a rising tide of fascism. But let's talk about like online anarchities or whatever the fuck. They're annoying me. Like your priorities are fucked.
Change, and I don't know, Aaron, what your intuition is on how they would respond to this. What do you think that they would ask of us vis-a-vis these other creators? So like we've had interactions with Kyle and Crystal, the Vanguard. Like, what do you think would be the actual ask for people like Josiah and I from people who are critiquing us for being like too soft? Like, what do you think that they would actually say if you had an intuition about that?
Well, I mean, you already kind of spoke to the frustration earlier that you don't like this couching, like how much couching and qualifying you have to do with any criticism. And the fact that it's gotten to the point where so many Democrats to me are so suspect of where any criticism is coming from, or that it signals to them that like it might amplify apathy, or that they might not be like saying that they don't want to vote Democrat at all, that you have to qualify it with all of these disclaimers that like, I still like the Democrats more than Republicans, I still this, I still that. I think sometimes it's like, can we just make a straightforward fucking criticism without assuming that the person who is making it is about to join them, like to tell people vote third party or don't vote at all or vote MAGA at the very, like, you know, at the very, very worst. I guess the other thing is like sometimes I think that there's too much work, at least for me. So I'm going to ventriloquize like this random lefty you think. I'm just going to say, here's my criticism, is that I think sometimes more energy is devoted to trying to get people to stop criticizing Democrats than it is to actually like, one, encourage that, or like allow people to pressure them and to extract concessions or demand accountability. And I'm like, isn't this just like a fool's errand? This reminds me of 2016, where it just seemed like people would try to raise good faith criticisms of Hillary Clinton, how she was conducting her campaign, her policies. And then it was like, stop doing that. You're just helping Trump, or you're doing the,
stop talking about Biden's age. Stop talking about
Biden's age. And it's like, it's just, I don't think it helps anyone to bury your head in the sand or to not make a criticism, because you could say that about any criticism. It could always be weaponized by the right to be used against the left. So always keep in mind and framing. But sometimes it feels like there's so much policing around the criticism that I'm like, is it really how the criticism is being made, or is it that you just don't want to hear the criticism at all? I really feel like sometimes they just don't want to hear the criticism at all.
I agree with that. And I think it's so selective. It's so selective because people like me in other contexts, and I don't hear anyone talking shit, like when I am super scathing of people like Fetterman, when I'm super scathing of people like Schumer, people like Hochul, I don't see the level of people being like, don't criticize the leader of the Democratic Party. Don't do this. Don't do this. Like, and pretending as it's such a faux pas to attack harshly as I do Schumer, Fetterman, Pelosi, these people for reasons related to their competency. And as harsh as I am, it doesn't seem to be the same kind of like upsetty spaghetti people in the comments as like a substantive critique that one may have of AOC from the left. And I think that I don't think it's consistent if you take the frame of, well, they're just not loyal to the party. If these people aren't loyal to the party because they're critiquing Kamala, then I guess I'm not loyal to the party because I'm critiquing the actual leaders in Congress.
That's why you're always like suspected that like you're about to turn to the right, or this is some bad faith criticism. Like it can never just be heard out first. There's like immediately on guard about what the criticism is going to be. And sometimes it's warranted, most of the times to me, it's just not warranted. And I think it's always better to err on the side of caution of like, just hear the argument out, just hear the criticism out before you leap to these assumptions, because they want the same thing. Like Hutch gets very frustrated, and I can understand this, that he has criticisms about strategies and tactics relating to advocating for Israel-Palestine, and people say, you support genocide, you don't care about them, and it clearly deeply bothers him. But I feel like he turns around and he sees these criticisms from the Vanguard, and he sees these criticisms from the left, and he says, you want the right to win, you don't actually care about building power, you're not like, it's the same sort of bad faith assumptions, or uncharitable at the very least, thrown right back at them. And I see he doesn't like that the left is, to them, they're punching right. Because if you're to the left of these liberals or whatever, that's what you're doing. But
correct.
And he's like, you're wasting, I guess he's mad because they're wasting too much time criticizing Democrats when he's like, where's the heat for Republicans? But then he turns around and
they do bring hate.
They do bring hate. But he turns around and he does the same thing. I'm like, aren't you doing the same thing? You say you're doing it in the service of like a righteous cause. But he's like, I'm focusing on the left right now because they need to be excised. Because he thinks that this small minority is like,
it's like fighting.
Is like creating so much voter apathy or something that it's like it's enabling the right. So he's made the calculation that like it helps Democrats by doing this. I don't know.
Well, I think it's the opposite. I think a lot of these the progressive, at least the candidates, I don't know if the online sphere, the whatever. I think that there's a lot of energy there that there's things that Democrats can learn from them. But I do want to I do want to say that like we don't have to agree with the substantive critique for us to be a little bit alarmed at like how much time potentially we're spending on these kind of internal conflicts. And again, I ask, what is the actual ask of us, for people like Josiah and I? Do you want us to do X? And this is a question I'm going to ask to Mantis, who just super chatted. You guys are playing, this quote, you guys are playing down the effects of online lefty politics. That brand has been dumped onto the Dems and given Republicans plenty of fuel. The criticisms aren't just stupid, they're wrong. Contend. So when you're talking about the criticism, I assume that you're referencing the AOC one as an example. That's the criticism that you're referencing. What more do you want us to do, Mantis? This is specifically to Mantis. You want us to disagree with the criticism. I don't know that Erin will disagree with the criticism. She might agree with the criticism. But Josiah and I have already disagreed with the criticism. My question for Mantis is, what more do you want us to do with these creators? I'm asking genuinely. And if the call is, well, we need to excise them from the coalition. First of all, we don't even have that power. We can't do that. And B, isn't that like, people were criticizing us the other day because we were like, there needs to be a little bit more coherence. Josiah and I said this with respect to like Manchin and some of the other people, and Econobush said this, the same thing. It's like, oh, you guys just want a smaller tent. But now you guys are literally talking about creating a smaller tent. And so my question for all of the dissenters is, what do you want us to do? Shame them, they say. Shame them. So shame them. I hope that would imply you want us to burn the bridge with people like Crystal Ball, Kyle Kalinske, Frenifino, and with the Vanguard. Is that correct, Firebomb? You want us to burn the bridge on the basis of a substantive disagreement on AOC's vote? That's what you want us to do, right? I just want you to say that.
You said Franny, I forgot you're talking about Francesca. Yeah. That was just not going to happen. Like, listen, again, like my personal affection for these people notwithstanding, to me, they check off like essential boxes. They recognize that Trump is uniquely bad in manifold ways. They dedicate the most of their time to covering that. So they're still not picking fights with, it's not like they're spending their time 50 or 60 or 70% of the time bitching about the Democratic Party. They're focused on the right. So they recognize Trump is worse. They're putting their money where their mouth is. They either voted for the preferred candidate or they didn't, like in the case of Crystal Ball, and recognized that they should have, and they fucked up and they were wrong about Trump, and they've admitted to it, and they have, I hate to use like such like religious,
they've atoned,
but they've repented. They've repented. Like they are putting their money where their mouth is. And I think you'd be hard pressed to find a fiercer warrior and a more effective warrior for the Lib Left coalition than Crystal Ball. And so I'm just not going to do that. And to me, it's like that's the other thing. Like I'm a person of finite time, effort, and energy. Like Aaron will tell you, Aaron and I will have conversations and I don't respond for 2 weeks because there's just so much shit going on. Like it's just how this is. And I'm not going to dedicate what little tether I have to swinging to the left unless it just takes me 5 seconds. And I have, like, again, if I scroll and I see like the one evergreen tweet from Brianna Joy Gray about the Supreme Court not mattering or whatever, like, I usually like once a year take a shot at her for that. But otherwise, like, even I'm not trying to build a bridge with her, but I'm also not like dedicating any time really to seeking her shit out, to put her in her place or, to shame her or whatever. 99
she's pretty relevant, and we're not trying to reach out to those people. We're really not trying to reach out to people. Mantis responds and says, "I quote, I think you should stop minimizing their influence." There, I think you're referencing Kyle, Crystal, and Vanguard.
There's Hasan. There's Hasan way up here, and then there's everybody else who's completely fucking irrelevant, in my opinion. Yeah. The right dominates online, with the exception of Hasan. And if you're gonna say then cut Hasan out, you're insane. You're insane. Criticize Hasan when he says stupid things. That's completely fine. Do it, which you guys do. I know that you guys do. Okay,
we do all the time.
You're gonna see the most successful online left streamer, and if he ever wanted to be like, hey, I want to do something for Democrats or something, you turn that down. How does that make sense? He's clearly doing something right.
This is the question. So the question is, and listen, I haven't really dealt with this, but like, if the Democrats, if Hasan was open to doing some event with the Democrats, should the Democrats say yes? That's the question for the chat, first of all. But I do want to address the rest of what Manta said. So I did call her out, and so I want to be fair. The reason you don't is because, quote, you agree with them, which means you have a fundamental flaw in your analysis. The one example that we're using is this AOC critique, where I'm not speaking for Aaron, I'm speaking for myself and Josiah. We've already said we don't agree with that critique, and we support Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. We support our Congress member.
Wait, can you repeat what Mantis said that we should do? Otherwise, we agree.
I think you should, quote, stop minimizing their influence. But in my opinion, the reason you don't is because you agree with them, which means you have a fundamental flaw in your analysis. We don't. I mean, you're just accusing us of lying in that sense. You're accusing us of lying in saying that we disagree with the critique when we actually agree. And so we're tied in our power levels. Again, to what end? Why wouldn't we just say, yeah, we agree with the critique at base, and they should be critiquing them if that's what we actually thought? Like, what would stop us from doing that? You're saying that we're like audience captured or something? I don't understand. Like, do you really think that we're lying?
But we disagreed with all these people. Like, we disagreed. I've disagreed publicly with the Vanguard. I debated. My first interaction with Kyle and Crystal was to go on Crystal, Kyle, and Friends with Hutch. On Joe Manchin. I was defending the honor of Joe Manchin.
It's so wild.
Yeah, I don't.
I honestly think they're being lied to. You guys are accepting a false narrative, a bunch of lies, a pack of lies.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If listen, and again, just set expectations. Like, I got an email today from a viewer, a subscriber of Live and Learn. He said, "Hey, listen, Sai, I love your content, but I got to subscribe. I got to unsubscribe from Live and Learn." I sent this to the group thread because he's like the audience. And I think it's actually one of your members, Pisco, because when I pulled out my phone earlier before I jumped in, I was doing chores around the house. I saw this user's name in your chat. The apparently somebody in the Live and Learn audience pissed this guy off, and the guy who pissed the guy in the email off was a member of your audience because they said that the audience was too harsh on Hutch. Listen, go back and read some of the comments Hutch's comments or Hutch's audience said about us. I
watched that VOD through Pisco, and underneath your comment section, Pisco, was a healthy debate of people that were taking Hutch's side, saying that Hutch recognizes the real threat of online communism or whatever.
Where did you watch it?
And then Pisco's channel. And then there were other people saying that they disagreed or like that they agreed with Pisco and Josiah, and that Hutch is overstating things, and he's taking it too personally or something like that. So I don't see this or whatever.
Personally, do you always watch it through Pisco's?
No,
channel?
I'm also subscribed to the Live and Learn channel, even though because it makes me sad to see how low the viewership is on that one.
Listen. Okay, I know people. I don't know if it's Econoboy or Hutch, but one's like, we just need to do it on that channel. I think it's Econoboy says that.
I agree with Econoboy. I think we should transition at some point. But
listen,
at this point, I'm scared of the audience is like being fucking angry.
I'm a loyal foot soldier. You guys direct me. I have no bandwidth. To be the clown car operator here. But my point is,
go ahead, sir.
Well, I was gonna say, so I got this email and I started to type up a response. I'm like, I just don't have the energy for this. I'm sure I'll respond later. It was a really civil, polite email. He was just like, listen, I'm staying subscribed to Pondering Politics. I really like you, but this audience has moved. Live and Learn's audience has moved to the left.
That person is way too
so crazy.
That's way too parasocial to me. And also, this is a purity test of another flavor. How is it? How do you not see it as how is it not a purity test?
Yeah. So I'm just thinking to myself, but the audience, like, we love Hutch. Like, if somebody's like, Hutch should be kicked out, and I'm like, but Hutch isn't going anywhere. I love Hutch, Hutch isn't going anywhere, and the people spamming, fuck Hutch or whatever that was said in the audience that pissed this guy off. Like, we don't share those views. Like, I enjoy Hutch is a friend. Like, I've met Hutch in real life. Hutch is a buddy of mine. And so, yeah, it's so strange to me. But if you guys, if people are expecting, if people are expecting me to ever not focus on the right, it's just not going to happen. I just want to like set your expectations. If you're expecting a 50-50, like for every one anti-Trump or anti-MAGA video, I make an anti-Brianna Joy Gray or even Anna Kasparian or Cenk Uygur video. It's just not going to happen. Like, I think the right is individually and collectively the greater threat. And I understand it comes down to personal intuition and like a personal cost-benefit analysis, but I see benefit in, engaging on friendly terms with Kyle Crystal, the Vanguard. And if that ever changes, it'll stop. But again, we don't try to build bridges with right wingers that don't
Yankees who or the party.
Yeah, or far lefties. Like, I mean, again, I use on the right side of things. Like, the only right winger I really fuck with is Connor, and that's because he's very clear that the Democratic Party is better, and he voted for the Democratic candidate.
We would have people of like the Bulwark on, absolutely. Like, we would have someone like Scaramucci on. We would have right wingers to fuck. I would have Liz Cheney on, 100%. I would, and I know that you would too. Not just because
you'd platform Liz Cheney.
Yeah,
only if Aaron were there.
I'm kidding. You can't give a platform to her. She'd be platforming your ass.
Yeah, true. But like, it's just a wild contention. I get this a lot too. You guys have shifted to left. I believe there's something actually more malicious to it. I believe that there's a deliberate attempt for reasons related to personalities, for reasons related to beef between other content creators, to specifically fracture our personal relationship. I think that it's not just sort of statements that are taken on context. I think that there are malicious lies going on specifically to smear or to say that, that we've had this massive lurch to the left. And I saw another comment, and we'll read some of the super chats, but I saw a comment that's like, it seems like libs are doing 80% of the work in coalition building. I don't see that as true. With respect to the lefty content creators, who's inviting me to go out and make those appearances? Crystal Ball, and like, she's actively reaching out to me to do that kind of stuff. On the Vanguard, a similar situation. I see them really apt actually to work with libs and build a left lib organization. I see more engagement from Democratic progressive representatives and senators to do that kind of stuff, as well as centrist people. So I do think that people on the left generally are recognizing that it's important to do coalition building and to
look at what Medhi Hasan's doing over at Zateo. I mean, he's not just like far leftist or whatever. He's employed like John Harwood, for example. This guy's as liberal as it gets. I mean, it just, Waja Ali and Francesca, they're happy to do a lib-left coalition. Medhi works closely with Brian Tyler Cohen. I don't think Brian is certainly not a socialist. I would certainly say progressive, but not a leftist. And he's one of the biggest names in town. And so, I don't know. I will be interested to see some of the more, like some of the recommendations about things we should do differently from people, including your chat, if they've got it. But
I just think it's crazy to that person who emailed you. Like, God bless them. Okay, but if you need a safe space from what exactly? Like, Econo Boy, Pisco, Hutch, like, you guys all fucking agree for the most part. You agree on like 99% of things. So one argument or like an argument that's been rehashed a couple of times in the last few weeks, it's too much.
Yeah.
What? I don't get it. Yeah. And then like they're also these people turn around saying you need to build coalitions with anti-Trump Republicans, unicorns, non-existent, irrelevant, don't fucking matter, they don't exist. And moderates. Again, a moderate in this fucking environment, what middle ground is there between Donald Trump and the Democratic Party or progressives? They're already going to be insane. You can build a bridge with those people, but the disagreement between you guys and Hutch, too much? Come on.
By the way, another example is Brad Palumbo. We brought Brad Palumbo on, and it was like push. Like, okay, I guess if it were between J.D. Vance and AOC, I would vote for AOC. But that was like pulling teeth on Brad Palumbo. The Vanguard would just give that up very easily. But what I'm going to say is, no one is freaking out that we brought on Brad Palumbo. No one's freaking out. Oh, you weren't mean enough to Brad Palumbo. In fact, with Brad Palumbo, I was the only one really for like a 5-minute period who pushed back on like one thing on Supreme Court packing with Brad Palumbo. But in general, we were all hands off and just like talking about things that we agreed upon. But there wasn't this like, oh my God, you're working with Brad Palumbo. Brad Palumbo, by the way, who is incredibly conservative. And who is would be very, very reluctant, I think, to say that they would vote for the Democratic candidate no matter what, to the same degree that someone like Kyle Kalinske or Krista Ball was. Notwithstanding that, I would consider Brad Palumbo more ally adjacent than someone, for example, like Brianna Greyjoy.
Joy Gray.
Joy Gray.
Joy Gray. She's had people on to debate her and disagree, but that's not, it's a hostile interaction. It's therefore the disagreement. It's not to like coalition build or whatever. She's explicitly said, I'm trying to pull people away from the Democratic Party. Not a goal that I share or whatever. But even though I agree with her on a lot of things, I like nominally agree with her. But if that's what her platform is in service of, then we're going to depart there. That's it.
Yeah. If you held a projectile thrower, I don't know what TOS is here, like to my head, I'd probably lean towards Palumbo more than Brianna Joy Gray, but I think it's just because I've had like civil interactions with him. Like he still says shit that drives I bitched at him today or yesterday, like with he says, I remember what it is now. He's like he was responding to somebody saying, it was Micah Irfan. He was responding to Micah saying, here Trump is talking about like jailing the opposition. And Brad Palumbo quote tweeted him. He's like, like Democrats would never talk about, locking up the opposition. I'm like, Brad, stop it.
That pisses me off, but we criticize him, but we still like have conversation. I don't know. I think this whole thing is fucking stupid, performative. And again, I think that there's a bad faith component to it. I actually do think that there's something malicious behind it. I think disagreement is great. Hutch and our boys, like we've disagreed for weeks and weeks and weeks. Have we had our year anniversary yet? I think we've passed the year anniversary. We've been doing this
last year has been hellish, so I can't quite remember. But happy anniversary, man.
Happy anniversary, man.
Listen, I know the most fulfilling relationship you've ever had. Right here, baby. Right here.
I don't know who do you know who Dan Turrentine is? No. Someone asked, would you have Dan Turrentine on the
I've never even heard of a Dan Turrentine.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. Sorry.
Yeah. Aaron, who is that? You have an encyclopedic knowledge of all things terminally online.
Never heard of this person.
And another super chat
Turpentine?
was I don't know. Turpentine, yeah. Also, why can't there be a role for a whip to concentrate 80% of the messaging? Also, looking at AOC vote, at no point you shouldn't say that they would drop their AOC vote. The bridge building seems like libs 80% doing the work. So I don't think that these lefty content creators who criticize AOC, I didn't see them say they would never support her. I didn't see them say that they condemned her overall. They condemned her take harshly, 100%. And there are some people who said like we would never vote for AOC, you're a Zionist shill, that kind of stuff. I saw some of that. But the creators themselves, I don't think are burning bridges with AOC. And I think in a heartbeat, they would have her on. And they would probably bring up this issue to discuss it. But overall, I think that they would support it.
And and I know it's not quite the same thing because we're talking about elected officials at this point. But like I was thinking about that just offhand when somebody says libs doing 80% of the bridge building. Like I understand when you're dealing with these libs.
It's Turrentine, not Turpentine.
Towards Aaron, but these libs, while you might think that, but I'm also thinking like in terms of the politicians, like so the lefties in the Democratic Party, I think almost universally endorsed President Biden, Kamala Harris. Maybe Rashida Tlaib didn't, but I know AOC did. I know Ilhan Omar did, and I understand it's a different election, but And I also don't want to overstate the problem because the vast majority of the Democratic Party who have been asked about this have backed Mamdani, but you're seeing some reticence among the more moderate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
So
where's
I
the criticism for that shit? Where's the criticism for all the centrist Democrats who are going on and being a little coy, I mean, like, oh, he did a good campaign, but are not endorsing? Where's actually that critique? Where's that critique of people who are pushing now? By the way, I had someone in my chat earlier, this perennial chatter, his name is Casey, who's like, you shouldn't associate with Vanguard. Presumably that's because they don't actually support the Democratic Party. Casey says he would prefer Andrew Cuomo or Brad, Mayor Adams over the actual Democratic candidate.
They have changed on this issue because they debated Vosh on about like withholding your vote, not voting for Joe Biden. They got absolutely fucking embarrassed, and now they don't say that shit anymore.
Yep.
They used to be like that, but they're not like that anymore. The Vanguard.
Yeah. Listen, that's why I said. I mean, I was stunned that they said it because I don't think I'd ever heard them say explicitly that they voted for Kamala. I was surprised when Zach and Gavin just offered that, just threw that out there. Hey, let's get this out of the way. I was like, oh well, good for you guys. I was hoping that you did, and because they of course publicly recognized that Trump was the greater threat from the very beginning, but to have that explicit confirmation. But yeah, I mean, like Mamdani's kind of like the litmus test here. Blue, no matter who, has to cut both ways. And I understand because I got it in my comments a couple of weeks ago. People were like, well, I should have cut both ways when, it doesn't. If lefties aren't going to back the more moderate Democratic candidate, why, when the shoe is on the other foot, are we obligated to back the more progressive one?
They didn't by and large vote third party. That's
right. That's true. Obviously, there are like notable exceptions. Again, they're thinking of like specific personalities, and I get it. But my point is, two things. Number one, I think it's still vote blue no matter who is still the best strategy, even if lefties are not pursuing that to the optimal degree. Like, let's say they're not min-maxed out on voting blue no matter who. Even if they don't vote blue no matter who does it, increases the likelihood that Democrats win elections. And that's just objectively good for anybody. So like, let's say if you're a centrist, like a center-left Democratic voter, and Mamdani is the Democratic nominee, you voting for Mamdani increases the likelihood that a Democratic nominee wins that election, which is good for you, even if it were the shoe on the other foot and a lefty voter in New York wouldn't reciprocate. Even if people don't reciprocate, which they should, and if they don't do it, you are right to mock them and say how stupid they are. That's okay. You can do both. You should still subscribe to that rule no matter what, because it benefits you and everybody else if you do.
I brought this up, that this hesitation that's happening here. I brought it. Hutch said this was like before he was really back into politics or whatever. But Josiah, maybe you remember the Pumas in 2008, the ones that were fucking pissed that Hillary Clinton didn't get the nomination, lost to Obama. And then they said in the general, Puma stood for party unity, my ass. They voted for John McCain over Obama because they were so pissed that she didn't get the fucking nomination. So there are examples where the centrists or like the moderates or whatever have pulled this shit. It's examples where the left have done it. It is not exclusive to the left. I hate this narrative.
Yeah.
So here's a comment, because you guys are ignoring the point. It's not about singular comments. It's about the fact that it changes subconscious attitudes among potential voters. So what you're suggesting then, what is the prescription there? So yes, I agree that the kinds of consistent attitudes that are spread by certain very popular left-wing creators, that could over a course of time lead to systems of thought that are corrosive to potential voters. What is the prescription there? I'll ask. This is specifically to the person who made this comment. How does the fact that it is, that you're making this distinction between singular comments and kind of systems of thought, how does that at all change the prescription that you want from us? This is Let's Get Touchy. So in what respect do you think that it matters that you're making this distinction about singular comments versus, in general, the attitude? I really want to know that. What is the prescription? And if the prescription is, well, don't work with these people, don't build bridges with these people, I mean, in what world is that more electorally advantageous than not doing that? Right? Like in what world? Because they're going to do what they're going to do in some respects, right? Isn't it the whole argument from Hutch on the mansion stuff about the leverage situation and about what makes sense?
I can't abide us keeping invoking Hutch's name. He's not here to defend himself. He's not here to defend himself.
Okay, all right. We don't have to invoke his name. But in general, like, isn't the whole point that you have to make a case for why this kind of gesture wouldn't be futile? Like, for us to just ignore these individuals and not work with them in any capacity? Isn't the whole argument that certain gestures are futile, and so strategically we should do what's in the strategic best interest of winning elections? So you're going to actually have to make the case to me that burning these bridges, not doing these collabs, is the best electoral strategy. So give me that case. Go. I realize that was...
we wait for that person to make their case. Mm-hmm. What is on this latest episode of Her Take? Did they record today or was it yesterday?
No, this was this was 4 days ago. Grooming gangs exposed, birthright citizenship debate. So, Gen Z embraces socialism.
Hey, can I ask you something? Because I can't. I don't have the time for it and the spiritual fortitude to do it. It seemed to me from what I did scrolling, because I went to the Her Take playlist and then I looked under transcript and I did a search for Epstein. That was like a flash in the fucking pan for them, wasn't it? They didn't spend a lot of time on Epstein at all.
I mean, to the extent that they spent time talking about the Texas floods, it was spent on a fucking TikTok that offended them and a tweet.
And also shitting on the Democrats for the fire stuff in line.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So, like, it seems to me that my priors are confirmed here that it really is kind of like, again, like Piers Morgan, but worse in the sense like this is an obvious, persistent fucking scandal for the Trump administration and a culture war issue that they all gave a fuck about until it backfired on Trump, and it seems like it was quickly addressed and then they moved on. Is that correct? That's the impression
literally what happened, right, Aaron? I mean, like,
yeah,
they
for
didn't
them,
really
for
go
sure.
into it. Yeah, 100%.
I mean, Amy cried. Pisco said she was faking those tears.
I
but
did.
I mean, I didn't really hear her say that, like, if he doesn't do something about it, I'm not voting for him or I won't support him or whatever. PBD went harder. Vinny lost his shit. He was actually saying that this is fucked up. If Trump's complicit in this, that's not okay. Oh, but I said that I think it's gonna be short lived because it'll just next time Trump does something that they love, suddenly all will be forgiven. Very, very quickly.
Oh yeah, they're looking for escape hatches to be sure. I mean, I just saw this Megyn Kelly had Matt Taibbi on. I didn't watch the whole thing, but 16 minutes going into the new Russia. The new so-called Russia scandal. And John Favreau from Pod Save America responded to Megyn. She's like, this is so full of inaccuracies. They were debunked by Tulsi's own documents. And he said something to the effect of, I expected better from you on this. I'm thinking, why? Why would you expect more from Megyn Kelly?
Or Matt Taibbi.
Josiah, are you still talking about Epstein? Anyway, let's talk about these documents that are related to Obama, Hillary Clinton, Comey. Very relevant, apparently.
Russiagate stuff.
This is
two things real quick. So first thing is prescription is say what you believe. How hard is that? We have said what we believe. When we disagree with Vanguard, guess what? We disagreed with Vanguard in front of the Vanguard. We said what we believed on the AOC criticisms. We did say what we believe. So it seems like we've fulfilled that prescription. And another person from Gulag says, Alexis would be like, Dem should appeal to me and you guys deserve to lose. People like Pisco and Josiah will be like, oh yeah, I don't have an issue with that. We never said that. We disagree with that. Like, this is just, it's shadow boxing. This is some random chatter.
Who did they say would say something like that? Something
I don't know. Maybe they're saying that like it's this is like characteristic of what something like Vanguard would say or something like.
No, that to me, that's the Brianna Joy Grays.
That's the Brianna Joy Gray. Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't fuck with that. We just don't fuck with it.
We don't fuck with it.
Yeah,
we literally don't. And
if a person tells us that they have no interest, like, listen, I look at both sides as the same, or the Democrats are worse, and there's nothing you can say that'll change my mind, then it's like, peace. Fair enough. You're a fucking moron, and I'll move on.
Okay. The number two, while we have you, Josiah, there's someone who's happy. This is Will Cronenberg. Cronenberg Will. I expect, by the way, that your profile picture, I don't like it that it's a dog. It should be some Cronenberg monster. But anyway, Will Cronenberg says, happy to jump into extreme disagreements to elaborate on the Vanguard situation, what to do. So specifically, Will, if you're here to talk about prescriptions, I would love for you to join the call while we have Josiah. I'm sorry that we're intruding on some of the Her Take time, but we'll definitely still do Her Take. But I am very curious about specifically your prescriptions, and know that this is Will Cronenberg and not Hutch. All right. And then we'll go over the other.
That person who said, I want you to be honest, it sounded like it was the opposite. It sounded like they want you to keep your criticisms and your disagreements to yourself, because you could end up influencing somebody to be disillusioned or whatever, but that's not even how it works. A single disagreement one time is not enough to persuade somebody. Like, I mean, maybe on like a single issue, but what they were describing is like you would need to do like a process of radicalization. Like you would need to spend all of your time all of a sudden shitting on Democrats exclusively and start courting a far-right audience or like a centrist audience for you to actually see that materialize. A disagreement one time. And the reason why you guys keep looping on this disagreement is because you guys agree on so much other shit that I think it really sticks out. And it's so funny that you are getting accused of being like a leftist. Meanwhile, Econoboy literally said, I am a socialist. I am a fucking socialist explicitly.
He's catching a lot of shit. He's catching a lot of shit too. I know. And I don't know if he addressed it on his stream earlier, but he's sure he's doing it in a very zen way. Is this guy in?
Let's see.
disagreements.
Will Cronenberg, you're going to get first dibs. Okay, yeah,
He just popped in.
He has the not so erudite tag, so I'm assuming this is a messenger from the not so erudite community. So
it is Kyla.
So maybe it's Kyla.
Review yourself, Kyla.
Will Cronenberg, you're on the air. How you doing, bro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Can you guys hear him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep, you're good, buddy. You can talk.
Okay. Sorry. Oh wait, I realized I have the stream. Well, I was like, I thought I heard Aaron speaking.
Broomer.
But yeah. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Thanks for having me on. I'm not going to take up a ton of your time. First, want to say, love, live, and learn.
Thanks, man.
It's all four of you guys. I think it's great dynamics. So definitely don't want this to go any better.
I love live and learn, you guys.
Out there first.
Yeah.
So here's what I'd say. Like, as someone who's watched, I think every live and learn since the election.
Wow.
Like the Vanguard, in my approximation, like the coalition building, it has to be mutual, right? Like, it's not like, okay, I've got you in my coalition, and it's like, okay, you're just adding up numbers, right? It's got to be mutual. It's got to have this mutual respect. And the Vanguard guys, give them credit. Like, they came on, they said like, hey, sorry about the lip ring. Like, we're in it for the drama. Like, I'm not going to be like, they just came in hot and it was like, nothing. But in the course of that discussion, it seemed to me, and I think to a lot of people, like it was pretty bad faith and disrespectful to Hutch in the way it was argued, as opposed to how you guys on Live and Learn argue, where it's like, the love is there, you do respect each other, and it gets heated, but like there's a distinction there. And like, maybe you guys didn't see it that way, but I do think me and a lot of other people did. And
you felt, to make sure I understand it, I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
So you felt that the Vanguard
Thank you for subscribing
at Hutch from a perspective of potentially some bad faith and from a bad place, like where the approach wasn't, strictly speaking, honest.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that Hutch got like a little heated under the collar, because I think
that was me. I got a little heated under the collar.
Oh, but no, Hutch did as well.
Yeah,
Hutch did as well, and we were letting him cook. He's a big boy, right? He doesn't need our help on necessarily everything. Thank you, Nina. Okay. Shout out Nina, she's rating. But I do appreciate that. Like, yeah, I think right now so far I don't disagree. I think that with respect that Hutch was a little hot in the collar and the Vanguard got a little hot in the collar. What I don't understand is what are the specific signs that show that the Vanguard were coming at this from a bad faith perspective?
Well, and we should also say for the record, I have no doubt. I mean, they haven't told me this, but I have no doubt they probably, especially up till that point, they probably didn't like Hutch. Like, they probably had a personal dislike of Hutch because they've never had any sort of interaction with him and they disagree vehemently with his political views. I think Hutch probably had less animosity towards them than they to him personally, because he was less likely to throw out personal insults and stuff like that. But if you
frosty, man, I mean,
yes, he did.
100%.
Yeah, when he was there, it surprised me
which is fair, because he was like personally insulted by these people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying is, up until that point, if you had asked me, because I said this, my expectation was that Hutch was going to be relatively chill compared to especially Zach, maybe not Gavin, because my assumption was that Zach and Gavin had a more personal dislike of Hutch than Hutch had of them. And then the conversation happened, and they both surprised me with how diplomatic they were, especially at first. And Hutch did take the lead and did some chit chat with them or whatever, but he had his I don't want to say his hackles up per se, but he was the more confrontational one in the exchange. But if you felt that there was like a personal dislike there from they to him or him to them,
that'd be true.
It's probably right, yeah.
But what about this? Are you alleging that there was any dishonesty on behalf of the Vanguard people? Can you identify a single instance of dishonesty?
Like, off the top of my head, I'm not gonna like try to pull a specific thing, because like I said, I don't want to take up too much time here, Aaron. Yeah. I'm not trying to step on her take. So let me go to the broader point of what I think, like I said, in my own opinion, what I think, Hutch would, might agree with on terms of like next steps, which is, honestly, I think that right now is the time to be fighting. Now is the time to be heated because we're still a decent time away from the midterms. So it's like, if you got the center left, you got the lefties, you've got, all the different parts of the left. Now is the time to fight and figure out what are we uniting around with vote blue no matter who when we get to the midterms, and then in turn when we get to the election. So on one hand, yes, we want a coalition build and we want to build bridges, but like now is the time, I think, to be like, let's respectfully hash out our disagreements and let's figure out what our platform is and what we think is best strategically and, that we believe in as a party. And I think that, Hutch did have some valid criticisms of, their strategy. And I think
wait. And I just want to pause real quick on that because I at least want you to agree with the following narrative is wrong. There's a narrative going around that the Live and Learn co-host abandoned Hutch. That just isn't true. Like when we looked at actual specifics of the conversation, the student loan issue, I and Josiah and everyone else, Econo Boy says literally, you stepped on a landmine, Vanguard. You're just wrong about that. Biden actually did do stuff on student loan. Then Josiah came and said something like, yeah, Pisco can talk more about it. Why you're wrong. Then I brought up all the steps in which Biden was absolutely based on the student loan issue and was fulfilling his promise on that issue, on the issue of
on the executive orders, on the executive orders.
Yeah, like I spoke up. So at least I would love for you to agree that we didn't quote abandon him, and that's only a delusional, bad faith liar who either didn't watch it or just getting their news from another liar would say that we quote unquote abandoned Hutch in that conversation. Yes or no? I didn't say you abandoned him. I didn't say you abandoned him. I totally agree with that. I remember that.
No. He's not saying that you said that. Just to clarify,
you would agree with that it's delusional.
Who's doing news on Live and Learn? Where would they have gotten that? Yeah. Who's doing news on Live and Learn? Pisco just said you got it from a news source.
I don't know who would be doing that kind of commentary on it, but
name names.
Definitely you would agree. You would definitely agree, wouldn't you, that anyone who would say we're abandoning Hutch in the Vanguard conversation.
I mean, to this caller, I gotta say, I don't know how much more soft it could get. Left and right, I hear Pisco going, Hutch is my fucking boy. I hear Josiah being like, I love you, Hutch, but here's my disagreement, laying it out. And I don't know, this seems absurdly overpersonalized to me. I feel like you guys are friends, you're compatriots, you're ideologically in line for the most part. You should be able to have these rougher types of discussions. And they even get a little bit heated with everybody walking away being like, that was fun, no harm, no foul. Kind of leave it on the field and move on.
By the way, I just want to say, because Hutch isn't here, to be clear, Hutch has said publicly and privately, because like any good relationship, we check in. We say, honey, are you sure you're...
Do aftercare.
He doesn't
Live and Learn aftercare.
He has repeatedly said that he does not take it personally. And the only reason he's relitigating this is because he feels resolved. And it's really important to him. So I just want to say that, just to be clear, that we are not meaning to imply that Hutch is sensitive about this. Hutch is not. Hutch feels strongly that this needs to be litigated, as the caller indicates.
He's doing great on it. He's getting great views on his videos, and he likes it.
And he's picking the fights. He's the one. Yes. He's picking the.
Let him. By the way, he's saying that. By the way, he's specifically not farming us. I believe him when he says he's not farming us, and I take him at his word at that. But even if you were, great, let him get his bag, because the videos they're picking up.
I see him in overalls and a fucking straw hat riding a tractor. So
I do want to get caller. I do want to get your agreement. You agree we didn't abandon him, right?
Oh no, man. No, I remember the student loan thing, and I was pretty happy about that. But it does also, you asked about like a specific instance. Like I do think that was the moment. Because I remember I actually turned the video off. I was like, I need to come back to this later. Was after that when I think it was Gavin, might have been the other one, I forget. Was like, that may all be true, but I don't care.
That was Zach. Yeah, that was about the executive order stuff, and I don't know if they're being dishonest so much as they're just, number one, dead wrong, and number two, I think that that's an unreasonable expectation. Like, here's the thing. Nobody wants to hear this. That sentiment, which is, I hear what you're saying, but I don't care. Like, yes, it's irresponsible coming from informed political commentators like the Vanguard, so I understand why people would have issue with that. I said that I take enormous issue with that. But that's also a really popular sentiment that we're seeing in the polls, which is like, right now, people are like, why aren't Democrats doing more to fight? And the fact of the matter is they have very little power to do so, because the American people gave the majority to the Republican Party, right? But there's like this visceral sense like we just need more fight. We need more fight, even if we can't point to it. So I don't think that's them being dishonest. I just think they're wrong on specific strategies in specific instances. And I think Hutch is much more likely to be right on the examples that we laid out: student loans, Joe Manchin, Kirsten Sinema, all the things that we acknowledge there. But I don't think they're lying. I don't think they're lying.
Yeah.
I don't see any dishonesty. I think they're just wrong about stuff. Just by the way, like we've called out other lefty creators that are wrong about stuff that we do. We as we did in that moment, we called them out because they're wrong. It doesn't mean that they're lying or malicious about it. What is malicious is saying, for example, that we abandoned Hutch, because of course we didn't. Just because we, by the way, and there was a moment too where I agreed with like a micro point that Zach had made, that it's an 8-year term. And I was like, yeah, I totally agree with that. Hutch came out hard against me, like, what? You agree with him on that? And I was like, dude, I agreed with the micro point, not with his broader outlook. So there was already, I think that like people are reading too much in that, like we were trying to cozy up to the vanguard when we were honest, I think, about our disagreements. And those disagreements, to the extent that they're being hashed out, were hashed out for weeks before on Live and Learn as well, where we've gotten into it before, especially Econoboy and Hutch, I would say recently. I think you would agree with that, Josiah, on like certain things about like what the Democrats should do.
Yeah.
Like, we've had this conversation before, the exact same conversation. And so there's nothing surprising about our takes on these issues. They're all predictable. They're all in line. Nothing shifted, but there's this narrative. There's this narrative, malicious, lying narrative that we've shifted our positions on this shit. It's complete bullshit.
Yeah. Communism and learn, sure.
Yeah. What can we say? Anyway, sorry, caller. So what is the prescription? What do you want us to do?
Yeah. So here,
be nicer to Hutch.
I'm
That's
just going to
be.
give my take on what, at least one of the arguments that I think Hutch would give and believes, but it is my own. So I'm making some assumptions here on what I think would be the lean. And I do think that, I am more center left, to be clear. And, I do think it would be going more centrist, center left in terms of that fight, right? Like now is the time to fight. Wherever it lays out, everyone should go, blue no matter who at the end of it. But I think Hutch's argument here is, what is the strategy? What is going to be most optimal? And my understanding is, you look at the Republican coalition of white working class voters, they just have a much better distribution, right? They have this advantage in the Senate, where, each state's like California, New York, huge populations, but only 2 senators, as opposed to like Wyoming and Montana, and right. You have, potentially a greater advantage in the electoral college with redistricting or with the census and population shifts, right? There's a built-in advantage where I think Republicans are like, let's be as extreme as possible while trying to maximize our chances of winning. And it just, I think, inherently pushes the Dems, where it's like you have to go a little more moderate in order to, just address the realities of what the coalition is. And so that's a strategic point that I think deserves a little more discussion, just like the structural things of like, a ton of people in cities, is to some extent wasted votes, as opposed to like if a ton of those people move to, the middle of the country and we're able to
because the votes are more clustered. And listen to some of the points that you're raising here. We're going to be able to litigate those with Lakshya Jain, who is a moderate / centrist pollster. He's going to be here on Monday. So a lot of these conversations, like a lot of that part, is going to be hashed out. But in terms of what you'd like to see, before I have to go, what you'd like to see different, if anything, from Pisco, Econoboy, and I, is there anything you'd like to see different?
I guess there's 2 things. One is just, if you're looking at, okay, who can we build a coalition with? I think it's not enough to say, okay, well, they voted left and they support the left and they're anti-MAGA. I think there is some I just think as the political project advances, like, who is really reaching out to you? Who's making that effort, right?
Subscription.
And I'm not sure I'd be able to.
So you're saying the prescription is be more discerning about who we can build a coalition with and increase the criteria of the candidates with whom we build a coalition. So like voting for the Democrats and recognizing that the Democrats are the better party despite your disagreements with them, and focusing more on the Republicans than the Democrats in terms of your critique. These three things you think are insufficient to try to build a coalition with. There needs to be more. There needs to be more to it.
It's complicated. I've taken up a lot of your time. I think that's all right.
The prescription is be more thoughtful about who you build coalitions with. In what respect are we not thoughtful about that? That's the suggestion. That we're not thoughtful about it.
That's why I listen.
So do you are we fulfilling your prescription then?
I just think that in this particular situation,
yes or no, are we fulfilling your prescription?
Yes or no?
Are we fulfilling your? I think you guys are thoughtful. I don't want the. I would say, I guess I'll just return to the point on the who the coalition is. If it is the case that there needs to be an appeal more to more moderate centrist, the Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania voters, then I think that some of Hutch's critiques of more leftist content creator stuff that may be
the prescription for us, what are we fulfilling what you think that we ought to?
Be nicer to Hutch, agree with Hutch more. There you go.
Is that the prescription?
I agree with being nice to my old king, but
and also, by the way, I just saw someone, Alex Ray. I'm sorry, Alex Ray. I know you super chat a lot, and this, much love to super chatters. Super chatters, keep super chatting. I'm about to yell at Alex Ray. Quote: validating just to do it all through executive order gives credence to the Green Lantern theory of politics. Kill me. And it's your job to push back on the feelings, Josiah. How many times do we have to critique the Trump administration, the unitary executive theory of politics? How many times do I have to have these long streams critiquing presidential authority and critiquing even Biden, who was doing things by executive order that I did not agree with? For example, closing down the border. How many times do I have to do that before you guys get it through your head? I don't think we should do everything by EO, and that when the Vanguard says that, it's an antithesis to everything I stand for. You think that I wouldn't push back on that? That I believe?
Well, they name me. They name me. So presumably you're doing it just fine. But Alex, I was the one who pushed back on it in the VOD before Pisco or anybody else. I was the one who said that Trump can do it because he has a sympathetic Supreme Court that won't strike down his EOs en masse.
And even if they do, Biden he ignores them.
And Biden couldn't do that. So I was the one who literally said that they're wrong. Yeah.
You guys are getting spoon-fed lies, malicious lies. You guys are getting spoon-fed these lies, and you're just taking them and running with them as though because you didn't actually watch the conversation, and so you look stupid when you come into the stream, or I'm sorry to say, when you call in and you have no prescription and no specific instance of us abandoning Hutch, where it's not in line with our previous positions, or where we're just it's a slight disagreement with Hutch. There's nothing here. It's just a pack of lies, a pack of garbage, a pack of bullshit, really. Because we're not in favor of this Green Lantern theory of politics. We push back on it in the actual VOD. It's my fucking ethos to protect the Constitution and to go against the notion of the president doing everything. And so all of this stuff, it's just a mass psychosis. It's Pisco and Josiah derangement syndrome on a level I've never seen.
I'm looking at I pulled up the stream so I could read that comment, and I have it up here. And so there are some others saying, quote, guys, trust me, I really disagreed with him. I was just not pushing back on it too hard because I didn't want to be mean. Sad eyes emoji. Somebody else said, you will not see the point. It's impossible. You guys really don't like criticism. I don't mind I really don't.
Hey, we're having people come in. I mean, what do you mean? I address the criticism. You act as though I don't address every single. This is what infuriates you guys. I actually do address every single one of the points. There's nothing you can accuse me of dodging with that respect. If you think that I'm dodging something, pay money so I actually see the chat. Sometimes I see it no matter what. But donate money and see if I don't address something. I address, especially when you say you're not addressing this. That's my likelihood of clicking on that comment and bringing it up is increased by 50%. We address absolutely every angle on this. And if you want, I'll dedicate a 4-hour stream to address it because I always address everything. I bring people on all the time. It's open disagreements. I bring people on.
Peter Stocknov says you guys literally call Hutch out more for fighting back against the Vanguard than you did for the Vanguard for saying crazy shit. I think that's insane. The difference is we talk to Hutch much more often than the Vanguard, and Hutch wants to relitigate this stuff So yes, in the past week, have we
this concern trolling over the civility of it and over how it's all going? They're upset 100%. that you guys disagreed with him, and this is all just a front for that. Just say you're mad that you guys have a disagreement with Hutch, that they have a disagreement with Hutch. Stop pretending like they didn't deliver the criticism nice enough. Stop pretending like the big sin is that you agreed with the Vanguard on one specific aspect of a point. You're mad that they disagree with Hutch. You think Hutch is more correct. So just say that. Just cut to that part. Like, just cut to the chase. Who fucking cares about how nice it is or whatever?
Aaron's correct. He's a communist. Sorry, I'm a communist now because I agreed with the point that a communist made. So now I'm a communist.
This is why I can't stand civility politics. Just get in the fucking mud. It's clearly what everybody just needs to do.
Here's a prescription. Don't push back harder on people you agree were right, Hutch, than you do for your guests. It just makes you look like you're scared of confrontation.
There's no winning. There's no winning. There's no winning. There's no winning.
There's literally no winning. There's no winning. No.
This is the day. This is the day. I push back on things. He's gonna go back to practice. He's like,
I push back. Speaking of which, I'm gonna take a case or two. But if we push back, we push back on people on different things. I push back when Hutch on some things. I push back on Vanguard on some things. I do it all the time. And you know what? Sometimes, just depending on my mood, I might be a little bit more fucking pissed about it. I'm definitely pissed when you people are like impugning my character and making up lies about me. Then I'm going to be obviously a lot more swinging in the mud. But no, that just
get in the mud, because all of this couching, all of these niceties does nothing. Build you no credit. The second that you tried to actually just be more directly confrontational, immediately all of that just went out the fucking window. So you know what? Just fuck it. Like, gloves off, mask off, just go hard at anybody who you disagree with, whether they're a friend or a foe. That's how I see it.
Pisco's about to have an aneurysm with Fumbungo.
Yeah. So this, no, I actually love this.
With the what? What is a Fumbungo?
Fumbungo. So shout out Fumbungo. Thank you so much for super. Fumbungo says the prescription is simple. Don't coalition build with creators that don't have 95% anti-Republican content. It's time for the left to go on the offense.
Don't disagree. Don't disagree with Hutch. That's what they just said. Don't disagree with him.
That can't be the standard, because that means we can't coalition build with Hutch. That means we can't
coalition build with Hutch. It's so funny and hilarious. I love that comment. But I actually also respect its honesty. Obviously, it's diluted because Hutch has literally said, my main thing will be to fuck with these lefties. He said that directly on the stream. And so by that standard, we have to I'm sorry, Hutch, excise you, because that's what Fumbungo said.
I refuse Fumbungo to get rid of Hutch. You want us to get rid of Hutch?
Want us to refuse to do it. Yeah. But also separately, first of all, the Vanguard, like 80% of the content is shitting on Cenk Uygur, which essentially is anti-content. But also, I respect the honesty of, you really do want us to burn these bridges. At least be honest. You don't want us going on Crystal and Kyle. You don't want us fucking with any of these people who replied at AOC. I appreciate that honesty. You want us to segregate ourselves from that community and thereby purity test us. That is actually what you want to do. I respect it. Aaron was 100% correct. And yeah, I think that, Collard, sorry, you were going to say something. I interrupted you.
Yeah, chat, you're not doing me any favors right now, because the more you trigger Pisco, I'm just like, oh no. What did I do? And I'm like, wait, no, it's not me. It's the chat. Damn you, chat. No, like, here's what I'd say, right? Like, I think that when I think about coalition building,
wait, I'm so sorry to interrupt you again. Tomfoolery just
retweeted the same thing. No, he's fucking with you.
It's a meme. It must be a meme. It's actually a hilarious meme. Tom is super fair and funny. I mean, I have to assume that, because otherwise I'm going to be incredibly triggered. But great job, Tom. Sorry, caller. Go ahead.
It's okay. No, just look. I think if we want to beat MAGA, we got to build a broad coalition, and there absolutely is a faction on the left, creators online, that are not interested in building a coalition. They're interested in, building their own profile.
Caller, you've lost me, because here's Hutch agrees with you. Hutch agrees with you, and he thinks it's a better use of his time to spend all of his time focusing on this, like, irrelevance. Like, he says they're irrelevant in one breath, but then he says, I'm going to spend all my time going after them because of that toxic or whatever. How is it that you just said MAGA is the biggest threat, therefore spend time going after the irrelevant lefties online? How do you reconcile these two positions? They seem so internally contradictory to me.
I said that they're...
No, but Hutch says they're irrelevant, and I'm assuming that you agree with Hutch.
Well, I'm not Hutch. I said that. Clearly I haven't pooped myself in this conversation, so I'm not Hutch. No, anyway, no, I didn't say they're irrelevant. I think that part of the concern is that they're blackpilling a lot of people coming into politics, and are interested not in coalition building, not in saying, you know what, a lot of times you got to vote for someone who you don't agree with 100%, whether that's Zoran, whether that's Biden, but MAGA is the bigger threat. And if you do have those creators out there saying that, politics is
say that. They either said that in the moment, in the run up to 2024, or they said that in retrospect with respect to Crystal, who acknowledged the mistake. So they did say that. So if they do say that, aren't they meeting the bare minimum standards for coalition building?
I wasn't talking about anyone. I wasn't talking about the Vanguard here.
All right.
Okay. I was saying that those are the kind of people where I think it's like you can't build a coalition with them. And are the Vanguard really in there? I don't know them. I'm not behind the scenes with them, right? But from the impression of that conversation, yeah, I'd say the audience was and myself were a lot of us were yeah, these aren't people that want to be in a coalition. These are shit on Biden and aren't interested in that.
Here's what I see. MAGA is doing pretty fucking good. They have crazies in their ranks, and you know what they do to the Nick Fuenteses of the world who have explicitly said Trump is not far right enough? Yeah, well, Candace Owens just interviewed him, and they either look the other way or they still talk to them and they still agree with them on a bunch of shit. So I don't understand. If you don't see the right doing this, all of this internal self-discipline or whatever to excise the most toxic portions, because, we look at it and it's why wouldn't you spend time getting rid of the neo-Nazis in your ranks? You're going to make your movement too caustic to normies or whatever. They never waste any time doing that. They just ignore that shit. And then until they absolutely have to confront it. And then if anything, they defend them. If we could close ranks that well, that'd be pretty fucking nice.
Well, sorry, not part of the coalition. I'm talking about, I guess, really what it comes down to. And, this is, what is the political project? And this is not a critique. This is a legitimate question, right? Josiah Pisco, live and learn. What is the political project, right?
Not Straighterade.
In the end. And to specify, is it really, we are going to have this intra-left, what should we all unite around? Is that what the project is? Is it really, yes, we are MAGA 100% of the anti-MAGA 100% of the time, and squash all disagreement, which is not what I'm saying you're doing. But I think that's a big question. I think there is a difference in agreement there between Hutch and even probably within the other three of you, right? So I think that's the biggest thing, is what I'd say, because I love you guys. I want you to keep doing what you're doing. I think it's a great dynamic. So
I hear you, but so you're asking the big question. What is the whole point? For me, my point is, I think that I offer an interesting view on different things. I have a particular lens of viewing things, and I want to push a liberal framework that it respects our constitution, that is also based as fuck in being and arguing in favor of people who are fighters, Democrats who are fighters. And I think that people like Josiah, I'm very attracted to, because they share those values, a lot of them, a significant amount. And I want to push people like Josiah, and yes, even people like Hutch, although you might think I dislike Hutch or that I hate Hutch, I don't hate him, and promote this and rise all ships. The problem is I don't feel like we have the power. I'm small, I'm a little guppy, and you're acting as though I would have the power to ostracize these individuals who are platforming me, right? When they bring me on breaking points, I get a boost in subs because they're platforming me, and I have the potential maybe to influence these people, and because they're not totally opposed to the coalition building game. And explicitly, people like Crystal and Kyle have said, we want to build a left lib coalition. I consider myself in that lib version of the coalition. I absolutely do. And I don't see what effect Josiah is definitely the biggest of us currently. And I think that we all benefit, and we only get stronger by promoting people like Josiah and having him not be hermetically sealed. I don't understand how it would benefit Josiah or the worldview of someone like Josiah or myself to hermetically seal ourselves from people who will eventually vote for the candidate.
So
listen, I agree with everything Pisco just said. I too am attracted to me and want to push me more, so I'm not hermetically sealed. No, listen, I mean, ideally the end goal would be, have more progressive policy in the United States, which corrects like the wealth gap, for example, which creates a system of universal health care, either through universal insurance coverage. But honestly, what I'd really like is like a public option. That would be the ultimate goal. But in the short term, the goal, in my opinion, of the Lib-Left coalition is to build it so that we can more meaningfully electorally oppose Trump and MAGA and fascism. Dealing with fascism is the immediate problem. And then, yes, what I'd like to see, again, these more socially and fiscally progressive policies, yes, but that's downstream of defeating fascism. That's the goal for me personally. And I'm going to have to go here in like 60 seconds. But Pisco, I did see somebody sent you a super chat about a thing that I super chat. Pisco totally forgot. You're supposed to say it to you.
No, I said, saw it. Sorry.
Okay. You like, no, that's cool.
Yeah. No,
okay. All right. That's fine. So some random person in chat sent an interesting super chat that I felt was worth reading.
Yeah. So here's the super chat. Tell that dork Aaron that Journey is better than Queen. I just don't understand that point at all. I think it's wrong, but yeah.
Are you serious, both of you? Really?
Yeah. Queen is way better.
Yes.
Way better song.
Yes.
Fuck, are you kidding me?
Yes, and Freddie Mercury is a better singer than Steve Tyler.
No, he's not. He hasn't sang in like 30 years.
Yo.
Why is that?
Why do you hate the gay community?
God damn, you had to pull out.
Why do you hate Michael Jackson?
Okay, I'll be honest with you. Low key, I think Michael Jackson was overrated as a singer. Like, yes, he had like a really high register, but he was not the best part of We Are the World. I think Steve Perry of Journey was the best part of We Are the World.
We Are the World is the worst.
I think Cyndi Lauper is the best part. Thank you.
Cyndi Lauper's great, but Steve Perry was even better. And listen,
Steve Perry, that's what I said. I said Steve Tyler. I meant Steve Perry.
That's okay. Steve Perry is better than Steven Tyler.
Steve Harvey is the best part of
Steve Lee Harvey Oswald.
What?
Okay, and Neil Schon from Journey, their guitarist, child prodigy, playing with Santana and Eric Clapton at age 15. Brian May's over fucking rated. You got Steve Smith, who's like a drumming
overrated. Yeah, every time "Don't Stop Believing" comes on, I'm like, God, I just haven't heard this song enough. I need to hear it one more time.
Is it the most popular song of all time? Yes. Am I also tired of it? Yeah. Fuck.
I think it was at one point like the most purchased and downloaded song on Apple or like on iTunes or something.
It is amazing.
Okay, but not okay. Thanks, Sopranos. That's why. It's not because of just how good the song is, because it kept getting used in shit.
It's not because of Sopranos.
It was not the Sopranos.
I do think that it's a big reason why it ended up getting a bunch of purchases. No, didn't iTunes already exist?
It was definitely Glee more than Sopranos.
Maybe that. Glee, it's also in Glee.
Back to back, because The Sopranos ended in 2007. Glee, I think, launched like 2008, 2009, and they closed with that. So it was a double threat of like pop culture significance.
This is why the Democrats lost.
What? Neil, listen. What is Chaz saying? I've got to see this here.
Wait. The prescription is simple. It's time to coalition build with this guy pondering politics. Agree.
Exactly, like this guy.
Grip super chat. Episode 7 through 9 is better than 1 through 3. Is better than 4 through 6. Blue MAGA.
L take Pisco. Yeah, listen. I like that guy. Everlasting Base says L take Pisco, and that's basically the only chat that I see. Yes, end the conversation, please. Oof, bad take Josiah. Lycan. No, buddy.
Not like this.
Boy.
Aaron corrupting him. See, Queen is way better. Hang on, I just got to see the chat here before I go. Queen is way better. You got to ban people in chat. Too many spammers.
I don't really ban.
Queen is better, and ABBA is better. I'll even say that ABBA is better than Journey easily.
ABBA is better than Journey. Yeah,
yes.
I agree. Yes.
God. Let's see. Josiah trying to get canceled. Good joke, Josiah. Queen songs are more technical. Damn, we got a lot of Queen stands here.
I wouldn't know who Journey is if it weren't for Glee.
How dare you?
Real.
Brian May is more scientist and guitarist. Hang on, I gotta see here. Alice Cooper. Oh, and
Crazy Little Thing Called Love. Don't Stop Me Now.
Bohemian Rhapsody, Somebody to Love, Love of My Life, The Show Must Go On. There's like no shortage of amazing songs from Queen.
Amazing songs, yeah.
Yeah. You do that with Journey, though, or Def Leppard, for that matter.
All right, let's think about our caller first, and we'll say bye to Josiah. Caller, thank you so much for your contributions. I think you did a really good job.
Hey, love you guys. Keep it up. Don't break up the podcast. Okay. Bye.
Listen, I appreciate that.
Overrated,
and let
you
it be
guys.
known that despite the best efforts of apparently some agitators in chat, in Pisco's chat specifically, obviously, Live and Learn will not be breaking up. So
Good to hear. Good to hear. Love you boys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Appreciate you, buddy. Bye.
Josiah, dude,
Well,
you're the best,
listen,
man.
Listen, this was a lot of fun. I appreciate that. And what's on the agenda for your stream? Her take and
Her take. His and
It's
her,
whatever
her
the
take,
fuck we
take.
can get done because this struggle session took so much time.
Well, listen, I'm glad you struggled with us, Aaron. You helped us get through it. I'm sure this will never come up again. Everything is fine. I see Joe says, "Don't stop believing is the only journey." That's okay. All right. Well, listen. She's in Australia, right? So that's what. Who's the guy there? Not John Favreau. John Farnham. You're the voice.
Jingle.
You're the voice. That's the only Australian song, and you've got Keith Urban. All right, that's it. Like, I don't think you're in a position, Joe. That is of all the things. How dare you take shots at Journey when you're the land of Keith Urban and John Farnham? Okay, that's all I have to say about
This
that.
article from The Guardian published 11 months ago. When The Sopranos used it, my phone blew up. Journey on Don't Stop Believin'. So fuck you. It did have a fucking influence, and there's also much
I did
Jubilee.
say I take your point. It did have an influence. I'm just saying.
Fuck you both. Pisco said that it didn't. It was like that you didn't think it had the impact or whatever. It was a big deal.
Oh, it might have been a big deal. Who knows? You know,
Imagine
Aaron,
not doing faithfully,
you're right,
faithfully open arms, wheel in the sky, any way you want it. Ask the lonely,
Any
only
way
the
you
young,
want
loving,
it.
touching, squeezing.
Yeah, none of those.
Who's crying now? Faithfully.
Faithfully, I do like.
Faithfully is good. I like Faithfully.
It is
Underrated.
Oh wait, before you leave, Gulag says leefties would rather cede power to MAGA than vote for a Zionist who supports the two-state solution, whereas libs would vote for a socialist if that means winning. That's the difference. Did you hear us disagree with that? I love these unhinged super chats. Thank you so much for super chat. Who like act as though we said anything to the contrary. That by and large, like as between a centrist lib. Like who, first of all, I think that you do make an empirical case. My intuition is you're correct about that, but we never addressed that. We didn't address the propensity of one group of ideological people to support the Democratic candidate versus the other. And so you're acting as though we said anything in contradiction to that. You're fucking deranged. You're fighting with ghosts. That, I have to say, malicious people say things that are like as though we disagree with them and just shadow boxing. At no point, I challenge you to find one instance in our entire Live and Learn catalog where we say, yeah, the thing is, lefties, they're much more apt to support the candidate than center lib people. We have never said that, never suggested it, never implied it. You are fucking delusional, but please keep sending me money.
Yeah. Please keep sending money. All right, guys, I'm out. Aaron, Pisco, good to, and Pisco, I will send you confirmation about the August trip.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah, definitely.
All right,
definitely do that. All right, love you, dog.
All right, see ya.
Peace out. And then there were two.
The August trip? Where are you guys going? To Aspen or what?
We're going to Poland.
Lovely this time of year right here.
Yeah. He's coming to the city at some point.
I can't take him in. I just don't understand. Like, I can't. How much nicer do you have to be to somebody that you disagree with? It's already established you're a fucking friend.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just wish people would just admit that they just don't want you guys to disagree, and they think you're wrong.
Signal. They want a virtue signal. They want me to be like, yes, Hutch, you're right. Let me cup your balls, because really what they want, I think, is they wanted us to be mean to the Vanguard. That's what they wanted. What they wanted us is for us to be rude,
fucking destroy the Vanguard.
That's what they want. That's what they want. That's definitely what they want. And yeah, I mean, if that's what you want, just be honest about it. That you want that dopamine hit. You did want that dopamine hit. And if you want that, just say it. Don't pretend like, well, you shifted.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you asked me like, what's another prescription? I think also the reason why the left, the online left, whatever, gets frustrated with Democrats is because there just seems to be all of these overtures to accommodate moderate voters, people that's just like they're just never going to reach out to, but they are so vicious to the left, who ostensibly should be more closer to your side in your politics than somebody who, again, has ever considered voting for Donald Trump. So that's to me like the biggest like point of frustration. And like there is, I guess, like, I mean, it also comes down to like there comes a point where like what people believe personally in their heart almost doesn't matter, is secondary to what their goals are and the way that they go about it. So like Hutch is nominally very progressive, but I think the reason why a lot like he comes off as like far more moderate than he actually personally is because the strategy that he advocates that Democrats take to win power in the United States is very, very conservative in the sense that it plays it very, very safe And so he functionally can end up kind of
or risk averse.
Yeah, he's very risk averse. So he looks almost identical to like a Pelosi or something like that, even though I know that he's more progressive. Than that.
And I actually do believe when he said he's more progressive. It's so funny, Gulag. You keep donating. You say, ask Erin if she would vote for a Zionist. She voted for.
I voted for a Zionist. I have voted. I helped. I tried to.
You guys are deranged.
I have canvassed for a Zionist.
She canvassed. Are you fucking like? It's so, and it's because you believe this pack of.
And not just Harris. I have other candidates that in Texas that were not like I did not really fucking agree with. Still canvass for them in mayoral races and congressional districts. I've done that shit. Okay.
Because you have a preconceived notion in your head. You have this narrative. It's built on lies. It's malice. It's all fucking stupid. And you can't defend it. That's why when we bring someone on for the audience, plus the guy who came on, it's all bullshit garbage. There's no prescription there. There's no prescription. The prescription is be more thoughtful about who you fucking collab with. Now, I love that guy. Thank you so much. He was very, but like, that's not like we are, right? And like, he can't say that we're not being thoughtful because you'd have to make a case that we like should burn the bridges with these people. And no one wants to say that because then it makes it seem, which is the reality is that you're purity testing. Actually, you're purity testing. For people who say, oh, why are you, collabing with Erin? Erin, she's a communist. Wait, isn't that purity testing? Isn't that exactly what you're saying that you shouldn't be doing purity testing?
It's not purity testing when you excise the left.
Especially, by the way, when Erin actually did canvass for the candidate, actually was willing to show that she would support a Zionist candidate who was going to have better outcomes in all other respects. So, like, if we can't collab with those people, then, oh my God, then basically what you're saying is we should purity test anyone who's anti-Zionist or anyone who's willing to do everything that you say are the prerequisites for collabing, that despite her meeting those prerequisites, you don't give a fuck anyway. Because for you, it's about virtue signaling. For you, it's about actually hating all the lefties and showing that you're so much better than all the lefties. And I think that you should have a little bit of self-reflection there.
Why, Pisco, why haven't you deplatformed Hasan Piker yet?
I don't know why I haven't.
There is just like a sense of like perspective is just like lost on some people when it comes to like the influence of the online left TM, which is just this amalgamation of like Hasan's at the top and then it's just whatever you want it to be at any given moment for whatever's convenient.
It's interpersonal.
It is very interpersonal. It's highly personal to me. I mean, Josiah was like, I don't mean to say this about Hutch because he says he doesn't take it personally. I don't give a fuck what Hutch says. I do think he takes it personally. But guess what? Some people take politics very, very personally because it is fucking personal. Okay, you ever heard that? The politics is personal. It's like the political is personal. I think it's fine. I don't take it that way. But if he takes it that way, I don't see that as like a mark against him or whatever entirely because it means he's passionate. He actually cares about it. So that's completely fine. But I do think he takes it personally.
Yeah. Well, I hope he doesn't take it as a personal affront in the sense of like that we don't like him because I like Hutch. That's just me, but I'm not. I don't know. Like, do you want us to virtue signal more? I literally there was at a point when I was. I think you saw some of this, Erin. I'm still in the process of reviewing your discussion with him. Where I was
you're not finishing that. Quit it.
Stop. I will.
Yeah, any day you're gonna finish that.
I will. Every time I criticized Hutch, I was like, and Hutch is my boy, and Hutch is my boy, and Hutch is my boy. I think they actually want that. So like, but if I had watched that video and given my actual take, and there was a point where objectively Hutch was not listening to you, like, right? Hutch, objectively, there were parts where I definitely agree with Hutch.
Can you blame him because I formed my politics when I was a silly little 17-year-old girl and it never evolved? So
no, but there was a point objectively, but like me in their world, I would have to just like keep quiet about that, right? Keep quiet about when you agree, when you don't agree. Like that's the level we're at. That's a level of insanity that we're at.
And when do we ask Hutch to keep his criticisms of the online left to himself? I'm not doing that shit. He can go, if that's how he wants to spend his time online, that's how he wants to use his platform, go for it, dude. That's his prerogative. That's fine with it. And I can voice my disagreements, and that's also I'm also allowed to fucking do that. So I don't see like why it's an issue or whatever. I can tell him why I think it's a waste of fucking time. Tell him like, I don't think you should do that. That's not how I would do it. But at the end of the day, it's like I'm not gonna lose any sleep over the fact that that's how he chooses to use his time.
Her take.
First of all.
Yeah. Oh, do we have things to talk about? News stories?
Yeah, obviously. Hold on. First of all, we're getting this.
Are you sharing screen?
Yeah, I'm about to.
Okay. All right. One sec.
Explain this. Do I have to do another Monsters Inc. tweet? How many more times is this gonna fucking happen? This disrespect.
What do you want me to do about that, Aaron? I didn't know that you're going to be on the bottom.
Put it over Josiah's face or your own fucking face.
Okay. You want me to move my entire setup?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
right.
that's my prescription. You've been asking for prescriptions. Move the whole fucking setup so you don't do me like this.
Who the fuck sent you this?
You don't need to. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Someone's in your ear. Some commies in your ear.
Multiple people sent me this though. Different screen. This was only one screenshot that I was sent.
You have multiple people telling you that I covered your, like I did it on purpose. Like I even thought about it.
This is it. This is intentional or whatever. This is intentional. Straighterade erasure. I'm sure there's like a portmanteau in there somewhere. Someone put straight erasure. There you go.
Oh shit, that is a portmanteau.
This is a very particular type. Real quick. Okay, so you were on Breaking Points. How'd you think that went?
I liked it. I thought it was cool. I pushed Emily a little bit at the end there.
That's what I'm gonna get to because God, she is so fucking insufferable, man.
Yeah. So I really liked it. I thought that I was providing a kind of middle road to get people to understand kind of some of the Epstein issues, the grand jury thing, why the grand jury testimony isn't going to be helpful for the people who want full quote unquote full disclosure from the government or who are expecting a different narrative. And I thought that it was very quick and snappy and people appreciated that. So yeah, I really enjoyed appearing there. And I think that it was cool. And especially the immigration portion of it, I felt that we were able to further cement this narrative that what was happening with the violations of due process, et cetera, were really bad. So I really enjoyed it.
So why were you wearing a suit?
I wasn't wearing a suit.
This is a suit.
Okay, I was wearing a suit.
For your remote web appearance. Love that.
They told me to wear a suit. When I say they, not them specifically, but people told me they didn't like, because I've been on Breaking Points now numerous times, and one of the times I think I was a little bit more casual.
What, you had the beanie,
was like,
the glasses, the hoodie?
I didn't wear it. No.
Layers.
People are like, Pisco dressed up all cute as fuck, like it's picture day.
It was picture day.
It wasn't picture day.
I have someone in my chat saying I wore an all black suit when I went to court last year. See, they're proud of you, I bet.
Can we just stop for a moment, folks? Can we just stop with this kind of shaming of me? This doesn't need to be what we're talking about right now.
Where's your propeller hat and lollipop?
And me. Yeah, it was picture day. All right. It was no stopping. It's picture day. It's picture day, bro.
Okay. I just want to play this clip though. Really quick of Emily being just
person, why you'd be like, okay, all right, so a couple people were illegally deported, but the broader message is the border crossing numbers are down, and that's a result of this harsh policy. But I think that there's a danger of overstepping, and I think the administration will start to see that again with the polling numbers and with the midterms on the horizon.
Yeah, I think they already have. And that's, they were really excited to use Guantanamo, and that became relatively limited, probably still on their radar to some extent. But I think we've seen that in the strategy. They ended up sending a few hundred people to CCOT, which, like, as someone with a fairly conservative perspective on immigration, the Bukele LARP was just insufferable. So I think they realized most people saw it that way, too.
What do you think, Emily? Do you support the administration's position on immigration?
On immigration, not what they're doing. I mean, the way that they've handled it now, I think they have to do significant.
I didn't mean mass deportations like that. That's too fucking mean. You dumb motherfucker. What the fuck did you think it was gonna look like? What else would it be?
I'm not burning the bridge. I respect Emily. You can.
No, I'm burning the bridge. It's not you. It's not okay. Don't co-sign this or whatever. I'm burning it. What the fuck did you think a mass deportation program was gonna look like? Did you actually think he was just going to keep it to criminals? Get real.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's particularly why I pushed there. Is I sensed a little bit of like, I didn't order that burger kind of deal. Like, I wanted it with Swiss cheese, not fucking provolone. Like, I sensed a little bit of like of a little Trumpy immigration-y type thing, and so I wanted to poke it a little bit. A little bit? Yeah.
I'm a bit conservative on immigration. I do think that sending people to gulags without due process, it's a little bit much. But, like, the rest of it, I'm totally fine with that. Just do it a little bit nicer. Maybe no masks. Wow.
And this is, but I do want to say, when people say I don't challenge these people doing whatever the bridges, I did this with Sagar and I did it with Emily, and I think that this shows that I am willing. I think I'm just a potted plant. I'm here to push my view on things, and I think that this is not a great answer from Emily. If I'm just being honest with you, for the reasons that.
No, it's a perfect answer. It's a perfect answer for her because she's a fucking fence sitter and a weasel constantly with her politics. She's always like, "Oh, I don't know what's going on. I can't fucking decide." Seems like you've made up your mind. Just say what you think, okay? You're more fine. You're more okay with it than you're opposed to it. Clearly.
Then she had a later answer. Can you press play on alligator Alcatraz?
Pisco loves to turn the tables. We're supposed to be asking you the questions here.
I could do an hour on everything I think they've gotten wrong. When we're talking about CCOT and the Bukele LARP, you're going to get me to say no because that was just embarrassing.
What about alligator Alcatraz?
I don't have a hard
because it's embarrassing.
Because it's embarrassing.
Yeah, it's very embarrassing to her. It's very embarrassing to her. Again, this, like somebody put in my chat, blonde-haired, fair-skinned woman, police officers like never look twice at her or whatever. Yeah, she's like a centrist on deportations. Yeah, it's embarrassing. So all she has to say about it.
Position on alligator Alcatraz. It feels weird. It also feels like another.
How do you feel about this concentration camp? Oh, I don't have a hard position on that concentration camp. It feels weird. It feels weird.
But I haven't
Fair enough.
thought too much about it. Also, there shouldn't be American citizens or minors in there. Like, that's obvious. It seems obviously weird.
The Americans.
Oh, no, Americans. I don't like that Americans are in the concentration camp, but the Mexicans, the Guatemalans, intern them all, right?
By the way, they are arresting certain American citizens, and that is happening. And so they're processing the normal course. But one of the problems with the mass deportation strategy is people are going to fall through the cracks.
Pisco, we'll have to have you back so you and I can fight about Superman.
Oh, they have to have you back so you can fight about Superman.
Oh, yeah. See, this Crystal is trying to bridge build. I respect that. And we disagree on things like Superman, okay?
No, I think you should cut her the fuck off. She's very toxic. She doesn't want to build a bridge with you. What the fuck are you thinking? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. And some other stuff that I wanted you to see. So did you watch any of the like Nelk Boys BIBI Netanyahu interview?
No, but I watched afterwards when Adam Friedland came on with Hasan.
Oh, okay.
Friedland was pretty funny.
There are some moments from that I picked out that I wanted to show the audience.
Let's see it. The Adam Friedland part was
the highlights. The highlights.
Yeah.
But
I didn't actually catch the interview. My understanding, like, I don't think it's that surprising that it's not a super good look for the Nelk Boys, but arguably I would think it's going to backfire potentially on Israel and on Bibi Netanyahu because of just the nature of it and how transparent it is as an attempt to try to like win back favor from a particular subset of individuals and how like orchestrated it was with the White House. I think that is just not a good look. And so despite the fact that I think, in isolation, it's a little bit of a, it looks bad for the Nelk Boys. I think that they might be correct in their assessment that this could backfire. What do you think?
I don't know. I didn't, that seemed to me their emphasis, because I also like timestamped that at the end where they were like, our audience disagreed. Go look at the comment section. It's not good. But they were like, but we want to have on who we want to have on. They don't want to have to prep or whatever. So I think it was still more of like a net good than a net bad for them. As far as like how you think it's going to do for Israel or whatever, like I think Hasan puts it pretty well where he says that like past a certain point, it's not just about being able to oppose them momentarily. You're still helping like spread their message or whatever. And to be clear, it's a head of state. So like this is not just a random person. Like it's in a certain way, like BB again is like platforming them if we're looking at it that way. But like you're saying, you're allowing him to launder his reputation if you give a completely uncritical interview. And if anything, it's like a puff piece or whatever, where you feed him like softball questions. You don't know enough about the subject to challenge him. You don't ever ask follow-up questions that might interrogate what a response he gave to an answer that you had some doubt about. Nothing. If there's nothing like that, then you really are allowing him to just spread lies, because he wouldn't be able to have this sort of like, even like a press conference that, where he doesn't answer questions or whatever. Even the act of him refusing to answer a question speaks speaks to people or whatever. But when you put them in this context or whatever, where it's just completely uncritical, people absorb that or they repeat it and they take it seriously because they don't see it as, they're like, this is the head of state of an ally. So. Yeah, no,
I also think, by the way, I don't think they'll lose global entry for having BB on.
Who said that?
One of my mods and good friends. Great.
No, that's not happening.
what I was going to say is, I think that there's people who are conflating the question of whether or not people would take that interview versus whether they should, right? Like there are some people who are like, well, anyone would take that interview. You'd be stupid not to take that interview. That's a separate question from like, should they? Like,
no, take the interview, but challenge him. Right? This is not this is not challenging whatsoever. They're not equipped. There's a reason why they were selected. They were selected because they knew that they were not going to be able to actually counter anything that he fucking said. That's why it should be questionable to you. If I was the Nelk Boys or their manager, I'm like, okay, but why does the Israeli prime minister want to speak to you guys? What does he have to say to you? What does he have to say to your audience? He thinks you're a fucking moron, and they're right. You are a moron. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not going to be able to do this. I wouldn't even take this, okay? Like, I definitely know more. I'm not some expert, but I definitely know more than them. I would have talked to fucking BIBI Netanyahu. I couldn't do it. And, like, I mean, Lex Friedman did this with...
bad luck, because they're just like, oh, my God, lay communist owned by Chad. Like, I almost think that it's better. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, there's a gender dynamic to it as well, I think. And there's a particular way, for whatever reason, I think that young males just love construing it as women being shrill, being sexist, all that kind of stuff. That I think that there's a way that could even look worse, arguably, even if you were more prepared in certain circumstances. If it's like a young woman doing it, and that's just my take on the kind of inherent sexism that some of these people are promoting. But for them, I don't think they come out of it looking particularly good. You might have a different impression though.
The Nelk Boys, or you mean Israel or BIBI or who?
The Nelk Boys and BIBI.
That's obviously what they're angling for, and that alone should have been so suspect that they said no. Like, if you want to, because again, they'll go on to say, we want to hear both sides. Okay, you don't have to have like literally a head of state to do that.
They bring on Fuentes.
Yeah, okay.
So that is like even worse, because what you're doing then is you're pretending that the alternative to being a war criminal Netanyahu guy is like Nick Fuentes, that the alternative to being in favor of the state of Israel and its current operations in the Middle East broadly is Groyperism. That I think is almost even worse. They're compounding their failures by juxtaposing BIBI and Fuentes as though this is the dichotomy. And I noticed, because I watched part of Fuentes' stream afterwards, where he goes, it's really good that we were the antithesis to the thesis of Netanyahu. And I am concerned by that. And I've been saying now for years that I think Groyperism is a huge threat. That's one of the reasons why I thought it's really bad to assume that like the Democrats are the threat from an anti-Semitic perspective. I think that Groyperism is going to grow, and what the Nelk Boys are doing here is really irresponsible.
So Hasan agrees with you, and Adam as well. But this is Adam calling them out because apparently one of them, maybe both of them, are Jewish. So
it's an advantage for them. And
they're using you guys. They're using you guys to look good.
Hasan, bro. Why does anybody, Hasan? Sorry, Adam. I don't mean to cut you off. Hasan, anyone goes on a podcast to promote whatever they're doing.
Yeah, but they're not. But Benjamin Netanyahu's not promoting a book, dog. He's promoting a genocide. That's the point.
We have O.J. Simpson on. We have Andrew Tate on. It's the same shit.
Okay,
this one
none
might
of
be a
those
little bit
things.
more.
That's supposed to make them look good. Hey, we had Andrew Tate on and OJ.
Yeah, a murder.
Oh, you didn't tell me that part. Thank God. Now I don't have an issue with it. So you just do this.
You do really
legit question. Has Fuentes? Sorry, chat real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Legit question. Has Fuentes ever been bigger? I think that this is the biggest he's ever gotten. I think that he's never been bigger than right now. And I am concerned about him growing. That's one of the reasons why I watch America First, is because I need to know what they're saying.
Sure.
Stay apprised of their talking
Yeah.
points.
Okay. This is just that's why you watch America First.
Think I'm a griper?
I think you said on the last episode, I'm okay with the good kind of anti-Semitism, and that's what you're talking about. Now it makes sense.
Yeah. That was a misspeak.
You misspoke. Wink.
One instance, this is the one instance where it's the worst guess you could have, because these guys are bad people, but what you're talking about is the worst person.
It's the most hated man on the planet. But Hasan, we agree. But also, if we're going to do it, I'm not going to do it.
I'm going to hook your ass up. I said BB to that guy Yossi, who's your Mossad handler, and Aaron said, "Who's that?" He didn't know that. He didn't know that he's named BB. You said who's that, which is good. I mean, like, guys, it's like.
Wait, he didn't know who BIBI was?
Like,
No. Are you really surprised?
Oh my god! Like, dude,
it's wading into like
it's irresponsible.
It's violence and they're bombs and rubble.
You're right. You're right. You are right. We definitely realize that.
Content about it. You don't have to do like we're gonna collab with him. We're gonna collab with BIBI and Bonnie Blue. Guys, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's just a way. It's a sign of the world nowadays. It is.
Adam, you would have him on in a heartbeat. Adam, you would have him on in a heartbeat. If you have the opportunity, you'd have him on in a heartbeat. So I'm trying.
Yeah, I would have only Bonnie Blue was there to defend Palestine.
You would have BIBI on in a heartbeat. Don't even try to fucking take the fact.
You know what? Like, I am very like. Well, like
they're also trying to take it back to their disagreement as like strawmanning their disagreement as just you had them on. Yeah, maybe that's closer to what Hasan's saying. But at the very least, Adam is like, if I were to do that, I would challenge them. I would bring on a different perspective, right? I would bring on somebody who's Palestinian to articulate that side better. But you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do anything that would jeopardize the interview.
Yeah, someone is going to ignore something. The Dearborn voting patterns between 2020 and 2024 would be a good rejoinder from Hutch plus Pumas were a non-factor. Obama won 365 electoral votes. So I acknowledge that the Dearborn voting pattern, which by and large I attribute to like the Dearborn Muslims. I don't think that they're and the people who were substantively in disagreement with the policy on Gaza. Like this didn't. I don't know that this is like a result of like the Hassan Pikers of the world. It's probably more a result of like the substantive facts on the ground. But even then, like with respect to Dearborn, yeah, absolutely, there was a significant decline there. I don't think that is the reason, and I think that you agree with me that it is not the reason that Trump won the election. Even putting aside those votes in Dearborn, Trump wins Michigan. Facts.
Yeah. The other thing is that like when it came down to like who made what pitch, Trump goes there and he says, I'm going to end the war. He doesn't really elaborate how, but he does say he's going to end the war. And then Kamala goes there with Bill Clinton and she has him lecture Muslim voters in Dearborn about Judea and Samaria. Why do you think they were more attracted to Donald Trump's pitch over hers?
Subject. You know, that even maybe is a step, a shade beyond. It's a little bit like it's very painful for me. Aaron, your grandparents were the Holocaust, right? Okay, please. Yes. Our parents' generation, right? We're told that like we have to protect these people, and if we don't protect these people, the Holocaust will happen again. I'm Jewish, by the way, Kyle. I don't know if you could tell. I don't really read as Jewish, but okay. Our parents were told that, right? They were really scared because they knew Holocaust survivors, right? And it really freaked them out, and they were like, "We got to protect Israel and stuff like this." But like, it hasn't protected Jewish people. It is.
I agree with you. That's why Adam, you've been watching.
It's been a failure of a project. Think about the way Jewish people were treated prior to the Holocaust. For 1600 years, we were losers. Everywhere we went, they said, go away. Everywhere we went, they were killed. It sounds a lot like the Palestinians. Because Adam, they are people who are dispossessed, and everywhere they go, they get killed. And if we can't see ourselves in that, it's a shanda.
Adam, I'm going to tell you something really quick. I don't agree with Netanyahu. I disagree with a lot of things he's doing. I think he's acting.
Wow. Do you think you brought up any of those disagreements during the interview? Do you, or like the idea that like
I don't know because I didn't watch it.
The idea, something tells me that the guy who's asking BIBI if he likes McDonald's or Burger King did not voice those disagreements in that moment. That's just me. I need to see it though to confirm. But
do you agree with Adam that Palestinians quote get killed in other countries? Now maybe
Palestinians don't even like go to other places. Really, yeah, I mean there are people within the Palestinian diaspora. I mean like what he's saying like. Wait, say that again.
Maybe he's referencing specifically like in Lebanon or in Jordan or maybe in Syria, but I'm not like
they're so integrated in Jordan.
Yeah, like I'm not aware of like the rampant crimes of murder that exist outside of the Palestinian diaspora in other countries. Like I don't know what that means.
I think he spoke imprecisely if he was saying that like anywhere they go in Gaza or the West Bank right now, they find themselves facing terror, then that would be correct. But if he's saying broadly anywhere they go globally, no, they don't face danger.
He's trying to compare the experience of the Palestinian diaspora to that of like the Jewish diaspora pre the founding of the state of Israel, and I just don't think that they're comparable.
There is some comparison because like what do people always say? oh, these Arab countries, how come they don't take in the Palestinians or whatever? And it's true. Egypt and all of these Muslim majority countries don't accept the Palestinians or whatever. So you could make that case that like you don't see countries that are willing to en masse take the Palestinian refugees. But there's two parts to that, because one, it's like these countries don't want to necessarily, some of them say they don't want to help facilitate an ethnic cleansing. And on another part, it's like, but like as a humanitarian gesture, it's like, should Egypt take them? Should Jordan take them? Should Lebanon take them? Yes, because the alternative is that they'd be killed in Gaza. So I'd prefer that, obviously. But like, why are we trying to even like force a population transfer to begin with?
I'm just referring specifically to Adam's contention that outside, like that the kind of experiences he's referencing, the anti-Semitism and the kind of violence that existed for the Jewish diaspora, I actually think that the oppression of the Palestinians is more localized than the kind of general, like there are anti-Muslim and anti-Islamic people, anti-Arab.
Yeah, it's a more like a general, like Islamophobic, right, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim bias. To say that it's like specific to the Palestinian diaspora ethnicity or whatever, I don't think so.
Right, got it.
It doesn't matter.
But I do see I think I see more parallels than you do or whatever, because everybody always says like, oh, like not everybody, but like part of the Jewish experience, especially like around the time of the Holocaust and for centuries before, is that like, yeah, like nobody would accept them or whatever, and like in this moment or whatever, like in some ways I guess you'd have to like pull Palestinians to see like, do you feel abandoned, or do you feel that there's this like rejection from other countries that like they have to take you or something?
Yeah, but I guess I think you kind of hit it already. It's like there's a quote pro-Palestinian narrative that these countries actually shouldn't do that. Now you don't agree with that, but there is that narrative.
No, I mean, I don't think they should be obligated any more than any other country, because people always point to them specifically, and it's like, why should they? Why is it on them more specifically than us? Like, as a humanitarian gesture, the United States should just decrease. We should take a third of our like discretionary spending and like give it to some other country that's developing and help raise their standard of living, right? But we don't do that. So to turn around and say, how come these other countries don't do this thing? It's like, you could ask the same of America. How come America doesn't take in more Palestinian refugees? Or when the America was talking about the Uyghur genocide or whatever, how many Uyghur Muslims did we take in?
In certain aspects, he's acting the same way as Hamas is. We've talked to him about this.
No, there's no. See, this is what I mean. You're saying he's acting the same.
No, but Hasan, you're disregarding the point. And Adam, you're not listening.
There's no comparison between Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas. That's my point. The point is that Hamas.
You tried to compare them earlier.
No, Benjamin Netanyahu was infinitely worse. That's the point. The Israeli military and its conduct is a million times worse than anything Hamas could have ever done. It is hundreds, if not thousands, of October 7s that Benjamin Netanyahu has done with superior fire.
Adam looks dead. I'm gonna skip to the part where he says like, Hasan's like, don't have them on again, and they give their excuses as to why they're gonna keep having interviews like this.
Worse. Then ultimately, you're playing
where Hasan is saying they don't.
He's like making his final pitch to them of like, you're being used, don't do this. Like, you really should be more critical and scrupulous with which guests you allow into the podcast and the way that you conduct the interviews. And they're basically like, we hear you, we see you, we disagree with him, but we're still going to do it.
Role in allowing people to be recruited to that side. You're playing a role in getting more people to be recruited to neo-Nazis, to neo-Nazi groups. And I think that ultimately that is very dangerous.
That's why we're going to have both sides on.
But having both sides on doesn't actually make up for that, is my point.
I agree with you too.
And then there's also no comparison to Benjamin Netanyahu on the other side anyway.
Hasan, I've told you multiple times. Me and Kyle disagree with a lot of things Netanyahu has done. We do not agree.
But they're looping so fucking hard.
The whole problem is platforming, but that's what we're going to have from each side. A representative that's going to fucking tell us exactly what
the best possible thing you guys could have done before this interview. I mean, the best possible thing would have been to not have this interview at all. But the second best possible thing, if you were like adamant about having this interview, would have been to potentially bring someone that is knowledgeable before you did the interview. So it didn't just simply, so that Benjamin Netanyahu didn't use you guys like a fleshlight is what I'm saying. To just
he's referring to himself.
Wait, what do you mean?
I think he's talking about himself.
Oh, he should have brought him on or whatever. I honestly, maybe he was saying. I thought he was saying like, bring a Palestinian on, or bring like fucking Finkelstein on or some shit like that. Like, ambush him with somebody who's like pro-Palestine.
like not the demon that he is, but instead of a personable person, like here I have something here that was sent to me from an excerpt from the interview that you guys conducted, where you asked him if he prefers, you know, Burger King or McDonald's or whatever. And it's really interesting because like people have yelled at me for doing this with
Look, and they're like fucking. He's like laughing. It's a joke to him.
Dude in Yemen that they claim is a terrorist. Okay, that dude is a 19-year-old in Yemen. He has no power. He holds no power on the planet. He is at any given moment.
I mean, it just came up in the conversation.
At any given moment, he could be assassinated.
I should just like. Do you ever just find yourself interviewing like Putin or something, and you're like, Putin, what's your favorite? Like, what do you smoke? Or like, you know, what's your favorite brand of like fast food?
They're trying to do the Joe Rogan thing. I mean, they're trying to play it like they did with Trump, which, by the way, I find those interviews of like Trump incredibly sinister and bad and wrong. Like when they try to whitewash Trump by like making him more palatable and humanizing him in that respect, I don't agree with that either.
Do you hold that consistently with any head of state that somebody has on, or you wouldn't feel that way with Biden?
No, I'm selective in terms of how I apply it, and it has to do with my priors on that individual. So no, it's not consistent in that respect.
What about if it were like just like George Bush?
Good point. I'll have to think about that. It might be because I feel like Bush is fun and chill, but that said, yeah, I'll have to think about why I think about that differently. Maybe my intuition is just wrong there. Good question. I don't know is the answer.
I think if you're having any head of state on, I don't think it's on you to be agitative to push back on them.
Fascinated by American bombs.
If I had George Bush, I know if I had George Bush on, I would be pushing him to condemn Trump. I would be asking him questions about the Iraq War. So yeah, I think that I would be consistent. And if I had Biden on or someone like that, I would ask a couple tough questions. I actually felt a little bit uncomfortable. I asked a kind of tougher question for Ro Khanna, but if I had like Tom Suozzi on, or if I had one of these people who voted against Al Green in the, you know, the censure vote,
yeah,
Aaron, I would ask him about that. So
Glusenkamp,
I do find
Perez.
Yeah, I feel kind of weird when we're interacting with these Democratic officials of balancing that a little bit. Like on the one hand, I'm not trying to scare them away. I am trying to be collaborative. But also I don't want to just be, you know, a propagandist shill. So I actually struggle with thinking about how I should manage that, and maybe I'll think more about it.
I do think it's funny that you're like, George Bush is so nice and cuddly. To me, it's like, really, the war criminal? Not what I think when I think George Bush.
Wait, when you think of George Bush from a personality perspective, doesn't he strike you as someone you could grab a beer with?
I've never bought into the like he's so folksy and like lighthearted. I don't see that. I see it with Biden, like the whole like you could get ice cream with Biden. I've never seen it with George Bush personally. So he seemed very, very like affected, and all the Bushisms and stuff like that. I'm like, I know he went to like a nice school. This seems entirely. I don't think it's entirely contrived. It just always felt like it's played up. So I've never related to that sentiment. Now
I'm just maybe it's because I'm so much older than you, and because you grew up in a certain era. I'm just fucking.
So what Hutch would say.
For whatever reason, and maybe it's irrational, I don't know what it is, I kind of identify, maybe there's a nostalgism of me in that era of my life, and maybe it's wrong to have this kind of, it's a little bit of a whitewashy type attitude given what Trump is and what he represents. And so I'll have to think about it a little bit more, but I'm just telling you what my immediate reaction is. I would grab a beer with Bush. That is my immediate reaction.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that I'd turn it down, but it's like, I don't... It's like I wouldn't broadcast it or whatever. And if I had the chance to give him an interview, it wouldn't be an uncritical one. And I wouldn't push him to condemn Trump because he wants to condemn Trump. It would be things to answer for that he never had to in his first term, or like during his 2 terms as a president.
I would also get a beer with Bob Hawke. And Julie Gillard. I would get a beer with these people, but they've had some problematic policies. Like, sorry.
Did you get a beer with Putin?
No, it'd be like poison with polonium.
Would you get a beer with that? Who's the Argentinian guy who's like insane? The libertarian
LA?
dude? Yeah.
Yeah, I probably would get a beer with them.
Okay, as long as you can, like, if you find a way to personally divorce their, like, abhorrent policies and rule, and, like, it really is, like, a personality thing and be consistent with that, then at least there's that.
I think there's something there. It's something about personality, maybe also my own physical safety with respect to, like, the Putin example. Why did you pick two labor? I was just trying to virtue signal that I knew who Bob Hawk was.
How about Fuentes?
By the way, Fuentes?
Yeah. You get chicken and
I
waffles?
get a beer with Nick Fuentes. Not live on stream like that.
There you go.
But yeah.
Saudi bombs or any other, like he is one of the least powerful people on the planet.
If it were chicken and waffles where there was a debate, I probably would do that. Right? Wouldn't you? If it was meant to be an acrimonious debate.
I don't think I would ever debate with Nick Fuentes without a moderator.
I'll think about that.
Moderator and topic agreed upon beforehand. And we're not going to stray from that topic. So I can prepare.
This Benjamin Netanyahu is one of the most powerful people on the planet. So in this opportunity, instead of humanizing him, you guys could have had someone that is knowledgeable enough not to ask that question. And instead, when you say, like, are you starving children? And he says no, the person could turn around and say,
for sure. Yeah. No, I mean, Hasan, you make a great point, and I understand your comparisons to Hitler. I see your perspective. And yeah, I think just with the Fulsome Pod, like I told you, we're just not here to choose the guests. We're going to have anyone on, even if it is a wanted war criminal, and we're just going to let the viewers decide. And I think they spoke very clearly. And I don't think just because we platform people, that people fall for the person's message. Yeah. Like, I don't, that's just the bottom line. Like, go look at the comments. It's not.
Yeah.
If you're pushing back, I don't have as much of an issue with those kinds of interactions. If you're pushing back. If you're providing pushback.
Somebody put, these guys would 100% give Hitler a softball interview for the views. Do you agree or disagree?
So, you say you want to revive the Aryan race. What do you mean? Like, I just think that if you're willing to make this statement, blanket statement, we'll interview anybody. If there really are no standards, then I think they've committed themselves to it, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're saying this is about entertainment, views, money, clicks. So they're fine with it. They don't care. Their audience could be like, regardless of whether or not, I don't even know why they're bringing up the comments. It's a red herring to me. Because if their audience, whether they love it, they hate it, they're going to keep doing it because it generated attention and clicks and views for them. So
here's the question, because I think it's interesting because Medhi Hasan also dealt with this in the recent Jubilee thing.
Oh, I have a link to that as well.
Yeah. Oh no, don't play it because we'll get
no. An interview that he did talking about it where I think he did that. So you want to save it or you have something to say?
Oh no, I'll just say this, which is, wouldn't you have a debate with Adolf Hitler? Would you or would you not?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I'll think about that.
I don't think that any individual, I think like journalists have the ability to hold them to account by like asking questions. At that point to be able to meaningfully challenge a head of state and have it land or whatever. I don't know that it's something that just like an individual person can do. You would also need to prepare.
You would need to have the training for it. You would need to expect someone to have the training and be able to prepare meaningfully for it. But like you wouldn't, in principle, if someone were prepared and had the training for it, you wouldn't have a problem with them doing it from a position of contesting them and asking them questions and getting concessions and pushing, right?
Yeah, no, but I just don't see them ever, like BB's handlers or like Hitler's handlers in this hypothetical, they would never agree to somebody who they weren't for, like pretty much guaranteed it's a safe bet that they're not going to do anything. It's going to be completely uncritical. So it's hard to even imagine a hypothetical where you get the chance to do that.
If you grant the hypo, but if you grant the hypo.
But if I know what I'm saying, it is hard for me to do it. I'm trying to be evasive or whatever, but I guess I don't think so. No.
Okay.
I think that can really only land if it's like another head of state or if it's a journalist or somebody who has some sort of reputation already. Because you didn't say in this hypothetical that I have some reputation.
Someone put a little quote. Is there KFC in Tehran, bro? Like, I just find it really funny, the notion that these people would interview like Nasrallah or interview like the Ayatollah or some other figure like that. Maybe there's a bit of a cultural divide too that, Bibi Netanyahu, he was educated in America. He, speaks English very well. And part of his strategy explicitly, you guys should watch Joanna's videos on Netanyahu. I think they're super interesting. But she talks about this, how the strategy from Netanyahu's perspective literally was to make more overtures to America and to be more palatable to Americans. And so that does offer an advantage, and something that I think perhaps Palestinian supporters should learn from, is to be better in American media spheres.
The other thing is, like, that reminds me that I've seen interviews with Bibi Netanyahu when he's young, and he doesn't answer questions. He filibusters and answers entirely different questions and starts monologuing. So there's no point in even attempting to do that, to me. And like with Hitler, the same or whatever. It's like, if the hypothetical were that he was forced to answer questions, there was a moderator, he was like forced to answer questions or something.
You just push him and be like, Prime Minister, I'm asking you a specific question. Yes or no? Did you deny food for the purpose of getting all these?
So you'd hit Hitler with the yes or no?
Yes, absolutely would. 100%. Next week on, this is from Joanna. Next week on Full Send, Idi Amin.
Do that is my
It's
point. Like,
fucking banana world. This entire thing is banana worlds, and we have no. It's very frightening. Like, our journalistic standards, and Kyle Kalinske says it very well, I think, is alternative media is subject to a lot of the very same pitfalls that traditional media has, but worse in some respects. So, like, obviously there are problems with traditional media that we all acknowledge, but the alternative media stuff, it's almost worse in many capacities. Like, they don't have any training. I also saw, by the way, like Benny Johnson, for example, just published clearly AI generated resignation letter from Jerome Powell. Like, these people have no training. They have no sense of any journalistic standards whatsoever. And so, yeah, I'm very fearful of this alternative media sphere. I think it's a little bit of a hellscape.
You said who makes this criticism?
Kalinske.
And Crystal as well. There's actually a really good video from Nathan Robinson on the current affairs thing where he was calling out Midas Touch for doing this. That's why I was saying, would you be consistent and do it with Biden? Because he was criticizing Midas Touch for giving an overly fawning interview with Biden that was not critical enough, in my opinion.
I would push Biden. I absolutely would, and I think everyone knows that I would. If I were to interview him.
Yeah, he calls out Midas Touch. I think he calls out David Pakman. I think he calls out Brian Tyler Cohen and a couple of other people in that network, like around there.
Yeah, but the question is, like, what is the role? If this is an alternative media sphere as envisioned, what is the role here actually? Right? Like, is the role just to support the leader no matter what? Or is the role to be journalism? Is it to, like, what actually is, like, what is Josiah's role? Josiah says the news from his perspective. He gives his kind of perspective on it, but he wears his bias on his sleeve. If Josiah had an interview with a Democratic candidate, should he be a quote team player, or should he put on a journalistic hat? I actually don't know the answer to that. You think so?
Yeah, of course.
So even though he's a polemicist with one side of it, you think that, in which case, doesn't Josiah need to get like media training and like think a bit more critically about what it is to be a journalist if he's going to take on that role?
I think that would be like the maximally responsible thing to do, but I think you should attempt to hold yourself to kind of the same standards that you would be bound to in traditional media if that's where the interview was taking place. And I don't think that your partisanship should interfere with you demanding accountability, transparency, honesty, asking the questions that you want from this candidate, right? Because if they really are the candidate that you want and you really are a Democrat, I think part of that, or like a liberal, a leftist, right? I think part of that means that you see yourself as distinct from the right, that you do have standards and that you actually do have expectations and standards for the people that you want them to support and to elect. And so you should be happy, more than happy, to get into the uncomfortable questions and to press them on things and to not allow them to weasel out of answering things. And you should not self-censor. You should not avoid asking tough questions because you want to attract more guests. And that was a criticism that Nathan J. Robinson makes. Yeah. He's like, the reason why Pete Buttigieg and these Dem officials are willing to go on these channels is because they know it's probably going to be a softball interview. And that in and of itself becomes problematic because they should not, the point of the media and the press is to hold power to accountable, right? And to demand these things. So that's an evil in and of itself. I mean, if your goal is to just be an activist or whatever, then do that. But I guess don't really front yourself as like a media org, right?
don't know. Like I kind
Or
of
don't front it as like a journalistic enterprise.
I kind of see my role and what I do is I provide commentary. I provide commentary for people to push the kind of line that I think matters to me and to stay true to like my personal principles. But I also do want to help the Democrats succeed, and I do want the left to succeed. And so I think I need to do a little soul searching about what my role is, and if I were given that sort of situation, is my goal, because I criticize people on the right for doing this all the time, like Benny Johnson and others, just to be propagandist shills. And so I think you're probably right that if I'm being true to myself, I need to maintain my principles. And yeah, if I get into these situations with people who are genuinely newsworthy, for sure, I can put my heart on my sleeve and tell them where my biases are, but I can't merely be a conduit for power. Otherwise, I'm doing no more, no less than what the Benny Johnsons and Charlie Kirks are doing. And I've criticized them so harshly for that. So I think you're right about that. I just have to work out in my head.
I thought the whole criticism with corporate media is not that they push back on politicians, but that there's an acceptable parameter for what the pushback actually is. And when it comes to like criticizing President Obama, right, it ends up being, how are you going to pay for that right-wing framing type disagreement? And I thought people like Cenk Uygur, Kyle Kulinski, well, he's made this criticism or whatever. Sure. But like alternative media was supposed to be, no, like media is unable to actually ask the questions that voters should be thinking about when electing a leader or a representative. And so as independent media, we're actually in a better position to do that because we're not captured by corporate interests. So we don't have to adhere, like there are no questions that are off limits. But then there's other incentives that end up creating a different kinds of incentive and different ways of pretty much tainting the interview that I think misinforms viewers. So I thought it's like the whole point of being free from corporate power is that you're able to do these things in the way that they ought to be done and are no longer.
You're probably right. I didn't think about it, but I think ultimately I probably agree more with you.
Like ask them questions and ask them better questions than just the stupid, like, again, how are you going to pay for that? Like, do you think Israel has a right to exist? Like, I already know if you had an interview with Zoran Mamdani, you would not waste a second with a question like that. You'd probably actually try to get him to explain like his policies, right? Like, or
100% I would. Yeah,
like something more intelligent than that. But even Crystal Ball said, she was like, give me a shitty, like, kind of like not shitty, but give me a traditional media establishment interview between Trump and Anderson Cooper, or even as like Chris Wallace, right? Chris Wallace and Trump, over any of these, like Trump goes on Aiden Ross, because she's like, they're embarrassing and they're just it's just propaganda. Like nobody is more enlightened or like anything like that. They're just, it's embarrassing because the creators themselves don't ask interesting questions. They're softballing them because they want them to come back. They want to be friendly to them. And no new insight is gained about the candidate.
Yeah, I think that you can't just have mere kid gloves on.
Because like what's happening is like BIBI is going on, like BIBI won't have an interview on fucking CNN anymore, right? He'll do it on Fox News because Brett Baer will ask him. Yeah. We'll just like give him a comfortable interview,
Jesse,
but he'll go.
Right?
Like Jesse Waters or whatever. Yeah. But like but he'll go on Dave Rubin and he'll go on the Nelk Boys. And it's like, we need to not be creating incentives.
Dave Rubin? Oh, sorry,
yeah, he went on Tim Pool. He went on Tim Pool. Or like they talk. I don't know if he went on Tim Pool, but he's like, talked to Tim Pool. And that's why I'm actually like now my position's evolving over the course of this conversation. No, these alternative media should be shutting them out. You know, they should be shutting them out because they're obviously being used. They're useful idiots. They're helping like humanize him and advance his agenda.
You say should. It's like you're saying what would be ideal, but you're recognizing that this lane exists and people are gonna take those interviews.
I know, like, but don't help them. Don't help them.
Yeah. Okay,
because it's like he should, if he's going to talk to somebody, he should have no avenue that provides him with an easy pathway to just an uncritical interview. It should be either it's Fox News, where even like, again, that's still propaganda, right? Or nothing.
Yeah. A question for you from I did you? I think it's for you. Do you really think that Pete went to flagrant because it was softball? That was one of the best examples of coalition building on the internet.
I didn't say flagrant. I said on Brian Tyler Cohen, who has had other Democratic operatives and politicians on. And he literally says that. He's like, I went from nobody, I couldn't get anybody on my show to all of a sudden all these Democrats want to get on my show. It's like, doesn't that give you a pause?
BTC?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like maybe your interview should be more challenging because they probably shouldn't be just like begging to get on your show. It should be, you should build a name for yourself that it becomes like a prerequisite in the same way that Joe Rogan became a prerequisite.
You're going to have to stomach a couple tough questions perhaps, or a couple poking.
Yeah.
You want to be on, yeah.
No politician should ever feel safe as far as accountability when facing the public. And those people are part of the public. They have public audiences. I think that's very, very unhealthy.
I think that's right. And I think also we're talking about degrees here. I think that you can, if you wear your heart on your sleeve, you can express that you fundamentally agree with this politician at the same time having some sense of self and not just being a hand job for whoever is coming in. So,
yeah.
So I think that there's I don't think what you're saying is you have to grill everyone who comes on. I don't think that that's what you're suggesting. I think that there's just like a level of professionalism / not being an unwitting or useless just extension or propagandist shill that I think that there's a healthy degree of medium here where people could operate and that you're not merely suggesting that everyone needs to be fucking grilling every single politicians all the time.
Yeah. Like, are you there to do PR for them or are you there to actually inform your viewers? Because doing PR for them is not informing your viewers. And like, I wouldn't pretend, I don't think that they're being responsible if they're trying to pretend like it is. And that's not me saying like, again, they can't compliment or provide them with the opportunity to say, an under-discussed policy of yours was the American Rescue Plan or like this provision or whatever, and give them the space to talk about it. But if it's exclusively that, and then you don't use any of that kind of like credit or goodwill that you've brought up or like that you've brought up to actually hold them accountable or challenge them on different things, then you're just a hack. And you're no better than these people. You just do it for your side. You're not mad that they're not adhering to journalistic ethics. You're just mad that they're not doing it for your guy.
Bro, Lycan, I've identified Lycan as a spy. He says in my chat, every super chat is the Mike Wazowski of Aaron.
He wasn't the only person that sent it to me. It was somebody else in my chat also sent me him grilling.
Yeah. So also, but yeah, no.
You already said you wouldn't. You already said you would not, if given the opportunity, you would not interview Adolf Hitler. So there is a limit to it.
That's a lie.
There's an upper limit.
Well, we didn't say that. We didn't say that. We said a type.
But also, what's on? It's crazy. And
I think it's evident that just because we platform someone, just because Nelk sits next to them, doesn't mean we agree with everything they say or do. One, because we definitely don't. And number two, just because we platform someone, it doesn't. Our viewers go read the comments.
Yeah, but
also proof that just because we have someone on, it doesn't necessarily mean a W for the guest.
No, I understand that. There are plenty of people that I disagree with that I communicate with. But there's a difference between, there's an upper limit to it, is my point. And that upper limit is like far past when it comes to someone like Benjamin Netanyahu. My limit is far before Benjamin Netanyahu. It's someone like Nicholas Fuentes or someone like Andrew Tate. But even if I were to engage with people like that, it depends on...
He has engaged with Andrew Tate.
It depends on the platform that they have and how much prominence and how much influence they hold over a large enough audience, because I feel like it's unproductive, it's counterproductive if they hold no staying power whatsoever. So I'm not saying that it's bad to interview Benjamin Netanyahu, but if you were going to do that, it's such a important task that you have to take it seriously, and you have to have someone who is knowledgeable to be able to push back, because he's a liar.
Son, you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Oh my God.
As you know, that they're going to be very specific with who they allow to interview them. We've already covered that, right? Is his PR team going to allow him to go on a Hasan Abi live stream? Probably not.
No, of course not.
Yeah, that should tell you something.
That should tell you something. That's his whole point.
Let's have Trump on 3 times.
No, I think. Listen, I think we're gonna wrap this up soon.
You gave him a hand
last
job.
thing I want to ask. We're in Europe. Hasan, last thing. We text off stream. Obviously, we are boys. We talked about lifting together, hooping together.
My
so
boy.
there are things that
it says this
Can
was.
you pause real quick?
Mm-hmm.
I do want to let you speak, but there's a comment that says you would need to act the same way as you do to Hutch. I'm on your side, but I'm going to argue with your shit takes. Yeah, no, I think that's in line with what Aaron would be saying, that you challenge them on some shit takes or some shit positions or some shit.
Not so. I think the entire time you should be.
Yeah.
It should never feel entirely just like safe and comfortable for them.
Sorry, you were saying something.
we can't agree on, but when it comes to this stuff, it creates animosity. So I just want to point that out.
Okay, but all right, but you have to. There's a reason why there's 6,000 comments here. I'm looking at the comments right now, and everyone's cooking you guys.
We read them. We read them.
We know it. Hasan, we're aware.
But I mean, that should be evident that the Full-Send podcast has people on, and the viewers decide.
All right. Well.
Yeah.
All right. Good
But
luck,
Hasan,
guys. You should have Gabor Mate or
Who?
Hasan. I don't like it.
Somebody said they should have asked him about One Piece. about Luffy, whatever.
I don't know that show. I don't know that anime. I don't know that manga.
This is what is it? It's from Brian Grimm saying this. Maybe.
Brian Grimm says.
This was from that or whatever. When it was like you just interviewed Hitler, and they're like, "That's a good point."
Good point. Someone said having Netanyahu on is like having modern day Hitler.
No, I saw that.
That's a good point.
Honestly, guys, I'll be honest. I'm here to. That's a good point. I like. We're here to fucking learn. To be honest, guys.
Yeah, learn. We're learning with you guys.
Modern day Hitler. We had modern day Hitler. That's a good point.
Good point.
Damn.
It's a good point from a good input from the viewer. I love that. And the Medhi Hasan thing on Jubilee. So did you see this Jubilee?
Yeah, I watched it and I got flagged for revenue. But yes.
They don't strike you though, right?
Very interested in this. Who?
No,
they didn't strike. They just took revenue.
Okay.
They delisted one of them.
Delisted.
My shorts. Yeah, we made a short that I was actually doing very, very well, and then they just they made it unavailable.
Oh, weird. Okay. You got to do some like I don't know, like mirror it or something. I bet there's ways around that.
I don't really care enough to, It's
okay. Then fuck you. Don't get your bag. Whatever. Who cares?
Stuff. Look, I'm on the left, Tim.
Okay, so Medhi Hasan just went on Jubilee, and he ended up.
He talked to them.
Yeah, to people that weren't familiar with Medhi Hasan's game, you are now, because he absolutely embarrassed these fucking clowns that he was debating. But I didn't get the impression that he would really understood who he was going to be debating until he actually sat down with these people, because it seems like it was pitched to him like it was going to be a room full of Republicans. And these people do vote for Republicans, but they were all further right than the Republican Party in some significant ways. And it was more of like a room full of like fascists, groypers, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, like alt-right types or whatever. And he didn't seem to, I don't think he was entirely clued in on that, because I don't think they were completely transparent with him.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he was.
Yeah. And I mean, he talks about like how he felt about that, kind of being blindsided by this.
The left has a very strong no platforming of fascist principle. I operated on it in the UK. I've operated in the US. There are many interesting people I've not had on Zeteo who I could easily have and get lots of clicks from, simply because I just don't want to platform a far-right fascist. So for me, it was a very eye-opening moment where I kind of said, I don't want to debate you, Connor, because you're a fascist. You've just told me you're a fascist. We've got to wrap this up now. But what was interesting is, obviously, on the left, there's been a lot of criticism. If you go on Blue Sky, for example, a lot of liberals upset with me for participating. And I get it. Look, I'm torn on this. There is a school of thought that says
there are people upset at you for participating.
Yeah, I think I think there are two views, right, Tim? There is one school of thought on the liberal left which says you cannot platform these people, because no matter how much you beat them up, no matter how much you mock them or humiliate them or make fools of them, they make content out of this. They move the Overton window. They launder their far right views in front of a mainstream audience, right?
Well, those 3 points, I think that's more substantive than just you legitimize them, because in some cases we're not just talking about like the legitimacy has already been granted, but you help them grow.
So
that's why Richard Spencer didn't mind going on like CNN in 2016 or whatever, because it didn't matter how much, he looks so bad or whatever, he was still getting his name out there and he was still growing his platform. So
how do you distinguish that with the whole like, Kamala should have been on Joe Rogan, they should have gone on Joe Rogan and all these other places? We just say that's a different category because Joe Rogan, for all his faults, isn't in this upper echelon?
Well, what's the specific question again? Like,
so it's like,
or like, how does that relate to this, I guess?
Yeah. Brian Tyler Cohen often says, the sage Brian Tyler Cohen often says, they're already legitimized. They're already in the mainstream, so you might as well use it. You might as well go onto these platforms. You might as well go there, contest them, and fight them. Actually be there, be present. And there seemed to be like, Kamala should have been on Joe Rogan. Kamala should have been in the podcast circuit, even if it's contested.
Oh, if that's if that's if there were people saying she shouldn't go on because she'd be platforming, it's like, please, everyone knows who fucking Joe Rogan is or whatever. But the bigger issue is not like should she or should she not go on Joe Rogan. It's that there's no sort of media apparatus. Like that type of alternative media apparatus is problematic to begin with because it's like it's exclusively he'd be hostile to her, which I'd have no issue with, but he wasn't hostile to Trump whatsoever, and that drives me fucking crazy, you know.
Got it. So but like you wouldn't say something like don't go on Joe Rogan, you say go on Joe Rogan.
No, she should have done it. I thought like Walls at least should have fucking done it. They shouldn't be scared of the media. She was trying to get on Kai Cenat. She was trying to get on Kai Cenat's thing, but he didn't want to do it.
Oh, fuck Kai Cenat then. But you would say, for example, don't go on America First, Kamala.
Don't go on America First. No. Why would you?
What
I didn't even like that Joe Biden said to Donald Trump, "Do you condemn the Proud Boys?" I didn't even like that he mentioned the Proud Boys.
But he mentioned them.
Yeah, I didn't like that he did that in the debate. He shouldn't have done that because that's what they want.
There are certain figures where you would be like, do not even touch them.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'm not trying to contest it. I'm trying to gauge where you're at and think more about where I'm at. Because my inclination is always to go to places like I go to Tim Pool, for example. Do you criticize me for doing that?
No.
Why not?
Because you actually criticized Tim Pool and you're equipped to debate him.
And he's not in that upper echelon of like don't give him the time of day.
No, because he's platforming you. You're not platforming him.
Okay, yeah. But like,
I'm not as being as aggressive as you think I'm being.
I'm just wondering about like, so if I had an opportunity to go debate Nick Fuentes on America First, do you think I should do it?
No, I think you should be on a neutral platform with a moderator and have the topic beforehand.
But you would be okay with me doing a debate with Nick Fuentes?
Yes, there are circumstances where I think it's easy. You can defend doing a debate. I just don't think it should be like if the only way that Nick Fuentes would debate you is like, come on my show, no moderator. I'm not going to tell you in advance what we're going to talk about. That sounds like you're about to get led around and you're just a pig going off to the slaughter. Because if he's inviting you know,
I'd be let off to the slaughter. But yeah.
Okay.
I believe that is a legitimate argument, something I sympathize with myself.
I'm telling you, that's like thinking that like, oh, I could debate a flat earther easy. It's not about like your personal intellect or whatever. It's about these people know lies, have lies memorized that you would not fucking believe, you know? Like I would not.
I've done the flat earth stuff. You're
a globehead, a globetard? I'm
a globetard. When I went to the Southern Hemisphere, I looked up at the stars. I can prove that kind of shit, and at a certain point there's I mean I think I have a basis for thinking that the world is round if challenged.
How about creationists?
What are you talking about?
Would you debate a creationist?
Yeah.
Would you debate an anti-vaxxer? I would not debate an anti-vaxxer without a bunch of prep.
I would definitely prep a lot for an anti-vaxxer for sure.
Okay, well I'm saying if they were like, see, like you know Fuentes is
America First.
I know. Yeah. You've said multiple times. But there are certain like types of debates or whatever where like it's not about how smart you are or whatever. These people just know a bunch of lies for their things. So like you can't go in completely blind. So
no, I totally agree with that, which is why I think I'm a good foil to Tim Pool. It's because I often know those talking points specifically about like Burisma and about his prior positions on the insurrection, and when he brought up the May 6th or sorry the May 30th whatever attack, quote unquote attack on the White House. I had that prepared. So like I usually do my prep before I engage in those discussions. But
did you ever see Steven debate Nick Fuentes on Fresh and Fit?
He got crushed. Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, that's why I say when I say like pig off to the slaughter, it's because it could wander into something on like domestically. If you guys went to talk about domestic politics, you'd embarrass Fuentes even on his show, I think very, very easily. But you have no way of knowing if where the conversation is going to wander to, and then you'd be completely at their mercy to move it off of like a foreign policy or history discussion where you're about like, everybody's about to get like an alternative history lesson, you know?
From Ben Riley, the issue is what role you choose to play and how honest you are. If you're acting as a social media influencer for content and money, say that. I think this is with reference to our previous discussion. If you're acting as a journalist, then be a journalist. I think clarity is important.
On the other hand, the counter argument is these people are out there, they exist. Jubilee is a massive platform. Whether I take part in it or not is getting tens of millions of views. Maybe it's time to show up and mock these people and point out what freaks they are. So I get both sides of the argument. I do believe they are two legitimate views on that debate, and I'm torn on it because you said, look at their accounts right now. The guy with the baseball cap who told me to get out, who pretended he was an economist, like he's loving this moment. You go look at his social feed. His friends are like, you owned Medhi, you won that thing, and the algorithm allows you, as you and I both know, to live in your own little bubble and be reinforced in your own wrongness.
Yeah, and it is wild. Like, I mean, some of these people, like the guy you're referencing, you had this fight over immigration, and his, like, the key argument he had was that wages dropped like 0.5% for Americans if you look at the certain studies. And like there are posts I've seen of like him being like, I owned Medhi over this with 11,000 likes. So I guess I do understand that. I guess my question is, I don't know that the answer is letting it foment. And I guess I do think this is a legitimate question. That's what JVL and I were talking about yesterday. I'm wondering what your thought is. I mean, like, what is a realistic effort for de-radicalizing? Like, it probably isn't you, to be honest, right? Like a brown immigrant, like debating them in Oxford style.
Brown Muslim immigrant journalist. I tick all the boxes.
I mean, I don't know that you're,
gentlemen.
I don't know that you're gonna like de-radicalize somebody, but anybody who may have been flirting or tempted by the ideology of his opponent might have been put off because they saw how quickly the best of the best crumbled in front of him, right? And it's like, well, I don't want to be like that guy.
Right. I think there's kind of two taxes. Like, one is, well, is it the fact that he's an Oxford gentleman or whatever, does that put them off? Or is the fact that he's actually crushing them and owning them, does that put them off the other people? I don't know the answer to that. I think that there needs to be an empirical. If I had to tell you my intuition, I think convincing people does matter, Aaron. That is my intuition. But it's something I struggle with.
You're like, sunlight is the best disinfectant for bad ideas.
I think that like that some people, the argument matters, and that being convinced is a thing, and that you can convince people. I'm more and more convinced of that. I'm also more and more of the intuition and convinced that bullying people works. So for example, like I was talking to Talibots, and there was this whole like, should we be nice to Talibots or should we be like bullying, especially if we're in the role of content creator? And as much as, it was a fine conversation with Talibots, she seems like a cool person. I almost think that bullying her in front of an audience on net might win you a more enthusiastic Democrat voter or convert someone in the middle than just doing this kind of like
complete and total capitulation.
Yeah,
again, kumbaya.
I'm just asking. It's a purely descriptive question, not about me wanting it to be one or the other. What will convince more folks? The bullying, the kind of rhetoric, the kind of that.
I think any posturing is bad. I think the most important thing is being genuine and being honest, and I think that's completely compatible with being civil. But if you feel like this is how, if this were my friend, if this were my sister, if this were a chatter, whoever you'd feel the most comfortable just being blunt and honest with or whatever, like that's how you should be speaking to this person.
Sure.
So like, I don't know that, like, I don't want to say it's equally as toxic, but I don't know that it's the right mindset either that I'm going to go in and be incredibly belligerent and bully them or whatever. To me, it's like, if you feel the urge to just be strident with them in a certain point in the conversation, just because naturally the opportunity presents itself, you're in stark disagreement and you don't feel that they've made good arguments, then go at it to me at that point. I don't think you should be like, oh, I'm going to hold back and pull punches or whatever. And no one ever actually does, because what ends up happening is like it just gets delayed and then you don't do it to their face. Like we talked a little bit about the Hutch and Josiah debated Crystal Ball and Kyle a couple of months ago. And I watched it through Hutch's POV on his channel. And there were multiple points where he's like reviewing it. And he was like, oh, I was holding my tongue back here. I was like fighting. I was being very, very nice here. And I was thinking like, why not just say what you think? Why didn't you just be like, Kyle, this is fucking stupid. I think you're fucking wrong. I don't get this or whatever. I think, in a lot of ways, like there's people that are just like, they're constantly trying to like maximize how they come off to the audience, and past a certain point I think that's self-defeating, because if people can see that you're holding back on your criticisms and holding your tongue and you're not really getting at the heart of the disagreement, then it comes through and it permeates. And I think viewers pick up on that, even if it's in subconscious ways, where it's like, did we really get, everybody here was nice and friendly and that was nice and it didn't devolve into shouting, but maybe not everything that needs to be said is going to be nice, and maybe not everything that needs to be said in that conversation is going to be maximally civil. So I think a little bit of uncivility and chaos and like a spirited debate, to put it lightly, can actually enable more communication. But I know that there's also like, you're always trying to preempt where the other person is, but I'm like, Hutch, I'm thinking like, that Kyle's not gonna like be offended because you fucking snap on him a little bit, right? Like, if anything, that's gonna be, I think, a better conversation for them and for viewers. It's more elucidating that way, as opposed to everybody holding back and being super nice.
You're nice, yeah.
Probably not going to be the person that.
So, like, if something tells me you spoke to Tali in a way that you really wouldn't otherwise, unless you were specifically asked to, and I don't think you should do that.
I think that I was nicer to Tali than I would for like and more patient with Tali. But I think that I pushed her in our individual conversation. I was like, "And do you agree with this policy? And do you agree with that policy?" So I was being myself. Just maybe a nicer, more polite version of myself. But maybe you're saying that's wrong.
Well, I thought it was satisfying the follow-up conversation where you're like, okay, can I be honest, Tali? And she's like, yeah, go for it. And you're like, who the fuck cares about all this stupid bullshit? Explain to me. That to me is like so much more satisfying than talking around the disagreement the entire time because both are afraid of offending the other.
But do you think that when I did that was satisfying to you because you agree with me, or that's that?
No, it's satisfying because you're actually addressing the elephant in the room and the main fucking contention. There's like a pressure valve that's finally been fucking released, and we can all stop playing nice with each other and just acknowledge it. Acknowledge that there's discomfort, acknowledge the tension, and do something about it.
Riley says, to change someone's mind, you need to focus on the calculus they use to have their point of view. Fight vibes with vibes, conspiracy with conspiracy, and logic with logic. They show you what works. Believe them. Like, how do I, if I'm not a vibes fighter, though, how do I fight with vibes? I don't know. I'm not so much of a vibes fighter. Like, I don't know that I'm good at using vibes to my end. I don't have good vibes. I have horrible vibes.
Terrible. That's why I have a podcast with them, unfortunately.
Them over, but I don't know. And like, as far probably the guy that like is citing Carl Schmitt is not going to be de-radicalized, right? But the people consuming this, right? Like, this is the thing that I
But on that point, really quick, actually, thinking about it like that, the person who called in, very nice, talking about like, here's why you should be more friendly to Hutch. And to me, like, his prescriptions, they're just not the types of conversations that I find interesting, stimulating, or really fruitful, because they arrest conversation in my mind. Because again, it should not be, the end goal of a conversation should be thoroughly fleshing out disagreements and trying to understand people's perspectives. And the thing that enables that might not always be the thing that is the most nice. Just saying.
Those ends are opposed to each other. That in order to get the satisfying, or I don't know, cathartic, or even, helpful conversation / disagreement, it requires pushing a little bit. So do you think let's apply that? They brought me on Breaking Point specifically to help explain some stuff. That was the context of why they brought me on, was like, he's going to here to explain the stuff from a legal perspective. And so I did that. Do you think that I insufficiently pushed Emily? Or do you think I should have taken the opportunity to be more pushy? But they brought me on for a more discreet purpose. So like, what are your thoughts on that?
No, I don't think that by like not going into like pushing back on Emily on that, like, is that the right moment? Because like you're saying, that's not why you were brought on. It came up quickly. You give a follow-up question, you get an unsatisfying answer, and then from there, that's it. You move on, because it wasn't really what you were there to discuss. So I don't think that you always have to be not being maximally inflammatory or even just being selective about like picking and choosing your battles. I wouldn't even count that as like self-censorship, because I could see it's like, it's also not productive to pursue every single line of disagreement or whatever. It's like, again, in service of like, what is the heart of the disagreement? And sometimes you're actually going to lead yourself down rabbit holes to go off on sidetracks and tangents that ultimately lead nowhere. And you have to recenter the conversation back to the original contention.
Yeah. And kind of time and place. I think you're making room for time and place. No, I think that you're being very reasonable.
Somebody, and I definitely agree with this, somebody said, I also think we need to focus on the politically jaded more than the too far gone radicals. I do think that that's a bigger point.
I think that's probably true. Yeah.
Worry about. I do think it's very.
Can you go back like 10 seconds? I think Tim just made that point.
And like as far like probably the guy that like is citing Carl Schmitt is not going to be de-radicalized, right? But the people consuming this, right? Like this is the thing that I worry about, and I do think it's very different. Like I just look back to being a young Republican, age 17, who would sometimes do contrarian stuff that was outlandish or whatever to get attention. I'm guilty. I did it, but like. It would have been hard for even to find ideas like this, right? Like you're literally like, I'm going to go through the library and start looking for Nazi, philosophers. Like it would have been hard to find people who are like, yeah, America should actually be a Catholic autocracy, right? Like that just wasn't in the dialogue, right? And so that stuff is a way of seeping in. And I mean, I feel like engaging with it and trying to demonstrate its absurdity is as good of an idea as any, but I don't know. Maybe that is wrong. I'm genuinely perplexed by the challenge.
No, I agree with you. It's really difficult. I've tried.
And this is like, and I think that they have both provided like the pros and cons of this very, very well, especially with Medhi Hasan talking about two sides of the like platforming argument.
To have this, look, take election denial, Tim, right? I was one of these people who said I will not have election denials on my show at MSNBC since I joined Zateo. Like that was a principle.
I did the opposite.
Then 2024 came along.
I debated these people. I debated the people who said the election was stolen, and I went through each of these rabbit holes to address the claims. So yeah, he said he wouldn't.
Well, he talks about how, like, when it became mainstream, okay, then you holding the line on not legitimizing this perspective, it's out there, you know? So that now it has to be confronted and challenged. There's no use in trying to not do that. That's why, like, you know, seeing certain op-eds make it into the New York Times and certain perspectives, I'm, like, disgusted. But I'm also simultaneously, like, you know, this is where some people are ideologically in this country. And is the point of, like, a newspaper to truly represent all sides or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I think there was one, I don't know if it was like in 2020, a few years ago, where Josh Hawley just like published something about like gross about like deportation or something related to COVID or something like that.
This was the big debate was about senator from Arkansas, name of someone give me his name. Who's the senator from Arkansas? Someone help me out. Young guy. What's his name?
Senator
we know it.
From Arkansas. Tom Cotton, maybe.
Tom Cotton published an op-ed saying send in the troops.
There you go. Okay. Like, I really didn't know where I fell on that because, again, I was like, I mean, is he not saying what, like, Donald Trump is not just popular in his party, he's extremely popular. So clearly a non-insignificant voting population in this country agrees with this perspective. Should it not be sort of, I don't know. Then it gets into the thing of like you're platforming it or whatever, but then it's like, but people already think this. They agree with this. They voted for this. So didn't know where I fell on that.
I think it's a good point. Yeah, I'm struggling.
What's frustrating is that it just seems my frustration with it is that they will host no shortage of radical right-wing perspectives, but I do not see them extending this to left-wing intellectuals or ideas, and that drives me fucking crazy, and I try not to be spite-based in how I arrive at this, but I am tempted on that notion alone. The fact that I'm like, you don't apply this equally to say that it should be opposed unless they're really going to be,
Here's the response, though. Isn't the radical right more... But, like, Groypers aren't well represented within the Republican actual people, right?
Yeah, no.
And so if you're going to platform a bunch of Groypers, they might be intellectual thought leaders in some respect, but then you can make a similar argument for like the left-wing, more radical thinkers as well, because both of the respective parties don't contain among them critical masses of either Groypers or Marxist-Leninists or, you know, radical socialists.
Well, I'm not even saying, I mean, I love that, but I'm not even saying that. I'm talking about people that are like if you can find some sort of Marxist academic that is like openly saying that they support Bernie or they still operate within the confines of like American democracy, at that point, why shouldn't it be included?
Even if they don't, if they're including Groypers who explicitly say that they don't want to operate in that system and they want to destroy it, and their Jubilee is platforming them.
And you kind of have to drop that a bit because, like, that's the entire Republican body. Oh, you're not going to be able to interview a Republican. So, like, the purity tests don't work in an age where things are so...
Me. I don't understand how you people fucking revolve around politics. None of this matters. Has literal zero impact on your own personal life. Just focus on bettering yourself and live. I mean, who cares? Who cares about anything, right? Who cares about watching sports and joining music? You're just gonna die anyway. You're just gonna die anyway. So who cares about doing anything?
Why'd you make that comment? It doesn't matter. Who cares?
It doesn't matter. Why'd you make this comment? I mean, that comment doesn't matter. You think that like it matters whether or not you comment on someone's thing and like it has zero impact on your personal life. Come on. I mean, people have interests. People have they have different wants and desires.
What people don't get when they say like, why are you doing this? Why are you saying that? Why are you talking about that? It doesn't matter or whatever. Past a certain point, it devolves into nothing means anything. Words don't mean anything. Like you're arguing against the concept of like propaganda and advertising and meaning itself. You realize that, right? Why does M&M's run these fucking ads? Do they really think that people are gonna buy their food just because they fucking did some cartoon with the M&M's? They're fucking stupid, wasting their time. Like that's how brain dead that comment comes off to me.
Fluid, the extremes. Look, I'm not a guy who tends to quote neoconservatives like Max Boot. But Max Boot, I think, wrote a piece for the Washington Post a while back, and he had a phrase that stuck with me. He said there was a time when the Republican Party was a mainstream Republican Party with a white nationalist fringe. It is now a white nationalist party with a Republican fringe. I think that's a good description of where we are. And that at some point you have to acknowledge that, and then you have to decide, what are you going to do about that? We have a two-party system. You simply cannot exclude one party from all airways, social media debates. That's impossible.
Right, yeah.
So, yes, as much as I want to kind of contain these people, I do think two things that jump out to me in terms of de-radicalization. One is we need political mainstream parties that can offer people actual vision, hope, substance, right? Technocrats running the Democratic Party or the Republican Party is not going to work. Donald Trump succeeded because whatever you think of the man, he gave people some kind of vision. It's a shitty, fascistic, reactionary.
What do he means by technocrats?
Dishonest vision, but it is a vision. And Democratic Party leaders simply cannot match that. And that's just a fact of where we are right now. And that's one point. The other point, I think, is I do think a lot of this leads back to social media. I do think Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and the rest of these guys have a lot to answer for, right? We know that Zuckerberg and others twiddle with the algorithm to allow these people to get away with this shit. We know it during COVID. We know it before COVID. We know it election times. And again, that's not about censorship or Twitter files. It's about amplifying the worst possible people. It's about going on YouTube, where you and I are talking right now, and having an...
Yeah, but they'll never want to define or concede the worst possible people. They want to say it's all the same. It's all like, that's a completely subjective or whatever. There's no difference between somebody voicing like a bad take on like a movie versus somebody literally spreading lies about vaccine efficacy to their millions of followers on Facebook.
Were you referencing Medhi or the YouTube?
No, Medhi, because he's like, these people have people to answer to because they're amplifying bad things, and it's like, yeah, but then there's hearings. You're going to be made to define what a bad thing is, and they're never going to do that.
Yeah.
Algorithm that multiple studies have shown a kid starts watching one video and then goes down a far right rabbit hole. That is not organic. That is not something that has to happen, and I do think that is something that should have been regulated or dealt with by the government a long time ago, and I think big tech has a lot to answer for.
This is where I don't know that I agree with them on that.
Picking it up at some level, I'm just trying to think around the
but then and on this or whatever, they're talking about, so this guy, the one who's like, I guess you could call me a fascist or whatever. He's talking on a podcast like he was fired after this. And he started like a Give Send Go, which is like a go send me, but for like fucking neo-Nazis, white nationalists. It's a Christian website. They don't care.
Wait, how much money? They don't report how much money you got?
No, they do. They just like GoFundMe. If you are like a neo-Nazi, you can't fundraise on GoFundMe, but you can on Give Send Go.
Oh, interesting.
So he has raised, let's see, I have to verify that I'm a human. Fired for my political beliefs. My name is Connor, and I was recently shown in the latest Jubilee episode as a result.
3,000.
Unfortunately, I was subsequently released from my job. I'm raising money as an emergency fund and for other expenses while I look for a new job. Unfortunately, voicing fully legal traditional right-wing political views, results in real consequences. This is cancel culture and political discrimination on full display. I just went on the Rift TV where I shared my story of what happened. You can watch it here. Then that's the thing. I will be guesting on a podcast tomorrow on Rumble, again, like promoting himself, where I'll be reading off names and donos to say a verbal thank you to all who gave. Tonight on, I guess this is an update.
Watch the fucking stream of just like thanking people for.
Yeah. I also read off the names of a ton of people who already gave on that same show. Thank you to everyone. This incredible outpouring is a huge blessing. This is the only unofficial fundraising campaign for myself. Any other campaigns claiming to be me are impersonators. I will not DM anyone from any account besides blah, blah, blah. Then verifying that his goal is $15,000. He raised $33,000.
I frankly don't care being
That's a
called
lot
a
of
Nazi.
money.
I didn't say that. I didn't actually say that.
I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But
what about the persecution of the Jews?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
But you don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews?
I think that there was a little bit of persecution.
We
and
may
stuff
have
like
to
that, which is
rename the
bad,
show
but-
because you're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you can say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Smiling now. So when I saw that, man, I was confused. I was like, I think that guy's, is he trying to get fired? Because I know today that almost every job, every sector has been inundated with this DEI bullshit. And they allow you to believe anything you want except for things that are stringently right-wing, Christian, or heterosexual, orthodoxy.
Absolutely.
And you are in some serious trouble in your personal life over this. Am I right?
That is correct.
What happened?
Well, unfortunately, I lost my job as a result, and no one really is to blame for that. It's just the culture that kind of exists currently surrounding the manner in which you're canceled for voicing exactly what you said, any heterosexual, Christian sort of moral belief.
You get fired these days just for having a politically incorrect opinion on the Holocaust and the Jewish question. Insane.
No, but it's because he's masculine and heterosexual.
That goes beyond sort of the secularism and the relativism that we're so used to in our time. And so that's what I set out to do with Medhi.
Yeah, just like to people that don't realize that you're watching the master race at work.
Asked me, oh, well, do you condemn the Holocaust? It's like, well, of course I condemn persecution of anyone, Jews included. I'm a Catholic. I don't believe in persecuting anyone. But I'm not going to play your game of let's reference the Holocaust because that's a loaded question. What you're trying to do there is you're trying to insinuate that worldview is going to lead to genocide, chaos, and destruction. But as you said, we see so many regimes where that's exactly the opposite. I mean, look at what's going on in El Salvador right now. The streets are clean. It is a paradise in Central America and really South America for that perspective. They went from being one of the most dangerous countries with MS-13 to one of the safest and cleanest countries, all because they had, a centralized police force, government willing to enforce the law and willing to actually lay down a moral structure to their society, not being scared of what, journalists or other fogies like to say.
But you got fired from a legitimate job that provided well because of your political views that are not illegal. How does that make you feel?
I think so.
Frankly, kind of destroyed. I put a lot of pride in the work that I do. I try to treat everyone with a level of respect and love and decency. And, many might say, oh, you say that, but you're actually this evil guy behind closed doors. No, I'm a guy who is looking at our society being torn apart by just kind of the lack of rule of law, the lack of meaning in people's lives. Frankly, let's just get to the heart of it, the lack of God in people's lives. And I say enough at this point. I mean, why is it that we have to live in a society where people are killing themselves, they're addicted to drugs, they are looking for all manner of filling the vacuum and the void that is going on in their lives? And I'm the evil one for calling that out. I just simply don't.
This is like how ISIS recruits people. He's talking about disaffected, lonely, like down on their luck, like young people. And he's like, how am I supposed to reach them if I'm fired and not allowed to voice my opinions?
Call me a fucking, I don't know, maybe I'm not empathetic enough. The victim complex shit just fucking sends me. It's just fucking
They're the biggest victims in the world, and they need you to think that too.
Bitches every single day, just crying. And it's all the same. Like you hear him. I'm a Catholic. He's like carbon copy, trying to copy even the mannerisms of his griper daddy. It just, to me, rubs me the wrong way. No independent thought to it. And just crying about the state of the world where, we have some problems for sure, but America, it's quite tragic how much we've progressed, how much better our standard of living is compared to 50, 60 years ago, how much wonders we have at our fingertips. And yeah, people are still upset. Yeah, we have mental health problems, but it's not this hellscape that they're trying to portray it as, and they're just trying to gaslight people, really. And there's been kind of general malaise, I think, since COVID, especially, that they're preying upon. But I'm not impressed.
Do you think you should have been fired
for saying I'm a fascist? Yeah, I think it's depends on the job. I don't know. I feel
or for Holocaust denial or anything like that.
Depends on the work. If it's a public employee, probably not.
Probably
Unless
not.
Yeah, because I think that there's First Amendment concerns with those kinds of terminations. I think it depends. If he's like in a public facing role though, of like a private organization, if he were my employee, I probably would fire him. Yeah. But like, I think it depends on the job and it depends on what's going on. Yeah.
Don't understand that. I find it to be so abhorrent that anyone who is willing to care enough about other people and willing to lay down their life so that other people may have a better life is canceled from that. And I don't even consider myself a part of that, but rather so many martyrs kind of in our whole movement and the conservative movement.
He's like talking about this and like Texas. He's a martyr.
Who are the martyrs?
In Texas and multiple states, you can still be fired for being gay. Just for existing. But this guy's a real victim.
I think Title VII protects you, and even in Texas.
No, it does, but like these laws are still on the books, and honestly, given that it's Texas, if they tried to enforce them, I wouldn't be surprised if there would be somebody, especially in an environment like this, that would be completely willing. Doesn't matter that you have them saying it's not constitutional, you actually can't do that they'd still go ahead and do it.
Yeah, if you don't have a lawyer, you're probably fucked.
Yeah.
In Catholic Church,
and also like. In cases like that, it's not how usual or often is it that they are explicit, like, I am firing you because you're a gay. You just suspect it, right?
Yeah.
That matter, who have labored in the modern age to make life better, and yet they get canceled and they get canned everywhere.
I know that we told you we wanted to make a Give, Send, Go, right? That's what we wanted to do. We wanted to create a fundraiser to try to raise some money because you got fired for your very legal political beliefs. And the fact is that they tried to ruin your life because you are right wing and they hate.
Okay, but those
these guys are trying to cancel fucking Bud Light. These guys are trying to get like a bunch of people fired. Colin Kaepernick for one.
Clips of TikTok exist to get people fired.
Yeah, 100%.
Or like stop anti-Semitism, just a doxing page to like, get people fired. It's the same thing.
This is all just garbage.
Everything that's of order of God and of a sound mind. And so we have the link to the Give, Send, Go.
Very legal political beliefs, Pepe, in my chat. Like,
I love the Pepes.
Oh, we're like have a stated goal. It may go up. We'll see what happens with what it is, but every dollar counts.
Also, like, this is where it gets into weird territory of like because I'm torn on it. I think that in a just world, your employer would not, to me, it would be very, very difficult for your employer to fire you, and they would not be able to fire you for things that you did off the clock. It would have to be conduct that took place in the workplace. So if they see something on Facebook that you posted that they don't like or whatever, they're going to have to go through a very rigorous process to demonstrate how that harms their company's bottom line and how they can't actually do that. That's how I think it should be. And it would even apply to people like this, but I think this would be the minority of cases because I think more often people are fired for frivolous reasons. I don't like at-will employment. This would be completely illegal in my opinion. And I hold that principle pretty close, but then it gets into weird areas where if you're talking like a small business or something like that, like, do I think if he was like a receptionist for a Jewish doctor or a black doctor, should they have to, if they come into the knowledge that this is what he believes, should they not have the right to initiate the process of terminating this employee because they are not comfortable associating with that person? And then this gets into like freedom of association stuff where I'm like, I don't like balancing these things gets difficult.
Yeah.
So he lost his job, and you know, like always, they're always trying to prevent you. They will try to prevent you, man, from getting work again. And so we want to be there to come as a community. We've raised money before. And so if you...
I mean, they raised money for Kyle Rittenhouse, for the chick that said the N-word and got fired. Like, there's nobody that they won't raise money for, so...
Did you see that woman who, like, called a 5-year-old or something? Or, like, a child?
Her as well.
Oh, that's
yep.
Yeah.
$100,000. $100,000.
Crazy.
I don't know if we have the link or if it's in there. Is it in there?
Yep, it's in the info. Oh, I'm like really loud. Sorry.
Yeah. What is it?
It was like a 5-year-old autistic child, or like I don't know if it was 5-year-olds exactly, but it was like an autistic child that this white woman called the N-word. I'm laughing, but it's horrible, but it's just so ridiculous. And she got paid.
Very, very, very well.
It's in the info right now, and also I think that we have the URL. 1 second, let me pull it up. It is givesendgo.com/rift-connor-emergency-fund, but it's also in the description. So check it out. We just started off at 15,000 stops he can be for living expenses stuff while he's in this transitionary period from this devastating event.
So I hope we're able to raise some money, even if it's a couple $100, whatever.
It goes a long way.
It'll go a long way. I'll make sure to
hetero.
get to it as well. So you'll see that. And
extremely hetero. Okay, do you want to get into her take?
Yeah, let's get into it.
Let's get into it.
Yes,
So-
my girl Lindy.
Grooming gangs exposed. Birthright citizenship debate. Gen Z embraces socialism. This is her take. Episode 12, you guys. This was 4 days ago. Huh?
They have 50K subs?
They are at 55.8K subs.
Damn. How many views? 40,000.
This got 42,000 views, so high
Doing well.
engagement.
Yeah.
I mean, we keep coming back, so can we really? Are we really that
Coming back
confused?
for more. Yeah, we love it. We love this. It's our favorite show, Aaron.
With the grooming gangs. Can you agree?
I'm not doing that.
Okay,
I'm talking
Oh
about
my God.
migrant crises. My favorite thing in the world is when the West is bitching about, like, oh my God, there's an influx
That
of
looks
Muslim
like
immigrants.
shit.
Yeah, we're bombing.
Back
their
on your
country.
bullshit.
Absolutely want immigrants, just not
Oh,
ones
Jillian's
that believe in
outfit.
raping 11-year-olds.
Yes, YouGov did a survey of Gen Z, and 28% of them had a favorable view of communism.
Do you think they're going to straight out come out and say, hey guys, we're going
I hate her.
God forbid. God forbid Gen Z have a positive view of communism. God
Every
forbid.
time I watch this show, I just get more. My hatred for Lindy and Amy just increases exponentially. My hatred for Jillian stays the same, and Anna I just is the only saving grace. And I hate Anna.
learn communism, or do you think they're going to baby walk you into it?
They saw Wall Street.
Yeah, no one's missing. They just don't have a guest this week.
Board of the country, but not a single person was held accountable for it. The subfront. Thank you, Anna.
Is the government manipulating the weather? I cannot believe that this is looking very true. or
Everyone says
complicated.
Amy is a conspiracy theorist.
I know,
She
but the
turns out to
problem
be
is
right.
it's actually like there's some. I can't even. This is Florida.
A bill to ban the thing that people said wasn't happening. So that's kind of wild.
I hate how they do the highlight reels. It's like never. It's not the best moments. It's like awful music.
Please remember, like, share, comment, subscribe. It helps us out a ton with the algorithm. We have an awesome show on deck for you guys today. So, turns out police budget cuts in liberal cities like Los Angeles are backfiring, and is going to tell you how and why. Then,
great.
grooming
Her favorite
gangs in the
topic,
UK
shitting on
went
Gavin
ignored for
Newsom.
years until the Casey report just exposed how deep the failure ran. Very personal for her, Amy, as we know. We're going to unpack the cover-ups, the cultural taboos, and quite honestly, the institutional cowardice.
Wait, very personal. Can you when you said very personal for Amy touches her, what do you mean by that? Is it because she cried last episode at the Epstein stuff?
Over.
Really
Oh
addressing
yeah. Like it's really hard for her to hear about grooming gangs in the UK. I guess I don't know. Strikes a chord with her.
Let this happen for decades.
Wait.
The Supreme Court.
Do you think she was just looking for an excuse to? No, I'm not gonna say it.
Say it.
But to physically touch Amy.
You shouldn't have said that.
Why?
Because Jillian's gay, and you're like insinuating that like this gay woman is coming up with weird reasons to like touch another woman.
It's late. It's late. I take it back. Don't cancel.
That is, I love how you always scold me over saying that Lindy Lee should go back to China. Lindy Lee should be fucking deported back to China. I'll stand by that. You should not repeat what you just said. Ever again. Jesus Christ.
You're making a mountain out of a molehill.
I was just insinuating that this gay woman was bringing up a topic so she could touch another woman on the panel she otherwise wouldn't be able to.
Okay, that was a joke. I didn't do that seriously. None of
Oh,
it
it's
was
a
serious.
joke, you guys. It's just a big old joke. Got it.
This is a pre-planned bit. It's a pre-planned bit. And so no one needs to read into this at all. Did you know that Aaron said that Lindy, the Chinese American, should go back?
Should be deported. She should go back to China. Correct. I will pay for her fucking flight there. Pisco doesn't agree.
What did you mean by that? What did you mean by that exactly?
I mean, I'll help facilitate
Because
her
she's
deportation.
Because she's Chinese. Do you know we have a bad history of anti-Chinese immigration type stuff?
We
So
do. How are you personally fighting it? By white knighting for Lindy Lee right now? Is that your contribution to that? Fighting xenophobia by...
Actually, I am.
Okay.
I don't appreciate you going after an American citizen who used to be the key Democratic fundraiser.
For Biden and Harris. But unfortunately, according to her, when she was doing all of that, she was just in like a fugue state, and she was groomed into like the Democratic, the cult of the Dems.
Hey, someone just owned you. Drew Logic. They just accused you of
Just for Lee, correct. Just for Lee and for Lindy.
owns it.
Has officially shut down the use of nationwide injunctions by...
Maybe I'll do it the American way. She can go to CCOT, right? Doesn't have to be China.
Send her to so now it's don't go send her back to China. Send her to CCOT.
And you love Trump so much, right? You support the America First agenda. The America First agenda includes denaturalizing, but getting rid of birthright citizenship, denaturalizing people for doing things that we don't like, right? For being un-American. Well, I think Lindy Lee is un-American because she supports the MAGA agenda, and that doesn't just apply to naturalized Americans. That also applies to native-born Americans who support the MAGA agenda. So they can go to CCOT if they want. I can help facilitate that.
Interesting.
Or Alligator Alcatraz. They could spend a night there.
It's kind of weird. There's a alligator. I just think it's kind of weird, and I think it'd be weird for American citizens and American children.
You don't get to make fun of Jillian after you just insinuated she's like a sex pest that's intentionally bringing up.
I wasn't making fun of Jillian.
What are you making fun of?
Okay, so now I was making fun of Emily. I know that you consider all white women to be the same, but they're actually
okay. I don't watch Emily as much as you do, so I didn't catch the reference.
You view white people as all fundamentally being the same.
Yep. That's why I have such an issue with the Chinese American on this panel, because I really, really hate white people. You're right.
By lower federal court judges. Now, this strikes a major blow to the tactic.
Yeah. Ogre Boy says proportional response. First offense, Alligator Alcatraz. I could compromise on this. If she doesn't get her shit together, then we could, then CCOT, China, we'll think of something from there.
What's worse, CCOT or China?
CCOT, easily.
Okay, I was just making sure you weren't full racist.
China has a fucking monorail and shit. There's nice aspects of China.
That you're not full racist. That's all I'm making sure of.
It's racist to say you don't like China, or that it's worse than CCOT?
Racist to say China's worse than CCOT.
That would just be ignorant to me. I don't think that anybody who actually thinks that, I'm like, okay, falling for some fucking like disinfo or something like that. It's not that bad. It's not as bad as that bad. That being CCOT. It's not a fucking concentration camp or whatever.
You know what's worse than CCOT? This show, her take. That's worse than CCOT.
It's a mental CCOT.
Trump's policies. We're going to break down what this means for executive power, judicial activism, and key issues like birthright citizenship that are going to be directly impacted. Is the government manipulating the weather? I have been guilty of making fun of chemtrails. I think I'm about to eat my words on this one. We're going to break down what is geoengineering.
I really needed Jillian Michaels' thoughts on chemtrails.
And what is Marjorie Taylor Greene's new bill to ban it? If it doesn't exist, maybe it does. We're going to find out. All right, RFK just told Tucker Carlson that a CDC study from 1999 showed that the hepatitis B vaccine caused an 1,135% increase in autism rates. And then he claimed that CDC officials deliberately buried the findings. And of course, the CDC and the study's authors.
He literally just said, we're going to break down what is geoengineering.
Vaccines.
And also autism.
Yeah.
Just deny any cover-up, and they insist that a full analysis showed no causal link. We're going to give you the facts and tell you everything so that you can make up your own mind. But first, this one's personal for me. Why are Gen Z and younger millennials attracted to socialism? Quite honestly. And I don't want to say...
I think they're attracted to Zoran Ramdani, but...
This is personal to me because why is it personal to you? Are you from China as well? I don't know what's going on here.
We're seeing this with Mom Donnie. But it is...
Yes, literally. Okay, Mom Donnie mentioned 2 seconds later.
Who else are we seeing it with?
It's not just Mom Donnie. If you look at Mayor Karen Bass, remember when she said the passing of Comandante and Jefe is a great loss to the people of Cuba? Did you know that she used to go to Cuba all the time?
Back in the 70s, she said that. Remember when she said that in the 70s?
So
back before you were born, remember when she said this?
Problem that is growing. And here's one for you. YouGov did a survey of Gen Z, and 28% of them had a favorable view of communism, not democratic socialism.
How about we pull MAGA Republicans and ask how they think about fascism? What?
I mean, you're among that 28%.
Oh yeah, I know. She's talking about. This is a direct call out to me. She's speaking directly to me.
I'm in the process of de-radicalizing you.
No, you're not.
You're radicalizing me. It's the opposite.
What have you de-radicalized me from?
Do you think you're radicalizing me? Do you think you're radicalizing me?
I know I'm radicalizing you. It's not a question.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Why are you gonna play into those rumors? Like, that's
because it makes you uncomfortable. So anything that does that, I have to play. I have to play into.
I think that you're showing yourself to be a very Sorry, I can't.
What am I showing myself to be doing? Please continue. No, please continue.
Oh my, no, we don't need to do this. So you can just press play and move on with the conversation. You're feeding into a narrative that is just not true, and there's just no basis for it.
You brought this up. You brought this up. You asked me, and you didn't like the fucking answer.
Just continue on. We don't have all day. Actually, we literally don't have all day. We need to find out what these people are saying.
We have all night. Don't worry.
You don't have all night.
We do. Pisco is not. We're finishing this entire episode.
Oh my god.
Straight communism. When we look at Mamdani, who voted for him? Wasn't blacks, wasn't Hispanics, it wasn't working class
I don't
whites.
think you could say blacks like that.
Yeah, well, she just did. And this is an anti-racist podcast on Valuetainment Network. So,
what's Lindy gonna say? The dumbest thing ever.
So now I want to look at. I'm going to put two different trains of thought forward to you guys, and then I want you to argue it out. But and we can look at his policies, by the way. So if it's like, no, I think his policies work, we can discuss that. What I'm simply going to say is they did it in New York
pass the ball
in the
already.
70s. There are direct parallels on policy, and it was a catastrophe.
In the 70s?
If the question is why do you...
Is she saying Ed Koch was a communist?
I don't know. Is she?
Was he the mayor in the 70s? Someone help me out.
The inner workings of her mind are an enigma.
The inner workings of my mind.
No, it's the inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Yeah, Ed Koch was in 78 to 89, so she might be referencing Ed Koch.
You care. It isn't just about New York for me. It's about all of these blue cities that we're seeing fall to policies that are similar. And in addition, and go ahead and tell me I'm fear-mongering, and I just might be, but does this kind of democratic socialism ultimately lead, whether it goes there or not in America, to Mao's China, to Nazi Germany? I mean, Nazi Germany co-opted this with the National Socialist Party.
Yeah, she's like, so why does Gen Z support the Great Leap Forward?
Wait, so can I just say, is she doing the boomer memes? It's National
Socialist or whatever. Yes, she is.
She's actually doing the meme. Okay.
Why do the left actually support fascism?
Venezuela, Hugo Chavez did this, and
Vuvuzela. We got a Vuvuzela mention.
You got Nicolas Maduro.
Just on the way here, Jillian Michaels had to pay $6 for a Fiji, and out loud she said, $6 for a Fiji water. What is this, Venezuela?
Do you remember when Dasha was interviewed by that girl from InfoWars?
Yeah, that was like what got her on the map, right? Sailor socialism.
Yeah, Sailor socialism.
They're eating rats in Venezuela.
Have you heard of Venezuela? Have you heard of Venezuela?
And she's like, I'm talking about America. And she's like, but I just told you Venezuela is eating rats. And she's like, I just want people to have healthcare, honey. Like, I don't, And then she said, you people have worms in your brains. And then
now she's a teal bot. Now she's a literal Catholic.
Do you believe that they're paid by teal? You believe anything? Yes. Okay, you believe anything.
Wait. You don't think they're paid by teal?
I've never seen evidence that they're paid by teal. No, they're funded on Patreon.
Wait, so you actually support Red Scare?
I'm a Red Scare enjoyer. Yeah, as a treat.
Just as a treat, or legitimately?
I like to spend an hour, listening to lobotomized takes. Huh?
Still? Oh, you like the fucking vocal fry?
Yeah, I love it. It's like ASMR. Don't pretend like you don't like Red Scare. Come on.
No, and then as a treat. But
you knew their names.
So? A lot of people know them.
Yeah.
What bitches? What did you say?
Then why are you like? If a lot of people know them, sounds like they're mainstream. You told me you regularly watch America First. If I enjoy Red Scare every now and then, the fuck is a big deal about that?
I enjoy American First. It's trying. I don't get enjoyment out of watching Nicolas Fuentes.
Yeah, it's torture. Surely.
It is. This is hard work that I'm doing.
Unpaid labor. How come we don't do it on stream? Why don't you react to America First on stream? Why don't we react to America First on Just Press Play?
Do you want next week to be us reacting to Nicolas J. Fuentes? I don't even know if that's legal to do.
Yes, we should. I want to react to the segment where he's like tearing into Tim Pool.
Right?
Yeah, that was funny. It was funny.
New show, America First take. His and her America First take. I don't know. Fuck. Like we could, but it's kind of boring. He kind of repeats himself a lot after a while.
Then why do you keep watching that if he repeats himself? What are you waiting for him to say or what?
Religiously. I don't watch every single episode. Are you fucking crazy? You think
I never said that. You just said that you watch it regularly though.
Every now and then, yeah.
Okay. What's something insightful he said last time?
I don't remember. I don't know how much insightful things he says.
What's something insightful you said on this stream? Or like last stream? You're practically falling asleep. I saw it. Yeah. Name one thing. Why should people keep listening to you?
This show right now?
On your last stream, what was the most interesting insight that you gave? You don't even remember.
Oh, I don't know. You're putting me on the spot.
You're a fraud. Why should you even
Why are
have an audience?
Who watches you? What do you do?
Just press play. I react to her take.
Me too. Can you press play now, though? Seriously?
Does it become that? Does it lend itself to authoritarian socialism down the road? Okay, hold it. You can crush it. By all means.
Her monologue has gone on now for another minute.
These poor kids are disenfranchised.
Yeah, I wish you'd shut up. I really am dying to hear what Amy fucking Dangerfield and Lindy Lee have to say about communism.
Whenever one of them starts talking, I'm just like, oh my God, can someone else talk? It's a problem. I don't know who I want to hear because they're all so annoying. And that's not sexist at all to say because they're all women.
When I say something that's not sexist, I always say after that was not sexist because it wasn't sexist. And I just want to reiterate that it's not sexist.
And I want to reiterate that it is racist for you to say Lindy Lee needs to go back to China.
And I want to reiterate that when Adam Sosnick threw a tampon at Anna, Pisco saw that. He was like, damn, I wish I could do that. When I get invited on, I'm going to do that.
I would never do that to you. And you know I wouldn't. It's cheap for you to bring it up. You know how much I value women.
You threw a pad at me, not a tampon.
I threw a pad?
Yeah, like a overnight, like a, yeah.
How is she still talking? Shillian is still talking this entire time.
Franchise.
She's a lot
They're
to say.
buried in debt, right? The American dream has failed them. Capitalism has failed them. They can't afford kids. They're priced out of the housing market. Cost of living has inflated exponentially faster than wages. I mean, we were just talking about this with the crew here today, how a studio apartment that would have cost me $800 when I was this kid's age is now $5,000. So that's obviously obscene. Wealth inequality is obscene. There's more billionaires than ever in history. Corporate power is undoubtedly unchecked. And democracy feels fraudulent when you can buy policy. Case one. Makes sense for kids to be disenfranchised, but here's the problem. Rich white people voted for this guy. So then case two.
This like breaks their brain that it's the backbone of his constituency was wealthy, upper middle class, like white men that were educated.
Educated people, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that
he also had Puerto Rican support and Asian support as well. So
they are the machinery of ideology is existing in these Ivy League schools.
Yes.
And I read this article. I want to read this to you guys, just a part of it. The author's name is Ayaan Hirsi Ali. Okay, 2 paragraphs.
Oh no, she doesn't know who Ayaan Hirsi Ali is.
Have studies. The curriculum itself serves as an indoctrination structure. Walk through any gender.
Hey, you want to give a little intro into who that is?
So she is, I believe, a naturalized Dutch citizen.
Okay.
She started out with being like a very big, prominent, like atheist thinker and critic of especially Islam, but all religion. And now she, for example, would collab with people like Christopher Hitchens and Sam Harris and these types of people. But I think she recently converted to Christianity. And I think she's married. Who is she married to? She's married to someone who's a bit of a memer, a bit of a, let's see, Ayaan Hirsi.
Bit of a creamer.
Bit of a memer, bit of a, oh, she's married to Neil Ferguson, who was like the kind of, what's it called when you're the historian that questions the narrative? Revisionist. Like he's a kind of revisionist World War II type guy. I think that she is now converted to Christianity, and I'm guessing she's very anti-communist. But that's Ayaan Hirsi Ali.
Yes.
Studies classroom and count the minutes before oppression becomes the central thing.
And it also helps that she's like not white for people who are not familiar with it. Like she definitely like shook up the new atheist movement in that respect.
Track how many lectures end with a condemnation of the patriarchy, white supremacy, or Western norms. The readings are curated for grievance. The discussions are steered toward activism, and critical thinking is welcomed only if it critiques the approved targets. The same structure exists across ethnic studies, post-colonial studies, queer theory, and of course, African studies. Mamdani's plan to target whiter neighborhoods with higher taxes.
He was never going to do that.
We're doing this again.
Stems from an ideology shaped by grievance-based programming. Lectures trace a line from colonialism to capitalism to modern inequality. So when Mamdani proposed higher taxes based on racial geography, he is performing a worldview in which demographics are destiny, guilt is inherited, and wealth redistribution is rebranded as liberation. It's not economic theory, but ideology made actionable as the classroom spills into City Hall. Which is it? Who wants to go first?
Well, I think there are two threads here at work.
Go.
Number one, these people are way too young
okay.
to remember the dangers of the Soviet Union, the dangers of the CCP. They just have
Oh
no
my God,
recollection of it.
Unlike ancient Lindy Lee, who's going to tell us about that. Who's like not a day over like 40 or whatever.
These guys don't remember the dangers of Marxism. All right, super chat. I took a history of political philosophy course for general ed requirements.
That's not the accent that you want to use to imitate Lindy Lee. Do the one that you actually want to do.
Can you let me read my super chat in peace? You bitch.
Just don't cover my face.
Okay, I can't not cover your face. Wait, I can't not do it. I took a history of political philosophy course for general ed requirements in college. My teacher regularly chewed out the class for not doing any of the reading. They're not indoctrinating anyone. Lol. Good point, Jacob. Really appreciate that point. Great point. I love that point. The accent I want to do is the one I did by definition. You are assuming that I want to do some crazy thing, which
I'm not assuming. I know that you want to.
See, because you know I'm racist. You assume I'm racist.
Yeah.
Let's not forget who among us. I'm not gonna say it.
Wanted to deport Amy Dangerfield to Australia. That was you.
That was me.
Who said that she was a woman crying crocodile tears? Also you.
Yeah. Yeah, because I respect women. And so I'm going to treat them, like Wick said, authentically.
Okay, well, if you respect women, shut the fuck up and let Lindy Lee tell you about her experience growing up under Mao's China.
It's not part of their institutional memory. And number two, these people, I'm like partly
I know, you're 5 years old.
I know.
So wait, but
another thing is they've been through so much. Think about all that Gen Zers and younger millennials have been through. The 2001, the recession, the 2008 recession. They saw Wall Street take the country. They exploited the country, but not a single banker went to prison for it. Not a single person was held accountable for it. The subprime, thank you, Anna. The subprime mortgage crisis. Americans were hammered, but these fat cats just went off to their beach homes.
She loves like waxing on and on about how like corporate financing is influencing elections in negative ways, but she'll only ever mobilize that point to attack Democrats. She will never actually bring it up to attack Republicans. She only does it to be like, well, both sides are bought. And she never calls for campaign finance reform or for the abolition of like capitalism.
Can I say something? I'm going to get on my fucking soapbox for a second. Gen Z doesn't own the Great Recession. The Great Recession is strictly speaking for Gen X and millennials. That's what the Great Recession is for. For the Gen Z to appropriate, and for her to appropriate the Great Recession like they have anything to do with that shit, they didn't have to do fucking jack shit with the Great Recession. They get COVID, for sure. They definitely get COVID. But Great Recession, that's for Gen X principally with a minor in millennial. 100% true.
Do people call the subprime mortgage crisis Great Recession?
Yeah, they do.
Okay. I wouldn't know. I'm not a millennial.
Yeah, exactly.
Bought another yacht and they just got away with it.
Yes, Lindy. Yes, Lindy. Keep preaching about this, please.
Wait, pause.
Yes.
Jeez, what is happening here?
Wait. This is me after people tell me to be nicer to Hutch on our disagreements.
You guys should really model Live and Learn after her take. You should be taking notes.
Yeah. Next episode of Live and Learn, I'm going to sound like Anna whenever Hutch says something I agree with.
All of that, but it doesn't even end there. And then you have inflation from
it, and I would never vote for Mamdani though.
But you remember how dangerous the Soviet Union was. That was part of your most formative.
Jillian, don't you remember?
So old. You're so formative. You remember Reagan? Remember when the Soviet Union was?
You remember your time in the Gulag, right? Under Stalin's totalitarianism.
You remember that, of course. You do because you're old. So fucking crazy.
Era, and they just didn't have that.
What if I did this to you though? Because I know this argument. The argument is, oh, stop with your fear mongering. This isn't Maoist China. This is why I can default to New York in the 70s because we tried it and we tested it and it failed.
We have a Gen Z appropriator in the chat, and it's someone I actually very much like named Andy. A Gen Z appropriator, but we'll hear Andy out. Quote, I was a young kid when the Great Recession happened, born 2001. I have positive memories of that time because I didn't realize the economy was collapsing and that my parents found, oh, never mind, sorry. This is an agreeer. And this is why Andy is based, because Andy is ultimately
You were concluding. So yes, you were concluding.
I concluded too early. But no, I'm going to say that one more time. Great Recession belongs to Gen X and millennials. Doesn't belong to Gen Z. Any Gen Z that tries to take credit for the Great Recession in terms of their victim narrative is doing some kind of cultural appropriation.
Shut the fuck up. People's parents, Gen Z was raised during that period.
I'm not going to
Their parents were fucking going through it.
I was concluding, Andy, and I'm sorry about it, but the Great Recession belongs to Gen X and to millennials. That's the take.
Argument, right? Oh, baloney, it doesn't go there.
Yeah, but do you think they're going to straight out come out and say, hey guys, we're going full-blown communism, or do you think they're going to baby walk you into it?
I mean, Zoran calls himself a democratic socialist. You don't really think he's trying to hide that.
Obviously,
he literally calls himself a socialist.
Social conditioning. They need to rely on emotive arguments. They know for a fact that the younger generation is struggling. And so they're preaching this message, hoping to latch onto them emotionally, and it's evidently working. And then from there, they can baby step you into these
who doesn't ever appeal to emotion when you cry all the time and you need to be like pampered every single episode, and every time you talk it's like you're on this righteous crusade. So spare me, Amy Dangerfield.
Wait, who are you describing?
For your fucking,
yourself?
Facts over.
You're talking about yourself?
Me?
Yeah.
Are you talking about yourself?
You're talking about yourself?
Why are you doing this right now?
Because that was such a bad attempt at a reverse Uno.
No, it's not a reverse Uno. It's just I'm observing that you're trying to get under my skin. You're trying to turn this around. You're trying to defend Amy Dangerfield. You've taken the position because I'm antagonistic to Lindy, somehow to defend Amy Dangerfield. I actually don't know.
No, you're not antagonistic to Lindy. You simp for Lindy. You're antagonistic to me for being antagonistic to her.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Hang on. I'm getting it all twisted.
And I'm successfully getting under your skin. Thank you very much.
Extreme policies. We had this conversation around Mamdani last time. I know there was.
Whose idea was this? I don't even remember whose idea this was. This is the concept.
It was yours. It was your idea.
This is so stupid that we do this. This is so dumb. But yeah, we can press play.
Concepts of a show?
Just press play.
A little bit of tension there because yes, it is 5 grocery stores, but I don't think they would come out and say we're going to make every single grocery store government run. They're going to say what would be socially accepted even by people on the other end of the spectrum. They'd be like, oh, okay, well, it's not that bad. That's how they condition you. They're not going to come straight out and say it.
I completely agree with you, Amy.
He's not going to say that because you can't just fucking nationalize grocery chains in New York City. That's why.
I said nationalizing. No.
All right, go ahead. One quick point.
Thank you for the bits, Clear Watch.
I'm not a fan of Mamdani, but this guy is a master at communication.
Yeah, he's charismatic. Yeah,
absolutely. And
they're so mad that he has such good aura. They can't help but fucking just clench their fists and get upset.
Yeah. I mean, who is the best aura on this show? I honestly, they're all so much worse than each other in aura. Maybe Jillian has the best aura. God.
Yes,
it's Anna. It's not even a competition.
Guys, so ready? It's also Bernie who started this. It's AOC.
I'm against
and
all
that's
of
why
it.
I've been calling AOC a socialist. But she is a democratic socialist, and so is Bernie. And Karen Bass.
I've been calling AOC this thing that she's referred to herself as. I've been saying this.
I've been saying it the whole time.
If only we'd listened to Amy and Lindy.
Is saluting Castro, and then it was like, oh, shucks, I shouldn't have said it. But you did, homie.
Wait, what?
And Karen Bass is saluting Castro. And I was like, oh, shucks, I shouldn't have said it. But you did, homie. And you meant it. And you went to Cuba a bunch of times. And you suck, and LA sucks.
So is Karen Bass a black woman? She is, right?
Yeah, she is.
Is that why she just said homie?
We got you. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, we got her.
Jesus.
We can get the racism police. We're gonna cancel the show. Right?
I personally am shocked that the woman who was like the blacks earlier in this episode is speaking down to black politician by calling her homie.
Homie, do you ever see Everyone Hates Chris?
Yeah.
It's like the teacher. It's like Chris's teacher in that show. Listen, homie, I know that you have a problem with all the different dads in your life. No, I think that we've got an actual racist moment here by Jillian. I wonder how Anna is going to be able to defend Mamdani, because I expect her as the resident lefty.
Defend Maoism? It's going to be hard, but If anyone can do it, it's Anna.
In the case of Karen Bass, there's a lot of
She hates
talk,
Karen Bass.
but let's focus on what she does with public funds.
I was just saying she especially hates how she allocates funds to fire departments.
Fire department meme. Debate me on
In
it.
Los Angeles, we pay a lot in taxes. A lot has been spent specifically to help the needy in Los Angeles, but that money ended up getting funneled to nonprofits, NGOs that padded their pockets and stole from Los Angeles taxpayers.
That's exactly what happened in New York. Corruption.
So let me just
Not the damn needy getting a penny of those fucking taxes. Not on Anna Kasparian's watch.
Rather than focus on Mamdani and what he's likely to do, I wanted to kind of talk about your question of why it is that there is growing support for socialist policies. I always make this point because it's important to look back at history to see how previous successful politicians operated when they were confronted with something similar. FDR specifically implemented the New Deal to save capitalism.
Weird. I thought she'd mentioned Stalin or like Lenin, the Vanguard Party.
I've heard reporting that FDR was a fellow traveler. That's what some people say. Now, I don't know if I fully believe it, but this whole picture of like FDR, he's just trying to save capitalism. I don't know. I think he might have been a fellow traveler. Who knows? But that said, are you going to talk shit about FDR here, Anna?
Because socialism was on the rise, communism was on the rise, and he saw that Americans, especially after the Great Depression, were more open to those systems of the economy because of the fact that they saw that inequality widen. We're currently experiencing something similar right now. So I'm just going to give you a few statistics here. So the top 10% of U.S. households, the top 10%, you want to know how much wealth they own, how much of U.S. wealth they own? They own 67% of U.S. wealth. So the next 40%, own 25% of the wealth.
Yeah.
The bottom 50%, meaning half of the country, only owns 2% of this nation's wealth. So when you see that inequality grow, when you see young people who want to work hard, who want to build a nice life for themselves, but they don't see an avenue in which to make that happen. They want to get married, they want to start a family, but they can't afford it. They want to buy a house, they can't afford it. They want to rent an apartment, but they can't afford it. So they're looking for anything else that will give them a decent life. And when you have crony capitalism, and when you have our lawmakers...
Crony capitalism is just their version of true capitalism has never been tried. Change my mind.
Change my mind.
It's just a massive cope to me.
On a local and federal level, looking out for their donors, looking out for corporate interests, looking out for themselves. Well, they don't care about what happens long term. Okay, they don't care about what happens to the American people, but more importantly, they don't care about what happens to capitalism because you're going to see more of a revolt against a capitalistic society.
Why did she say they don't care about capitalism in the same rant that started talking about FDR? Because FDR was trying to save capitalism.
Essentially redistributes wealth from the bottom to the very top. And that's the reason this is happening.
This also happened in Iran when they threw out the Shah. It's because there was this inequality, and now you've got the Ayatollah, what you've got now. I get it. And I'm going to ask for solutions.
Same thing happened in Cuba, by the way, under Batista, right? So when you have that inequality, that's when the people eventually, excuse my language, but the shit hits the fan.
Right.
Yeah. And the masses.
Yeah, people voted, rich, upper, middle class people in New York City voting in the Democratic primary for Zohran Mamdani. This is just like right before the fall of the Shah of Iran. Also just like, what did she mention?
You mentioned the Batista regime in Cuba.
Yeah, just like Cuba, true.
Who have nothing left to lose are willing to revolt. They're willing to engage in revolution. But our politicians are too stupid and self-serving to actually take care of our people, right? So look, they brought it upon themselves. One other thing that I'll just say is, when you have politicians accuse things that aren't Marxist of being Marxist just because they don't like it, or when they accuse people of being communist when they're not communist, there's a lot of boy who cried wolf behavior going on. Yeah. And then when the public actually has a situation in which, there's a communist idea or communist candidate or whatever.
Thank you for the $10, Bad Enchilada. Right? You should go on Leftist Mafia, maybe.
Everything's talking to their college-age niece or their high school kid's like, oh, that's Cuomo propaganda. And listen, I get it. I know Cuomo sucked. It's bigger than Cuomo sucking, and that's why I'm trying to say who is leading on the left. It's the Bernies. It's the squad. It's this.
We used to have in this country, in my opinion, a far better system. So
I mean, she has nothing to fear because yes, those politicians are very, very popular, but the Democratic Party establishment is hostile to them. So don't you worry. Like, that's what they're ignoring. They're acting like the Democratic establishment is embracing Zoran Mamdani. I actually thought they paid more attention to leftists and like democratic infighting than they actually are, clearly, because if they were, they would know that he's not so hot with the people that he needs to be, quote unquote.
Yeah, the movers and shakers, as they were.
Colleges and universities used to be tuition free, right? So there was an avenue in which if you wanted to get a higher education and not dig yourself into a massive hole of debt, you had an avenue. You go to a public institution, right? Private schools obviously are going to cost a lot more money. Those avenues are not really available to people anymore.
Yeah.
Obviously, healthcare every year becomes more and more broken, less and less affordable. I mean, think about the sandwich generation, right? The millennial generation that's currently dealing with raising children, which is astronomical, like in terms of costs. And then they have their ailing parents, and they're being confronted with a broken healthcare system in which they get no support, no
sandwich generation. Have you ever heard this?
I've not heard it.
More like the Cuban sandwich generation, am I right? With how much they fucking love socialism.
And they love sandwiches in Cuba. Oh, wait. I have a little bit of a hot take. I just want to see if you agree with me. Is Anna kind of cooking?
Is she? Is she cooking a little something?
Is she
I told you that she has the most aura on this fucking show. Like, when she's right, she's right.
She cooking a little bit?
She's cooking a little bit. Again, she did say that, like, she was like, they're reforming capitalism, but they don't really care, even though, again, if you're talking about FDR, there's no divorcing that from a conversation about the New Deal, but I'll forgive her for that.
help. So everyone's stretched thin and they're looking for any.
Econo Boy says she is not cooking. Holy, come on.
Econo Boy. By the way, Econo Boy is like our target audience, right?
He's my target audience. I don't know about you.
He's my target. What did you say?
Oh, your target audience is a socialist. Your target audience is a socialist? Okay.
Why did you say that in a sultry voice? Like, he's my target audience.
That's just how I speak. You fucking weirdo.
You don't always speak in a sultry voice. Why did you say that in a sultry voice?
I had to make up for it because I implied that an animal is housed on your upper lip last week.
Whoa. Whoa. Also, Econo Boy, I'm not saying that he is my target demographic. I think he's the show's target demographic. We're looking for only the most refined, lib socialist.
Liberal socialist.
Going to be appealed to
Does that sound like a
you.
contradiction in terms? I think this is just your bad attempt at a fucking cope that you have socialists in your audience. That's who you're targeting. It's your target demographic. That is true.
But wait, so you think that you agree with all the bad faith critiques that I'm moving to the left?
Are they bad faith if it's just true?
They are bad faith. It's not true.
So if it were true, would it still be bad faith? They could be bad faith but correct, I guess, right?
That's
Broken clock.
possible.
Even likely.
It's not likely. It's just wrong.
Econo Boy, I could convert Pisco to socialism, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you can't. No, you definitely can't.
That's dogmatic of you to not even be open to an alternative economic model just because of spite.
I don't know what to
Just
say
saying.
to you. I mean, you're saying so many ridiculous things.
Like you saying that I'm saying this seductively.
I didn't say seductively.
I'm just following your lead in a sultry. Oh, okay, that's better. That's better.
Solution, any change, and I just want
Best Press Play is like you guys should donate to me so that I can hire like an HR rep or something.
On the table
Wait,
on this issue.
Are you
we live in a mixed
accusing me-
economy.
What are you accusing me of?
I'm just saying this podcast would be facilitated better if we had like an HR department or something.
You know who Dick Masterson is?
Yeah, I do. He follows me on Twitter.
Really?
Yeah, so does Vito. Yeah.
Vito follows me, but not Dick Masterson.
Yeah, I have the Dick follow. Why?
Yeah, you can press play.
Why'd you ask me that?
Just wondering.
It's becoming more and more privatized.
Yeah.
There used to be more public options for people, and those public options have been defunded and completely decimated. And so, again, if we want to save capitalism, the way you do it is by tackling crony capitalism, disenfranchised people who should be taken care of. Like, all of these issues have been neglected for so long, and they will.
Oh, sorry. That's what you don't do, right? What you don't do is disenfranchise people.
Somebody in my chat said you just wanted to hear me talk about Dick. True or false?
False. No, the reason I say that is because I think they recently had a falling out on their whatever podcast. Not
biggest problem in the universe.
Yeah, and someone's talking about HR rep. That's why I thought of it, not because of dick.
Likely story.
Will continue to be neglected.
And there's structural issues that we should be addressing versus these policies that may. It's kind of like what we're talking about with the big beautiful bill in the last episode. It's like immediate kind of relief. Long term, what are the repercussions of these things going to be? We need to be addressing the root cause of like financial literacy. Why don't we learn anything about financial literacy in school?
I'm very confused by her outfit. She has like this blazer on that has like drawstrings, like it's a fucking hoodie. And then what's this houndstooth? I can't remember what like this pattern is called or whatever.
Also, can I just say, why is she always like befuddled and banging on things and doing this big show? Like, stop performing, Amy. We want to see the real Amy.
Because she's a woman.
The real Amy would. And?
You wanted an answer, I gave it.
So you think that every woman commentator gesticulates and bangs on things and is performative?
Sorry, Australian woman, but you know an Australian woman, so you tell me if.
No, I don't. This doesn't need to turn that way when you say these things. All right,
These are literally intentionally set up.
We're 15 minutes in, by the way.
But also breathe.
I have a hard out. I have a hard
at
out.
1:30. At 1:30, we know. 1:30. 1:30.
It's great. It is. We live in a society. It's like the spirit of mammon. We literally worship the dollar. You're absolutely right.
You're so right, Queen. Thank you. Thank you, MAGA supporter, for telling me about how American. What we worship. We're consumerists. You just hate all of this, right? That's why you voted for a billionaire.
Who fucking puts his name on everything, sells crypto scams, trying to like have his own currency and fucking just pass the Genius Act and is literally trying to pimp out the White House, buy a Gulf liner with public funds.
You're opposed to the Genius Act? I guess because that's because you're a dumbass.
Weren't you opposed to the Genius Act?
I don't even know what this is. What is it?
Don't act like you don't know these things.
I actually don't know what the Genius Act is.
It's an act that is a little bit questionable, I think, on crypto, and it's the amount of regulation that occurs. And I think it's pretty sus, and it's done to help the millionaires and billionaires in the crypto industry. And I think that's apparent. But the scope of the provisions that contained therein are beyond the scope of what we're talking about right now. So
sounds like an opinion from somebody who got a bad Mensa score.
I think that these socialist policies are not going to help. I would like to get into a deeper discussion, and we can loop back after Lindy, because I want to hear from you about what we were talking about with the Scandinavian versions of socialism. Because if we want to implement socialism here, then we need to have a real conversation about what actually makes it work versus what it doesn't, versus what just sounds good on paper.
I'm pretty sure there's more national ownership in these Scandinavian countries than there is in Venezuela. But whatever.
To entrap Gen Zers into an ideology that they really don't understand the repercussions of.
Okay, hold on. You got all that, and I'm going to you, and I specifically have a question I want to lay at your feet, because it's not just kids, though. That's the problem, is that it's all these rich white people that can then leave. And I see, by the way, we've all seen all of the blue people from California. I'm in Nashville.
She's right. It's not just kids. It's like adults that are educated with money that are making choices of their own free will and volition to vote for this man. They want these things, correct?
Nashville. I'm in Miami. I'm like, man, I hope you're voting different. I really hope so.
Like, I don't even hear this sort of posture from Democrats about like, oh, people who vote for Trump, they don't know what they're doing or whatever. If I think Democrats maybe even swing too hard into the like, they're like,
never talk shit about the voter, never talk shit about this.
Because you're taking all of that shit you just left, and you left the working class with the mess you made, and you bailed out of New York.
That's so
and you
true.
bailed out of California. And so what's that?
Jillian, I love that you brought this up, because we saw the manifestation of this just a few months ago in Luigi Mangione. Remember the outpouring of support that he enjoyed? People were cheering him on. This is a cold-blooded murderer.
Yeah.
Okay, the frustrations underlying, first of all,
allegedly.
Well, it's not just about his actions.
What, you don't
were
agree with the presumption of innocence, Lindy?
Apparently not.
Unforgivable. No one should be murdering people in the middle of the street. That's not okay at all. It never will be. However,
they should do it like how that United Healthcare CEO did, the right way, in the boardroom, the bureaucracy.
Are you actually doing these memes? Lindy
is
also, by
separate
the
and
way,
distinct from.
wait, like you should never be murdering people on the street, ever. And all right, explain this to us, Lindy. However,
That's not okay at all. It never will be. However, that is separate and distinct from the issue of healthcare. That's 20% of our
Amazing.
GDP, but we have third world outcomes
We
for
sure
a
do.
first world country. It's completely unacceptable. And United Healthcare and Independence Blue Cross, these people are, they're essentially, it's a legalized fraud, taking advantage of the American people. And secondly, what do you think is going to happen when you have tech bro billionaires at your inauguration in places of honor and the American people are nowhere to be found? You're literally in the Capitol Rotunda and you shut out the American.
legalized fraud with these insurance companies. That's so weird. What if we had a system, Lindy, where instead of having these like negative capitalist incentives and stuff, we just had like a publicly controlled health insurance system, or a public, we could call it like single, because there's only just one system, so we just call it one, like single pay. Like, she's arguing.
What are you, a fucking Maoist?
I thought you were trying to
This
escape,
crazy
like,
guy.
we have great health results. Yeah, sorry. Press play. Excuse me.
American people. I know that's due to inclement weather, but still, the symbolic nature of that is so powerful. And we've seen time and time again, there's an empirical link between income inequality and political polarization, meaning that the greater the difference between the wealthy and the haves and have-nots, the more alienated and more the more extreme society becomes. And that is why we've seen demagogues take advantage of economic crises to come to power. We've seen
This only happened when Gen Z started to view Mamdani favorably and be okay with socialism. Definitely didn't happen when Americans were voting for Donald Trump. That wasn't radicalization. That's just something else, I guess.
We need to get on this show, Aaron.
this time and time again with Hitler, Stalin.
I don't know that you could be in the same room as these people and have that be a good idea.
Why?
You know.
Nice.
You know why.
And Mussolini. We see this all the time.
Would you say to Lindy's face, I need you to leave, just like the guy did to Medhi? You need to get the fuck out of my country.
Yeah. He said that twice. I would say to Lindy Lee. More than that.
Just add one more.
I'd perform a citizen's arrest for a foreigner trying to engage in political interference in this. Nope. Not according to Lindy Lee's definition of what constitutes being. Lindy's Lee?
One solves.
Definition of what constitutes an American. So.
And I want to leave this one question with you. Honestly, Winklevoss says let him have it. I kind of think let him have it. I actually agree.
The Winklevi. You ever heard of them?
Yeah, Winklevi. I know.
Let them have what they vote for.
Hold on. I actually totally agree. If we believe in democracy and this is what the people of New York City want, then they should be allowed to elect the leader, the mayor that they want. The other thing I'll say is, look, as we know, our government, whether we're talking about on a local level or a federal level, is bureaucratic and there are checks and balances baked into the system.
I mean, you know, it's weird because normally I don't think that anybody needs to reiterate their support for the concept of democracy when somebody's complaining about the choice that voters have made or whatever. But when it comes to these people and how the authoritarian tendencies of MAGA and how enabling centrists like fucking Jillian, you know, can be, that actually does need to be reiterated.
They actually have the right to vote for their representative.
Yeah, unironically, a hot take for this panel.
Yeah.
I think people are acting as if this one mayor is going to unilaterally be able to do all these insane policies. I would be shocked if he would be able to even implement like a quarter of the policies that he's trying to implement. So there's that. But one other thing I want to note. Americans right now are really drowning, not just with the inequality, but how that inequality manifests. It manifests in things like an insane amount of debt. Consumer debt in America right now is at record levels, $1.2 trillion. The average interest rate, by the way, 21.4%.
That's criminal. It's loan sharking.
It's
if
insane.
you did that, like I could sue you for usury. It's a third-degree felony.
And you know,
predatory lending.
I am so sick of our politicians pretending like they're going to do something about this. I remember Josh Hawley, a Republican senator.
I'm sick of this podcast pretending like they give a shit about any of this stuff. Maybe Anna Kasparian, but
Freeze frame, by the way. I love that.
What are you implying? What, you like it because their mouth's open? You fucking sicko? You want to stuff a tampon in there? You're fucking disgusting.
You're fucking disgusting. You're with the sicko who's.
I don't even know who I started a podcast with. You know,
these are horrible things to say or to think that I'm thinking. I'm not thinking.
Like I knew you were okay with a little bit of anti-Semitism, but the misogyny shit too far.
You're an anti-Semite, so you're willing to do podcasts with anti-Semitism.
Yeah. The good kind, as you said. Just the good kind, the little...
It's a funny face. It's not anything. There's nothing negative about just saying, oh, funny little freeze frame. And you have to turn into something sicko because you're a sicko. Because you're a sicko.
Too far, Pisco.
Held all these hearings talking about how I'm going to cap, these credit card interest rates. Yep. Well, did he? Did he even fight for it? Or did he do his little photo op, Senate hearing to pretend like he's looking out for the common man? Yep. Our politicians are not looking out for us. Period. End of story. So when you have someone come out and actually focus on housing policy, even if you don't think that housing policy is going to work out, desperate Americans are going to be like, you know what? I'm willing to try something different. Yep. And that's what explains what's happening right now. Yeah.
I'm actually, Anna brought up a really interesting point, and I think it is a backstop. If you're afraid of the excesses of socialism, all you got to remember that in America, we have a whole of government approach. So Kathy Hochul right now is a backstop to, if you like him or not, it's still the case. She's not going to raise taxes in New York. End of story. As you said, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, Kathy Hochul is the reason why communism hasn't been established in New York City.
God.
She's holding that red line. It was like right there, but then Kathy said, no, not on my watch.
She said no. She said no with that Bugs Bunny no. You know what I'm talking about?
No. What?
wait. Google Bugs Bunny no. Google Bugs Bunny no. Images. Google images.
Oh wait,
Bugs
is
Bunny,
it the like? It looks like he's about to like make a sound. I don't even know.
Just put Bugs Bunny no. Search that on Google Images. Kathy Hochul. This is Kathy Hochul, the socialism.
She's
make it big. Make it big.
Yeah, this is I can't because it never actually makes it big. But yeah, this is
right click on it. Just right click on it. Go open image in new tab.
Okay.
Just right click and go open image in new tab. Make it big.
There you go.
Yeah, that's Kathy Hochul.
Yeah, saying rejecting Maoism, colorized in 2023.
That's Kathy.
So Mamdani has a lot of aggressive and ambitious dreams, but he needs the cooperation of the
But he needs to wake up because that's not realistic, apparently, even though, again, democratically voted for. This was not an accident.
The New York State government, he simply doesn't have it. And they still refuse to endorse him. Like the Democratic Party, the establishment.
Okay, look, this is coming up. Okay, I didn't think that they would ever mention this. I thought they were going to try to pretend like the Democratic Party is like completely on board with everything he wants.
Has yet to, for example, people like Hakeem Jeffries, who represents New York, Chuck Schumer, they're still saying they're thinking about it, they're going to meet with him, but they haven't endorsed him. So how is he going to get the collaboration and cooperation that he needs to actually pass his policies?
What does Hakeem Jeffries support, though? Hakeem Jeffries is so useless. Like I don't know what he represents or what he supports.
Represents himself. Did you see
he
the
represents
photo,
the Democratic establishment, which is a complete and utter disaster right now. Like lowest approval rating for the Democratic Party, I think, in recorded
since
history.
2008, yeah.
It's absurd.
No, it's alarming.
Yeah.
Anna cooking again?
Yeah.
Anna's cooking, but like when she says that, I want to oppose it, but she's cooking a little bit.
What you're saying is deeply alarming. Whether he can get this stuff done or not, the fact that people are in this headspace,
they don't feel like they're being
taken
care of by our government. They're paying their taxes,
and you know what else?
Nothing I'm going to transition after these final thoughts. I'm going to finish up.
I really don't like Bernie Sanders, but they saw the DNC steal the election from Bernie Sanders and give it to Hillary Clinton. They saw that with their own eyes.
You and Aaron steal the election from Bernie Sanders.
My girl, Lindy. You know what? Maybe we have room. Maybe you can stay. Maybe you can stay, Lindy.
Rescind it.
So they saw the hijacking of the delegates and the super delegates to make sure that Hillary Clinton won the election. And I'm no Sanders fan, but I will concede that reality.
Okay, I never said that shit. You at least reviewed that part of the debate.
I did, yes.
That happened. Millions of Americans saw that. Millions of, especially younger Americans, felt deeply disenfranchised by the fact that they took it away from Sanders. Not once, but twice, arguably, because remember what happened in 2020? Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, Beto O'Rourke all came together after.
I need to see Hutch react to this. I need to see it. Give it to me.
Joe Biden came in 5th in New Hampshire to essentially give him the nomination because he got the endorsement of James Clyburn in South Carolina. And they said we needed a Sanders to take it away from Bernie Sanders.
Talk about a bait and switch, by the way.
Exactly. And I do not like Sanders, but I'm still aware of the shenanigans that they pulled to keep him from power.
Ames, final thoughts?
I mean, I let them get what they vote for, and let's just see the way that it rolls out, and hopefully that this is a lesson, because apparently people are unwilling to learn from history. They're unwilling to accept the fact that like price caps often lead to shortages, guys. Like that's just what happens.
Come on.
It's not a conspiracy theory. This is what happens in places like.
Amy's kind of cooking a little bit here too. You know, I don't agree with these kinds of price these price freezes that are being talked about, unless there's a market failure.
You didn't like when Kamala Harris proposed that?
Unless there's a market failure, like I said. And I think there are market failures sometimes in pharmaceuticals.
She was proposing it for like just like groceries and stuff. Very, very briefly, and then she walked it back. But for like a couple of seconds there, she was hinting at it. Then she really swung hard into the opportunity economy shit, which was like abundance as a fetus. I don't know how to describe it.
Like Venezuela, if it's only 5 grocery stores, then that'll be that.
Well, let's put the grocery stores aside. I mean, I think the price fixing on rent is not necessarily the best solution
didn't work in the
because
70s.
And look, I mean,
Yeah.
we have rent control in Los Angeles, and what it has done, along with overregulation of like building
An
new
abundance
housing,
lib.
is
She's an
it has
abundance
suppressed
lib.
the
She's an abundance
construction
lib.
of housing.
Holy crap.
Which is what we need.
Yes.
She
You
read
can do price
abundance and she's
fixing,
an
but it doesn't-
abundance lib.
I mean, I don't know that you have to be abundance filled to have been saying that we need more housing. I'm not going to allow the abundance movement to say that they have the mandate on that policy prescription. They don't. It's been talked about for a while.
They don't.
Doesn't stop the fact, or it doesn't actually deal with.
Although I wouldn't be surprised, given her, political disposition these days, if she actually is like kind of on board with abundance.
That we have more people than we do housing. We need to build more
So how do you
housing.
incentivize builders? Do you give builders tax
abundance
cuts if they provide affordable
pill.
housing? I'm not saying
Deregulate,
that's the
she
answer,
says.
but I'll give you an example.
Don't you just love to be in agreement with the entire Her Take panel with Anna, Amy Dangerfield, Lindy Lee,
It's
and
like that-
Jillian?
The soy jack with the soy jack.
What soy jack is that?
Do soy jack. Type in soy jack. Type in soy jack.
Waiting.
Touching face.
Touching. Scared to search this live. Oh, this one.
Yes.
Tiny. You said it would be bigger if I did this.
Of how this played out in the 70s, okay? Severe maintenance backlogs, dangerous living conditions, chronic mismanagement and corruption, and this is when they expanded New York's public housing system. They aggressively expanded it with a reliance on federal funding, and it begot all of those things. New York froze subway fares at artificially low rates to keep them, quote, affordable, right? But then revenue declined for the MTA, and when it did, there was no adequate subsidy to keep it afloat. It fell into disrepair.
Is her accent like a surfer dude's?
She was born and raised in California. It's like a hybrid of like a valley girl, some sort of like, I don't know, like Sacramento or like California accent.
You could like, she kind of sounds like a jock,
She kind of sounds like she's always about to yawn.
Yeah, true.
It became unreliable. It was crime-ridden. It was dangerous. And then what are you going to rob Peter and pay Paul? Like, are you going to
Someone put hang loose bra, and then they said, hey, homie.
Sick. Hella sick, bro.
take from ambulances showing up to make sure that MTA is free, and then you're chasing capital out, and we talked about it on the last show. So I guess it's like, I guess you give them what they vote for.
I paid for the bus today.
Did you?
I'm just telling you right now. Mom Donnie's bus policy would help me today.
What? Poor you had to pay $3?
Yeah, actually, yes. That's $3 I could be spending on halal.
Can we get a super chat $5 for Mr. Pisco here? Apparently can't afford a fucking bus ticket without crying.
For the poor. Here in my
But I
garage.
got one right here. Your segment. And so here's my transition, though. When you give people what they vote for, does everybody else pay? All right, here you go, Anna. Are police budget cuts in liberal cities like LA doing more harm than good? Back in 2021, LA slashed $150 million from the LAPD, meant to send a message to reinvest in communities and reduce force size. But this resulted in what?
Well, in a lot of liberal cities, actually, right now, what you'll notice is this trend of the local politicians allocating a lot more funding than ever before, record amounts of funding for their local police departments. And this is an argument that a lot of the defund the police movement types make. Well, what are you talking about? We're defunding the police. We're actually spending more on police than ever before. That's true. However, it turns out we're spending a lot more
Thank you,
on
Shri, for my $3 bus fare. But you really fucked up, Shri, because I don't get all the money from the super chat. And you should know that. It's only 80%.
Yeah,
And so
yell
what
at
am I
them.
supposed to
Yell
do?
at them.
Go
Yell at
on,
them.
like,
Do it. Yeah.
half of a bus?
Complain
It
about
doesn't
not
pay
getting
for the
enough
bus
money.
ticket. So, I need the $3. I don't have it because I only have 80% of $3. Have you thought about that, Shri? Did you even think about that once? Sorry. Thank you though for the super chat.
You should be thanking me because I was the one who did the call to action for your broke ass.
Bus is actually only 290. True. It's actually, I rounded up a little bit.
Typical dishonest socialist.
Fewer sworn officers.
I'm obviously kidding.
So let me
I'm obviously joking.
take you for a ride.
I
Buckle
really
up.
appreciate it.
How much you spend on Starbucks today?
I didn't. Duncan.
How much you spend on Duncan today?
$10.
Jesus fucking Christ! Don't give this man a fucking penny.
Why can't I?
How much do you usually spend on Starbucks then?
It depends. It depends.
Do you tip the iPad when they flip that iPad towards you? Do you do 20%?
I'm a big fan of tippers. No taxes on tips. I always tip. Always gotta tip. I tip. I'm a tipper. What can I say? I want to. I'm that guy, and people know this, right? People who went to that DGG meetup, you saw me. I get a big tip at the end of the night. I'm a tipper. That's what I do. I say, hey, ma'am, come over here.
You
I
say,
need a table for my
here,
friends
I'm going to
over
give you
here."
just
And
the
I
tip, ma'am. That's what you say.
Ma'am, here's $20 for a table now, and I want the nicest table you have.
So basically, back in
Bimble in the
2001,
chat, it drives Bimble nuts how much I tip. And everyone knows I'm a tipper too. And so you don't need to ask this question.
in response to the mass protests that were happening in response to policing, excessive force.
Yeah, you love paying off women.
Only you could be so perverted.
Are you agnostic on paying off women or what?
I don't know what you mean by that. What does that mean?
Never mind.
Yeah.
In 2021. My bad.
Okay, sorry. I was like, wow, you are going way back.
No,
Okay,
my
sorry.
bad. I misspoke.
I'm with you.
So in 2021, the Los Angeles City Council decides, you know what? Yeah, why don't we cut the police budget to the tune of $150 million, and then we're going to divert that money to other programs to help Angelinos. That was the plan. Now, when they did that, they did lose sworn officers, because obviously you're cutting the police budget. You're going to have to get rid of some of the positions. But here's what happens. Like, the crime doesn't go away. So the remaining police officers end up working overtime hours, and they get paid a lot for that, a time and a half. So, for
Thank you, Bad Enchilada, for the $10. Pisco, a status quo loving capitalist.
Overtime alone last year, 2024.
Explain why he likes getting publicly owned then.
Not all of that money went to police, but a huge portion of it did. Now, more than a decade ago, in 2013, then Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa had allocated enough funding for the LAPD to have 10,000 police officers. That was the highest number ever. However, about like a decade later, you get that cut. Because of the protests, there were a lot of early police retirements as well. So they're eliminating positions. A lot of cops did early retirement, or they just quit because they're like, this is not a desirable job. My city hates me. I don't want to do this. So
are you going to do early retirement from streaming?
Yeah, I'm pretty close to retirement. I'm just joking. No, of course not. I'm a worker bee. I'm gonna be like Joe Biden and be like, I can still do the job, guys. Where's my live and learn co-hosts? And
That's a terrible Joe Biden impression. Do a Hunter Biden impression.
One sec. Oh, I'm Hunter Biden. I'm on crack.
What?
No. How do you do a Hunter Biden impression?
Jesus Christ. I don't think I could not do you.
You can do. What do you
that was borderline RFK.
I don't think it's very much
it was like hick RFK.
People are saying that you're like bullying.
No way. Are people in your chat also telling you that they found forks in their kitchen?
No.
Now the city council's actual spending on the LAPD has surged due to these ballooning overtime costs. By 2022, when the department had 9,496 sworn officers, they spent nearly $214 million for overtime pay for the LAPD. And that number just keeps going
Like, you have
up.
any fucking comprehension of those numbers, Amy? Like, you've ever looked at a fucking budget of a police office? Like, you don't
Like,
know
she really
shit,
cares
Amy.
about cops being paid overtime. I'm sure she fucking loves it. Support back the blue, our boys in blue.
has always had.
Look at Jillian with the
Far fewer police so elementary. It really is. It gives off that like I'm like a 12 years old and I know everything. You know those people who like think that they figured the world out.
I'm 12 and this is very deep.
Yeah, that's the mean.
Officers per capita, meaning per 100,000 people than any other major city. So, for instance, Washington, D.C. employs 542.91 officers per capita, while Los Angeles employs 236.86. Other cities, you're looking at Chicago, 454, Las Vegas, 444, New York City, 440, Detroit, 392. In L.A., we have 236. These officers are going to work insane overtime hours. They've been working insane overtime hours. And now we have more than a dozen cops in the LAPD. If you look at what we were able to
accomplish in 2-3 years, it was one of the best with a 50-50 Senate of all time.
Have you been loading that the whole time?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it. Yeah.
No wonder there hasn't been any fucking commentary. Why did you have to think about that?
Yeah, I was just thinking about it a little bit. I think it's
above
okay.
400 grand.
It's a C. It's a C plus.
No. It took me a second to even register who you were imitating. It should be like instant.
I'll work on that. I'll work on my Hunter Biden impression.
No, I just thought that was Joe Biden. Hunter Biden does sound a lot like he's clearly Biden's son. They have a very, very similar cadence to their voice.
Yeah, sure.
A year. This is not cost effective. This is stupid. And if you want to save costs,
this is stupid. Threw me off. Threw me for a loop when she said that.
Okay, Andy with the $10 super chat. The Council of Chicago Femboys is proud to have approved for Pisco a $10 grant as part of the Advanced Unemployed Streamers Program. We appreciate your attention to that. Thank you so much. I'm proud to be represented by the Council of
Yes,
Chicago
please
Femboys.
Continue to fund his retirement fund. You guys donate now.
Thank you.
Have them be fully staffed. Sorry. If you hate cops, hate cops all you want. I don't want to pay more for
thank you.
Because that's what we're doing right now. It's absurd.
But see, can we just comment on one thing? I don't hate cops. I want cops. Yes. And you know what I was able to do? Leave California. I was able to leave because of the crime, because of the fires, because of the policies.
All of that, it's in your imagination, by the way. It's all made up in your head, Jillian. We're all making it up.
I was sitting there.
Don't believe your lying eyes.
It was 2020 and the riots.
This is such rich people shit, man. These problems.
I'm losing it. I don't know. I can't stand these people. Their issues. I'm like the Watchmen. Search Dr. Manhattan. These people. Google images.
Isn't it Rorschach who says that? Not these.
No. Dr. Manhattan. These people.
A lot of meme references tonight. You need imagery.
Let me take a look at this. Go in there. I'm tired of Earth. These people. I'm tired of being caught in the tangle of their lives. That's me right now.
I was making a point about them being elitist and out of touch, and to reinforce that point, you're going to use an elitist who is out of touch and literally a god among man.
Sometimes that's how I feel. Do you ever feel like you're the only being in the universe, and that all of these...
I am the protagonist of reality. Yes.
All of these different people are just like your own manifestations that you have built because you're alone in the universe. You're just yourself, and you're just building manifestations to play with.
Okay, no, I've never been on a bender. The first part I understood. The second part, the delusions of grandeur, no.
Okay.
They're like, we got to.
Are you taking your lithium?
Is that ableist?
When I say it to you, no. It's just accurate.
Whoa! Wait, you need to stop with the bullying. Okay, now, because people are getting the sense that that I'm not that you're doing this and I don't like it.
What if I say it in a sultry voice? Maybe you'll back off a little bit.
Stop. Just press play. Move on.
The cops, and I was like, you are bananas. Mm-hmm. Good luck here. But that's the part that worries me, and I don't mean to bring it back. Is that what about the people that can't move? What about the people that are stuck with this and that get raped or get robbed? Well, this is crime is up and down. And by the way, I'm taking this way off piece.
Raped and robbed. We're just doing Death Wish.
Fucking Lord of the Flies in California.
Yeah, not enough cops, I guess. When your car gets stolen, who's going to be there to show up 24 hours later and give you a little piece of paper?
They burned down the Waymos, so let's.
It is true. I forgot about the fucking Waymos. Remember the Waymos, you guys? All two of them that got burned down.
So now I have friends.
Five. Never forget.
Literally killer dogs. Because if someone breaks in your house in California, you shoot them, you're going to jail for murder.
You could be prosecuted. It's actually a lot harder in LA to basically protect yourself with a firearm if someone's breaking into your home.
People are buying killer dogs.
But, I do see that as a separate issue.
It is.
I mean, it's related.
I went totally off. You're right. And I tell you guys don't do it. I just did. I'm done talking for this segment. You guys
so much energy. There's so much
She's
like
done talking.
anxiety. Yeah,
She's done talking for this segment. That's what you wanted. You were like, she spoke for like just a few minutes and you were like, God, won't this bitch shut up? And she's finally saying you should be celebrating.
I didn't say it. You said it. Liberals surrender hands. I didn't say that shit. That's sexist.
Anytime the B word, as you like to call it, comes out, you always do. What is
the B word?
You always do this liberal. What the hell is this liberal surrender hands? Is there an image I can search up that's gonna help explain it to me, or what?
No. There's no image. I'm surrendering.
Okay.
Budget by the LA City Council had to cut all sorts of services for Angelenos. We're like the highest taxed in the country, right?
And why is she saying Angelenos? I wish she would just say LA residents.
I don't think they get to say Angelenos. I think that they have to earn that.
They
can't say, by the way, they can't say fuck LA. LA sucks and shit, and then be like Angelenos, like they fucking.
Yeah, tell them, homie.
Because of overtime costs.
Oh wait, you're Latino. We have the pass.
I have the pass.
Yeah.
To the tune of $1 billion. So we're paying more for less police. Crime is crime. I don't know what to tell you. It has to
Crime is crime.
I mean, our laws need to be enforced. People need to be kept safe. So crime continues to exist. We have fewer police officers. They're working longer hours. We're paying more than ever before for the police department.
Thank you for subscribing.
As a result of that budget
Shadow
deficit,
Star Ace.
all sorts of other services end up getting cut. So please, for the anti-police crowd, make it make sense. How does this make sense?
It's like whatever they propose, it almost does the inverse. It's like, hey, let's introduce this to fix it, and then it just amplifies the situation.
Right.
Yeah.
We can't.
Why are they so like addled? It feels like they're.
I mean, it's at 1.15x speed.
Oh, okay.
But it's always at that speed for the most part. We never listen to it at normal speed.
I didn't know that.
Have this discussion without discussing essentially.
These women, why are they so agitated, animated? It's making Pisco uncomfortable.
Because it's such a tremendous force in this country. The George Soros funded candidates and prosecutors around the country.
The George Force.
I don't know. We should make the George Force. Are there any Georges in our audience?
No. No one with that name would be in our audience.
It's not just here on the East Coast in Philadelphia, New York, but it's also in Los Angeles and San Francisco. Thank God they just got a new one.
Yep.
But these people, they're not just soft on crime. They're completely limp on crime.
I can't get over that. The George Force and his cousin, the man with the yellow hat squad. Very, very tedious business going on here.
And so they see police as basically the enemy. They see instead that we have to focus, their solutions presumably are to focus on social services, just like throw social workers at everyone and mental health. And I believe in all of that. I strongly, I agree with that, but I don't think
social service, more like socialist services. Am I right?
It's an alternative.
Alongside the police, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a both situation, not an or. It's not an either or situation.
I agree.
And thank you. And right now, and the fact that they've hollowed out the police, there's another externality, which is it gives Trump an excuse to bring in the National Guard. Trump is saying you obviously don't have the law enforcement capable of exerting control over society. Thus, I have
Trump an excuse. Like, so are you admitting that he was going to do that no matter what? You're just helping give him like a pretext, or what? Or will you admit that he shouldn't have done that? Of course not.
Have the authority and I have the rationale to bring to deploy them. So if you don't want the National Guard in your neighborhood, then don't hollow out your police department. Show some ability and capacity to do your own business.
Well,
so that first hand with no kings, right?
Yeah. Well, the police chief had even confessed during a press conference that they're overwhelmed and they can't handle it. And I do think that gave Trump a green light when it came to the National Guard.
You told me that when he said we are overwhelmed, it was because they had already mobilized the National Guard and it was contributing and exacerbating the chaos.
Yeah. So she's lying. Her framing's bad. I mean, she might not be lying, but her framing's bad. You were cooking before these people. What are you doing?
I'm looking up the article. LA police chief admits officers overwhelmed as thousands of rioters block freeway towards cars. One day after President Trump deployed 2,000 National Guardsmen to the city over the objections of Governor Gavin Newsom and other California Dems who have insisted they have the situation in hand, LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell admitted that his officers were overwhelmed by the scale of the riots, which have continued for 4 consecutive days in LA. We are overwhelmed. McDonald's said at a Sunday evening press conference tonight, we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers that can kill you. This is what he said. They'll take a backpack, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. He continued,
Wait.
They'll break up the cinder block and use that and pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars.
Never happened. I don't believe that.
You were making fun of it until I said this didn't happen, and then you were like, who the fuck are you to say it didn't happen? And then you immediately started licking the boot just so you could be a fucking contrarian. You were choking on it.
Contrarian. You're a communist.
Yeah.
You believe in Marxism, the debunked
Correct.
Marxism.
You started a podcast with me. True.
No, okay, so we can laugh at you.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You have nothing to fucking say.
That ends the podcast. I'm raiding into you right now. We're at our time. We're 2 minutes early. I'm raiding into you. You made fun of my stutter. I'm not going to have it. I'm not going to.
It was very unfair when the media did that to Biden, by the way. It was also very unfair when you left that out of your impression of him.
No, you know what? This is all your fault. And I'm done. And I'm raiding into you, by the way. I am raiding into you. And the redirection
underscore. You got that underscore on Twitter.
Underscore. Yeah, it's raiding. It's raiding. And hey, much love to everybody. You know what? Don't follow Aaron. Follow me. Follow me on everything.
Yeah, he needs money for the bus. $2. He doesn't have $2.90 to spare. Okay. Yeah. Fuck you. Okay, let's see if he actually did this right. Hilarious stream. I needed that. Thanks. It's good to hear. Did he actually raid me? It doesn't seem like my view count went up. There we go. Who the fuck was that guy? I ask myself that every single week, you guys. If you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me if you aren't already. I go live practically every single day. If you want to, you can subscribe to me, get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. And you can also gift subs throughout the chat to share the experience with other people as well. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the streams because it pushes it out to other people, and subscribe to me if you aren't already. I'm at Straighterade underscore on everything. And if you want to support me, you can follow the donation link pinned to my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. It's 1:30 in the morning. We're going to do 30 more minutes of this and then I'm heading out, but I will finish it tomorrow, whatever I don't finish today, or I will force Pisco to finish it with me on a different day because he has nothing better to do anyway.
Being deployed to protect federal buildings that were being defaced as a result of, some of.
Thank you for subscribing, Warrior 1010.
There were demonstrations, but there were also riots, and the rioters, obviously.
Also, this was a fucking insane bullshit claim. This whole, they bring cinder blocks and then they break the cinder block up and say that, okay, you don't need to be a fucking communist like me to see that this is clearly not a fucking lie. Or that this is clearly a lie. It's not the truth.
Focused on destroying buildings as they typically do. But look, I just think if we're paying our taxes, we should get something in return. Yep. And the idea that we should spend more for fewer cops is infuriating.
Not just fewer cops, though,
but fewer everything.
More crimes, right? It results in even worse outcomes, and we see that. And what happened? Actually, I'm a huge fan of the broken window theory. Do you guys remember that back in the 90s?
I'm a huge fan of this debunked hypothesis on how to keep cities safer. Huge fan.
Giuliani and under actually Michael Bloomberg perpetuated as well. Their theory is that you have to go after the small crimes like broken windows, because if you go after the small criminals, they will not escalate and become more hardened criminals. And we've completely discarded that that approach, even though it was extremely effective, because some people accused it of being racist or whatever. Everything is.
Look, there was definitely. Mass incarceration was and continues to be in some parts of the country a problem.
I think that's separate from the broken window theory.
True, but I do think that there was heavy-handed policing.
Was it just heavy-handed? It was also found unconstitutional by the New York Supreme Court because stop and frisk is, it can be effective or it can be constitutional. It can't be both because obviously they had to profile people to be able to get this off the ground.
Under the impression, and I've now learned that I was totally wrong about this. All of the calls to reform policing, I was on board with, because I do think police need better training. I think there are police departments across the country who don't know how to respond to someone who's having a mental health episode. These things need more investment, not less investment.
But honestly, thank God for body cam footage, because for a long time it was this.
For a long time, cops couldn't have a. What is a body cam supposed to do? I mean, I support the body cams, okay? But realistically, there has to be more than just that. I don't want them to just film when they shoot somebody unarmed, okay? I want them to actually face consequences. I want them to not use excessive force. If it's just going to be body cams, then you're just going to get an up-close POV, like first-person POV of them brutalizing some resident of New York City. That's not the only thing that should be the policy.
This notion of the police abusing their power, and don't get me wrong, there are corrupt cops out there. But what I can say is,
there's bad apples. Okay, like that's literally what they're saying. Even though that phrase is, it's not just like, oh, a few bad apples. The whole phrase is a few bad apples spoil the bunch.
So grateful for a lot of this body cam footage because it has helped stop to perpetuate some of the narrative that is being pushed that caused this whole defund the police.
It also helped. It also helps
though with police brutality after Rodney King.
No, but girl, let me. I mean, the demonstrations that just happened in downtown LA. Did you see the video
I was
of the
talking
reporter?
about more like cops killing black people when they were calling to defund the police in LA. That had been reformed significantly.
Well, there had been reforms.
Are you ACAB/defund the police? Yeah, I just don't. But people shouldn't say the phrase defund the police because it's very unpopular. But like principally, of course.
I agree with
and
you
if you
on
look at the
investing money.
numbers,
I'm just saying we didn't have a.
Was anyone under the impression that I was a fan of police? I doubt it. But in case, yeah, secret's out, you guys, in case you were confused about that. No, I don't fucking like cops.
The scandals after Rodney King of LA cops indiscriminately killing people of color.
But the point I was going to bring up is, you know, there was that video of an Australian reporter who was just doing her job. Like, she wasn't doing anything wrong. And you see a police officer shoot her with a rubber bullet for no reason. That person needs to be fired. We need to weed out the bad guys from the police department, and there needs to be strict standards to make sure, because if the public
call for removing qualified immunity, Anna, do it.
Doesn't trust the police department, that's also an issue.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what bursts all of this stuff, really. Which
Yeah.
then,
Well, transition after this final thought. Finish your thought,
I just
Mindy.
want to say the public needs to trust, but also these demagogues that we currently have, and I think it's one party is mostly responsible for demagoguing against the police.
Demagogues, again, we're not referring to MAGA here, by the way.
We need to stop demonizing the law enforcement because who does that help really? Like, who does that serve?
Nobody.
It doesn't help. Exactly.
Nobody.
It helps nobody. It undermines public trust.
These
And they're
guys are
less able to
risking
do their job.
lives.
Exactly.
Every freaking day they deal with the craziest shit.
Exactly.
Will someone think of the poor, poor cops? Will someone back our boys in blue?
So, okay, well, I'm going to
definitely not like there's there's not enough time, spent thinking about how hard cops have it.
About distrust, slightly different topic though. So this next one has been flying under the radar for far too long. The UK's grooming gang scandal. For anyone new to
yes,
this
a
topic,
highly under-discussed topic on the right. UK's grooming gangs. This is like breaking news.
grooming gangs are organized groups, often predominantly composed of South Asian men, mainly Pakistani, who sexually exploited vulnerable, mostly white, working-class girls across.
This is like Drew Pavlou's favorite thing. Maybe he should go on her take.
Multiple UK towns for decades. These abuses were systematic, brutal, often involved drugging, trafficking, and repeated rape. Now, amid renewed public outrage and criticism from across the political spectrum, again, we say after decades, PM Keir Starmer commissioned Baroness Louise Casey, who's a respected civil servant known for exposing institutional failure.
And Starmer's part of what party again? Are we gonna after we just spent how many minutes painting the narrative that the left or liberals are not tough on crime? That dude's ahead of the fucking Labour Party.
The systemic mishandling of grooming gangs cases. On June 16th, she released her searing audit into the UK's handling of grooming gangs. Amy, what was in there and why has this been allowed to persist? What's going to change?
Yeah, so one of the first things that we're going to pull up is
give it to us straight,
evidence
Amy.
of her going through, not her specifically, but showing that the race of the men who were responsible for these atrocities was redacted in all of the documents because they were far more concerned about not coming off as racist than actually protecting the victims involved. But you're 100% right. After decades of denial and silence, finally, we've all admitted something that we've been saying. People such as Tommy Robinson, who has literally been persecuted and thrown in jail for saying what we all knew, that, mostly predominantly Pakistani men are responsible for grooming and raping now thousands of women, some as young as 11 years old. Sorry, I'm going to try to refrain from saying that word because I don't want to get us censored or anything like that. So I'm going to say grape. I know it sounds elementary, but it's what we got to do, okay?
Oh, too late, because she's been Jillian been saying it this whole time.
Nat, can we please pull up the video where she's talking about the...
So I don't know about this shit. This is from June 16th, 2025, UK shied away from ethnicity of grooming gangs and child sex abuse inquiries, report finds. The British government said Monday it will make it mandatory for the police to record the ethnicity and nationality of suspects accused of child sexual abuse and exploitation. The move is part of an attempt to address long-running accusations that authorities have shied away from properly tackling the issue of race when investigating such cases. Came after the government announced Saturday that it will hold a national inquiry into organized child sex abuse, something it has long been pressured to do by opposition politicians. In a statement to Parliament, Home Secretary Yvette Cooper said a new review of data from 3 police forces found quote, evidence of overrepresentation among suspects of Asian and Pakistani heritage men who prey on often young and vulnerable girls and women. But the review published Monday found that ethnicity data was shied away from and not recorded for 2/3 of perpetrators in crimes involving grooming gangs, those involving multiple perpetrators, coercing, manipulating, and deceiving children into sex, the review said. The appalling lack of data on ethnicity and crime recording alone is a major failing over the last decade or more, said the review, overseen by Lewis Casey, an expert on victims' rights and social welfare. Questions about ethnicity have been asked but dodged for years. Yeah, you've been asking this for years. Wonder why. Wonder what the interest is there. Child sexual exploitation is horrendous, whoever commits it, but there have been enough convictions across the country of groups of men from Asian ethnic backgrounds to have warranted closer examination, it added. The review referred to examples of organizations. What if the majority of people that did this were like white men? Do we think that it would be like integral to really emphasize that point? Do you think these people would be saying that? The review referred to examples of organizations that avoided the topic of race altogether, quote, for fear of appearing racist or raising community tensions. Cooper noted that while Casey's review also identified cases in which perpetrators were white, British, European, or other ethnicities, there wasn't enough information to help prevent patterns of crime from being understood and tackled. Britain's justice system has seen multiple cases of underage girls, some as young as 10, and others who were vulnerable because they were in social care or had disabilities, sexually exploited by groups of men in different towns and cities since the 2000s and 2010s. In some of the most high-profile cases to come to trial, the perpetrators were men of Pakistani heritage, and the victims were predominantly white girls. The issue has been taken up by the right-of-center politicians, including Reform UK leader Nigel Farage, to link child sexual abuse to immigration. No way. It was more recently stoked by Elon Musk, who took to his X platform earlier this year to condemn Prime Minister Keir Starmer over the issue. Cooper said Monday that as a further step to tackle the issue, laws will be changed so that any adult man who engages in penetrative sex with a child under 16 will face a mandatory rape charge. Officials said the National Crime Agency will follow up on an estimated 1,000 cold cases involving child sex abuse by grooming gangs where no one was convicted. A 7-year inquiry was held under the previous Conservative government, but many of the 20 recommendations it made in 2022, including compensation for abuse victims, have yet to be implemented. No way. You're telling me that they did not act to actually protect these victims and instead they prioritized a xenophobic agenda that was anti-immigrant? Conservatives? That doesn't sound like them.
The word Pakistani being Tipexed out of the reports, please. Thank you.
Deliberate covering up, or are you saying that was? I think in Rotherham there was deliberate covering up. Yes, I can speak to that one in a very detailed way because I was there for 6 months. We did the inspection and I saw it was the night in the inspection room where I was going.
Okay, so let me just link this. This is from 5 years ago. Most child sexual abuse gangs made up of white men, Home Office report says. Study of England, Scotland, and Wales dispels myth of Asian grooming gangs popularized by far right. The majority of child sex abuse gangs are made up of white men under the age of 30, an official paper has said. The report, which covers England, Scotland, and Wales, and summarizes a range of studies on the issue of group-based child sexual exploitation, or CSE, also known as grooming gangs, said there was not enough evidence to conclude that child sex abuse gangs were disproportionately made up of Asian offenders. So this was 5 years ago. I guess the difference is that this is specific to the UK. So it is possible that this could still be the case, but that, like on average or whatever, but you have like outlier data or whatever in the UK. I'm not sure.
Going through a child's file and I realised somebody Tipexed out the word Pakistani, literally Tipex. People watching the programme may not even know what that is, but it's where you cover up a word. And I thought to myself as I picked it off with a paperclip, I thought, who did that person think they were helping? Either they were worried about, people get worried, Victoria, about organisational reputation, they get worried about their own, people say we've got community tensions. You know, the English Defence League had parked out in Rotherham when I was there and were demonstrating week in, week out.
Looking for something more recent? I mean, they just use this opportunistically to crack down on immigration. It's just a flimsy pretext for it. And a very attractive one for them to use because this is something that obviously is going to be bothersome to the public. But they don't actually care about the victims. It's literally just about finding ways to get these damn brown people out of Europe.
If you'd been a Muslim Pakistani heritage woman scarfed walking through that town, it would have been impossible. So if you think you're helping her, you're not helping her. If you think you're standing up for the victims, you're not standing up for the victims. You're not helping anyone.
Yep. Yeah. So to clarify for anyone who's not up to date on British lingo, Tipex just means redacted. They completely...
She already explained that. Why are you repeating it?
What's a American version of whiteout?
Yeah, it's a version of whiteout. They basically made it so that you could not read the race of the people who were disproportionately committing all of these crimes. And it was to the tune of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of men.
Anna, don't let me down. Let's see.
And do you know how many were actually prosecuted for it officially?
I'm afraid that you're going to tell me.
12.
Wow.
12?
Over decades?
Over decades. And so someone who's been really blowing the whistle on this for a long time, and in fact...
I mean, in general, isn't this type of crime already underreported and difficult to prosecute? Not saying that that's a good thing, but that seems like it's hardly specific to this.
Labeled a white-wing conspiracy theorist on account of this is actually banned from even entering certain countries because of how vocal he's been on this. Is a gentleman called Tommy Robinson. We can play the next clip, please, Nat. We're
Sam sounds familiar. Why was Tommy Robinson banned from the UK? He was jailed after repeating false allegations against a Syrian refugee. He was banned from Facebook and Instagram in 2019. 2024, he was left the UK on eve of court case. What was he charged with? Charged with harassment causing fear of violence towards 2 Daily Mail reporters. So charged with intimidating journalists.
Tommy is actually directly confronting one of the chief of police outside of the courthouse saying, why have only this many people been prosecuted, and demanding accountability.
I have 2 witnesses who saw you at Spice Lounge restaurant taking envelopes of money off of Gulfrest Khan and Mohammed Charlie Khan. What do you have to say to those allegations? Mr. Bayliss, this is your right to reply. Over 200 men's names were identified by your police investigation, but only 11 were charged. Why is that? Did you have anything to do with the case is collapsing? Mr. Bayliss, this is your opportunity to answer the questions.
It was actually only 11, not 12.
You have nothing to say.
Out of hundreds.
Who paid him the money?
Men should have been prosecuted?
Who's buying him off?
Exactly. I mean, well, here's the thing, and this is where I don't want to detract too far from the conversation when we talk about the incompatibility with, like, Muslim and Islamic way of life compared to regular Western way of life. But there is...
The Muslims versus the regulars.
A Muslim mayor in the UK, and I think that
London, yes, scary. Zoran Ramdani is about to come up. Let's just see, probably, right? Get your bingo cards ready.
A lot of this is optics for coming across as Islamophobic.
But the mayor did not pay.
No, I'm not saying.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what?
But people,
okay, I see it. I see it.
Yeah, people fund politicians. People protect politicians with their funding. There is a very clear reason why they were trying to...
Okay, she was like crying about Epstein victims or whatever. Again, hasn't disavowed Trump. How do you explain that the far right in this country is currently the one obstructing the Epstein files from being released to the public, even though they campaigned on that in some instances, said that they want to stop the deep state, want to get to the bottom of all of these girls that were abused by Jeffrey Epstein and reveal the client list, and now that Trump's shielding all of that from coming out, and the party as well. How do you explain that?
Prevent the truth from coming out about this, and the main reason is optics. And money. The fact is, and money, and the fact is they don't care about these victims. There is one more clip that I would like to play from Tommy Robinson. He did recently appear on PBD podcast. PBD actually had to go all the way out to the Bahamas to interview him because Tommy can't even come into America. So we can go ahead and play just...
How do you know if she still supports Trump?
A little bit of this clip, please, not.
For this to happen.
How though?
How? But
how are they so
She never disavowed him in that previous episode, for anybody who's wondering.
Scared when things like when you start doing this to kids?
We'll just play the first minute.
Let me guess, this lady is Australian, like that Drew guy? Yes. I don't know what it is about the Australian fascination with the UK grooming gangs, but...
who is not at the top? A prime minister, the royal family, the most powerful people.
Yeah, and the grooming gang was like not in London either.
Not sitting there saying we can't tolerate this.
No, not just can't tolerate it. They celebrated everyone who covered it up. Not just, and that goes to the. So when all this blew up, 2015, people
is very red.
Realizing, oh my God, everything we were saying was right. So remember, we were attacked.
Can you do me a favor? Can you play the clip of Tommy with Jeremy Paxman? Is this you? This is a 1 minute clip. Yeah. Play this clip. Go. And this is how long ago? 15 years ago?
15 years ago.
15 years ago. Go for it.
He's had. Do you understand? The people are.
Amy is pro-Trump. These people are on a right-wing podcast. This is a right-wing show that aids the right in America and globally. That is the point of it.
Frightened by that kind of thing, and they're frightened by the possibility of this demonstration. We're fighting 1 minute, Nissan. We're fighting by Shawalo. The leader of the Luke Castle Mosque, the leader of the Luke Castle, she's worried by what you've set off. The leader.
I can barely understand these fucking people. Jesus Christ.
Council Mosque, who is in charge of 19 mosques in our town, called for Sharia law for the Islamic community in our town. That frightens me. That frightens me.
And you're not frightened by what the prospect of a lot of young men swaggering around the town, chanting about doing Chinese and the rest of
genuine causes. We've got genuine grievances. Ours is a
Florida law. I can't even do it. I can't even do an accent like this. It's very, very thick.
Of course.
All right.
We can stop it. So finally, the British government is now admitting what he has been saying all along.
Why now, by the way? Is there a
because
reason?
there's just been so much pressure, man. Like,
Okay.
certain,
Yeah,
like,
the
like
audit.
it's gone international. And thank God for X, honestly. Like, say what you want.
Yes, I say this daily. Thank God for Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter. And thank God for X, the everything app.
Elon Musk, but we now have a platform that is uncensored. If you try to talk about any...
Yeah, say what you want about the guy who did like a Sieg Heil, but he certainly did uncensor X.
This stuff on TikTok, on Instagram.
Oh yeah, banned.
Instantly shut down. I mean, look at us. Even on YouTube right now,
we saw this though. Why was he banned from this? Tommy Robinson banned from Facebook and Instagram. Far-right founder of English Defense League reportedly breached hate speech rules. Somebody said Robinson, whose real name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon, broke rules that ban public calls for violence against people based on protected characteristics, rules that ban supporting or appearing with organized hate groups, and policies that prevent people from using the site to bully others. The decision to ban Robinson from the social media sites could threaten his ability to reach larger audiences. He is already banned from Twitter, and the decision to cut him off from Instagram and Facebook will leave him reliant on YouTube as the only major online platform to provide him with a presence. In a blog post, Facebook said, when ideas and opinions cross the line and amount to hate speech that may create an environment of intimidation and exclusion for certain groups in society, in some cases with potentially dangerous online implications, we take action. Tommy Robinson's Facebook page has repeatedly broken these standards, posting material that uses dehumanizing language and calls for violence targeted at Muslims. He has also behaved in ways that violate our policies around organized hate. The ban comes a month after Facebook issued a final written warning, again, so he was warned multiple times, warning him that he could be removed from its platform permanently if he continued to break the company's hate speech policies. That warning has been issued for breaches that included a post calling on people to terrorize and behead those who follow the Quran, a post calling on people to, quote, make war on Muslims, and multiple videos showing people being bullied. Don't know what that means. Following that warning, Robinson did break Facebook's policies again. Shocker. It says, though, through 1, organizing and participating in events with recognized hate figures or groups such as Proud Boys and Gavin McInnes. 2, public praise or support for these hate figures and groups. 3, public remarks that include hate speech targeted at a specific group in society. 4, public calls for violence against people based on race, ethnicity, or national origin. She makes it sound like, this guy's just minding his business on social media, and they targeted him.
We have to speak in code to even get this.
Did he call for a hotel that was housing immigrants to be burned down?
Message out there. Do you know the amount of people who tried to put out information and they're shut down and censored just by the platform alone for the language that needs to be invoked when you're simply describing what happened? Like, it's sick. So currently they are reopening 800 to even get this.
Wow.
800. Because again, this spans over decades, guys. Yeah. It literally spans over decades. This is And 800 chances to ask why the government closed its eyes and deliberately failed.
Right. It's not just them being afraid of being cast as racist, and it's not just bribes. These two factors are very powerful, but there's something else that I think we cannot neglect.
I don't even know what the fuck is coming. Hit me, Lindy.
It's the fact that the victims, these girls, were working class.
Yeah.
And there was no one fighting on their behalf. They didn't have an advocate, and they were also not organized. There was no support group. There was
Working class, some of them were 11.
What I mean is there was no one standing up for them.
They come from poorer families or
They
disadvantaged
didn't have, they didn't have legal representation. They had no idea how to navigate the system. They had no idea how to pursue accountability.
And they would go to the authorities, and the authorities would basically brush it under the rug. I mean, there's a common theme that I'm noticing, which is victims of sexual assault are usually kind of buried, right? And it's whether it's a,
Do you think Anna at any point is going to bring out the highly racialized way that this topic is discussed? Now, it doesn't really seem to be about victim advocacy or whatever, that like the thing that they kind of start and end with is always about the ethnicity of these people.
Possible blackmail operation carried out by, Jeffrey Epstein as part of an intelligence organization, whether it's these young women in England and Wales.
Whether it's Cassie.
Yes, Cassie with P. Diddy. Like, there's the messaging that I think most women, not just in this country, but around the world are getting is if you are a victim of sexual assault or any type of behavior like that, don't report it, don't say anything about it, because you'll be made out to be the bad guy.
Right.
Because
does she think rape culture just started in like the last 10 years and this is not something that's been an issue for like literally centuries? Only because of wokeness are people afraid to speak out, actually.
For whatever reason, the perpetrator is the real victim, right? Well, we're worried about stigmatizing this group or
We're doing
stigmatizing
that here.
group.
It happened to you, not with rape gangs, but
yeah, it wasn't until woke that women were really suppressed or discouraged from speaking out against sexual assault and rape.
Yeah, your famous story.
Yeah, rape culture actually happened because of feminism. Little known fact.
Point of what disenfranchised you from being hard left was the fact that you were assaulted on the street by homeless people, and everyone went after you and called you racist despite the fact that they were white.
Right, and that I was stigmatizing homeless people. But it's like, wait, hold on.
Absolutely.
That happening to me by one homeless guy is not stigmatizing all people who are, living on the streets or can't afford a home. Like, that's ridiculous. In this case, I'm looking at the audit that you're referencing, Amy, the one that was done by Baroness Louise Casey. 2/3 of the perpetrators were redacted. 2/3. So there's an issue here, and it doesn't mean that all Pakistanis are like, terrible people who are doing terrible things.
Just some.
But it does mean that there is an organized gang situation where they're drugging and taking advantage of young girls. And there needs to be justice for these girls.
I want to be politically incorrect for a second. I think that
like their thing was redacted, but like are they saying it wasn't recorded? It seems like it was recorded. They make it sound like they never even wrote down the ethnicity of these people so that you couldn't even begin an investigation to start with like an idea of what the suspect might look like. But it seems like it was just redacted, not made publicly available.
That radical Islam is very different than somebody who's Muslim.
I completely agree.
But I'm not done being politically incorrect, because this is why I think part of the reason I think we got...
This is about... So she's being politically correct by separating quote-unquote radical Islam from like the majority of Muslims, or what?
Here is that you're not allowed to call that out.
Yeah, in 2/3 of reported cases, the race wasn't recorded, so they didn't publish the race data because it was incomplete. Are you sure it wasn't because of wokeness?
I do think with these men, it's obvious there's something cultural going on here, which is why you need to control immigration.
Thank you.
You have quotas.
Wow, ding, ding, ding. We've arrived at the xenophobic immigration policy. Thank you, Jillian.
For a reason, and you're making sure that the population is diverse, that people will assimilate properly, because
Wow, Jillian not being racist for once, never mind, LOL. Okay, so she started by saying, so there's a difference between radical Islam and most Muslims, but we need to crack down on immigration on all of those people regardless, because culture.
I guarantee you these people poured over the border, probably illegally, and
probably invaded that country, right?
That was not conducive.
Thank you for going
to a civilized Western society, because it's
wow, thank you for going there, says Lindy, because I was just about to go there, but you just beat me to it. If you weren't gonna go there, I was gonna go there. Somebody had to go there, right? Somebody just had to say this thing out loud.
This back home, This is kind of why you want to control the friggin' border.
Thank you for going there, Jillian. I applaud you so wholeheartedly.
I'm just saying.
Because there are plenty of amazing Pakistani people in England and around the world.
Question.
Right, like high.
I just think that they should be profiled and probably, you know, given their application to become an immigrant to the UK should probably be looked at with extra scrutiny because of what their kind does.
Skilled workers that everyone needs. But also
surely if they were like Chinese immigrants, she'd be saying the same thing, right? That there's an issue in like China with exporting like men that want to perpetrate sexual assault against pure little white girls or something, and that we should probably crack down on like Chinese immigration all over the place.
Well, exactly. Those people, we don't need rapists, we don't need
No.
rumors, we just don't. And that's why I believe in strong immigration controls, not just here for I'm actually from the United Kingdom, from Sheffield. I grew up, I spent 3 years there. So I
didn't know that.
Yeah. But anyway.
She's mentioned, how do you not know that, Amy? She's mentioned it multiple times. I know that. Jesus. She went from like China to the UK and the UK to the United States.
But yeah, I just like it's not just bad for the communities, but it also stigmatizes the law-abiding Pakistanis or immigrants from all over.
Absolutely.
The one thing I will say though is, I think often
I'm her biggest fan.
We talk about immigration. We talk about addressing the symptom of a larger problem. When you have U.S. foreign policy that essentially creates refugee crises in the Middle East, of course they're going to leave their country.
Muslims don't consider radicals or terrorists as Muslims. At least they're just like, they're obviously generalizing and stereotyping, but you explain why a non-insignificant portion of Muslims are like highly progressive in the United States or in developed countries.
Country looking for safety, looking for another place to be. Maybe we stop doing that.
I know that there are highly religious Muslims. I don't know any of them. The Muslims that I went to school with and that I was friends with were the most progressive people that I knew.
It also goes in another direction because some of them, they actually want to invade the West. It's part of their.
Like there's Chinese.
Lindy might actually be okay with a crackdown on Chinese immigration. There are a lot of cases immigrants don't care if others can get in as long as they got in, which is fine. That's actually true. You know, that's true. That's not just specific to Hispanic people. That's just survivorship bias in general for people that are naturalized or were immigrants at one point. That's probably true.
Militants that are setting up.
Anna, please mention that immigrants commit less crime than natural-born citizens. Losing my mind here. No, might interrupt. Might tear apart the fun narrative we're painting here that immigrants are very, very dangerous. We need to keep them out.
Police departments in the middle of.
Why isn't Anna pushing back? Because this is her personal. This ties into her personal grievance.
The country, like this is not because we did something.
No, I don't disagree. In the Middle East, though.
Okay, but. These Pakistani guys bringing that culture to the UK, do you think that's something weird?
Yeah, it's Pakistani culture. Yeah, Pakistani culture. What are you talking about, girl? That allows for this?
I mean, I think that the migrant crisis that is affecting the UK is the result of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East.
But there's nothing going on in Pakistan at the moment, is there?
Yeah, well, maybe not.
Something going on.
Pakistan, but I mean, when we are bombing Afghanistan and people are fleeing for safety, obviously, where do you think they're going to pour into? The UK is going to be impacted by that way more than the United States.
Resettling refugees, and I don't disagree. Obviously, I think
Syria is another example. You know, Syria is.
I don't know if it's happening from Pakistan like specifically, but she's not wrong that like yes, intervention in these countries or whatever causes destabilization, which ends up having a domino effect of creating more push and pull factors for refugees that are seeking asylum and fleeing war-torn areas.
Huge proxy war. It was a complete and utter disaster. As Syrians are fleeing.
That culture brings its best doctors too, as they tend to be, then more of it, LOL. These people, they only want to acknowledge one side of it.
The United States immediately labels them all like jihadists and refuses to take any of those refugees into the country. Well, maybe stop bombing Syria.
Yeah, but respectfully, this is Pakistan,
refugees effectively.
God, this pussy shit from fucking Lindy. Just push back and be like, no, the Pakistanis that's just part of their culture. This has nothing to do with destabilization. They're just fucked up like that, biologically or something.
Actually can and have done that historically, and it is different than people who immigrate for economic reasons or for whatever reason.
It is different from people who immigrate for
whatever reason. These people are going into the UK and wrecking complete and total havoc. And to be honest, even if, and I know this sounds insensitive,
these people going into the UK, bringing havoc or whatever. There's no instances of any sort of like domestic crime in the UK. It's only these immigrants. UK was actually crime-free until they started allowing immigrants from Pakistan.
Even if it's our fault. I still don't want that guy.
Exactly.
In my
And
country, Anna.
Jillian,
and you're right. I get it. You're like,
yeah, but you have to address cause and effect, though, right?
This is Pakistan. There's no America-triggered conflict there that is driving groomers to the UK. There just isn't.
I'm not seeing that, but if there is a
Driving groomers to the UK.
connection, by all means,
I
tell me.
don't. We're not bombing Pakistan.
You're right.
Pakistan has nuclear weapons. That's why we're not bombing Pakistan.
But Anna, you're right about Syria and Afghanistan. But it's in this case, it's Pakistan though. Like I don't see a driver, American catalyst that is propelling.
I know, but I'm making a broader point
yes,
about.
I agree with that, but
we need to protect our borders. Maybe we stop engaging in policies that lead to refugee crises or migrant crises.
Right. But for
in
this
general.
specific example, though, this is Pakistan. I don't. There's
I
just
feel
no.
like you might be. She's like, this is like the first time Lindy has ever come close to getting one over on Anna. She's definitely not just going to drop it and let it go. She has to hammer her on this point. She has to extract that concession. This is the biggest moment of her life, of her career, especially on her take.
Like putting two different. I do agree with your point, but I feel like with this one, it's slightly.
I know, but
Right,
there's
and
been
also-
multiple times on this show. Let me just say, there's been multiple times on this show where there's a lot of talk about like, oh my God, the Muslims are invading the UK and they're going to destroy the country with their jihadist beliefs. And it's like, okay, first of all, the jihadist stuff is like a bit of a smear to just assume everyone who's fleeing their country is like some extremist or a jihadist.
Okay, finally, Lindy fucking triggers her and pushes and gets her to push back on this shit.
But if you don't want to change the culture of the UK with an influx of migrants, you need to do something about foreign policy.
Although I do wish she would dispute the fact that, like, yeah, that's their culture or whatever, but.
Namely, stop bombing these countries.
PBD is a friggin' Iranian immigrant.
Correct.
You're Chinese.
I am Australian.
And you're Australian. But they've assimilated. And they did it legally.
I'm not making a comment about that. I'm just making a comment about mass migration.
I was going to say, this is a total non sequitur from Jillian there.
You guys obviously have a problem with mass migration. I can understand that, by the way. You have to actually address the root cause of that mass migration. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. And let's look at another example. I just sent an asset. Nat, if you could please pull this up. I saw this the other day, and I was quite surprised. So this is Pakistan. It's a 97% Muslim country. They have banned the hijab. They have banned.
That's awesome.
They banned anything that basically leads to Muslim extremism. So I completely agree. There's
across the board.
Wow, it's almost like you have a very ignorant and simplistic view of their culture and country, and you don't know anything about it. Highly reductive view that you just want to fit into your narrative.
Detrimental. There's a massive difference.
I don't even know if that's true, though.
Between.
But, like, if that were true, you shouldn't be shocked because these people don't know anything about these countries at all. Hijab equals extremist. I mean, that is like a weird way to say that that's the way that they're going about it or whatever. But like, if the point is that it's a more secular society, or like they're making overtures to being more secular, or maybe the law was actually. Let me just see. Did Pakistan ban hijabs? Maybe it was like banned on it being required. Protest Pakistani women protest India's ban, quote unquote, on hijabs in school. Is this even true then?
Muslim extremism, and a big part of the difference in that is
You're saying the UK did?
Pakistan. It's a 97% Muslim country. They have banned the hijab. They have banned.
That's awesome.
They banned anything.
And also, why would that be awesome? It's just
that basically leads to Muslim extremism. So I completely agree. There's
an insane statement. Hijabs lead to Muslim religious extremism in Islam is when you wear the hijab. You know that all that what gets under discussed is Catholic extremism. You know, like when nuns wear habits. I don't even know what this means. If I do Pakistan. In Pakistan, hijab is not mandated by law, as most Pakistani women wear the salwar kameez. The dupatta is used as the headscarf, a practice also found among Sikhs and Hindus in North India. Niqab and burqas are more common in the Northwest, especially in an insurgency-hit Pashtun majority, Khyber, I can't even say that second word, bordering Afghanistan and a stronghold of the Pakistani Taliban. The purdah for Muslim upper and middle class women in India and later Pakistan form both in the form of gender segregation as well as the veil fell out of fashion due to women's active mobilization in the anti-colonial struggle for independence. Why did she say this? It seems like it's a total lie.
Massive difference. There's a
Maybe she means India, their government is right wing. So like that would be a hell of a fucking mistake though. It'd be like confusing like Canada and the United States or something.
Massive difference between Muslims, Muslim extremism, and a big part of the difference in that is the destabilization that was caused that led them to that point in the first place.
Okay, there is, but like you don't care about the distinction, Amy.
Yes, I 100% agree with your point there. I don't know if we can pull this up quickly now, but like literally now,
you're not saying we're responsible for Sharia law.
No, not. But
you're not saying we're responsible for that, are you? No, you fucking moron. What you say? What the criticism is not that the United States invented fundamentalist Islam. It's that you are creating destabilization and power vacuums that allow the most extreme radical factions of these types of organizations to seize control.
Listen, and
Sam Harris likes to pretend that that's the criticism as well.
Whole other kettle of fish, but we have caused through the
kettle of fish.
CIA and Mossad mass destabilization.
Regime changes, and that leads to extremist groups.
Yeah, but there's also in the other direction.
It's a byproduct of U.S. foreign policy.
But Sharia law is not because of us.
I'm with you.
I just need. Please define Sharia law to me, Jillian, please.
Jillian, I want to support your point. There's also
I get the anti-American sentiment.
Yes, we are not the originators of Islamic extremism.
Right.
We are not
no
the
one's saying that. No one's saying that. But why do these people become radicalized? And more importantly, radicalized against the West.
Right, but I think also it's inherently in part of their ideology to take on the West. They see us as infidels, like the people that they want to destroy. Like,
it is in their religious texts. I mean,
it's literally said.
Can we end on a white pill and watch this video? So this is literally people in Pakistan who are now dancing, turning mosques into dance halls to fight radicalization.
We need more of that.
This is incredible. Like anybody who is Islamophobic, you don't understand the religion. There are extreme sects, just like there's extreme sects of Judaism, Christianity.
The idea of like Amy Dangerfield speaking out against Islamophobia is hilarious.
And all of these other things as well.
To filter that shit out. That's the point.
And I'm not in a disagreement with you, but then we also need to go back to Anna's point and address some of the root causes of it. And I'm not saying America's entirely to blame, but we do need to take a look at that.
Are you saying
when we cause destabilization in the Middle East and then people want to flee here and then they bring in their policies?
Amy,
yeah, that's kind of a natural result.
Amy, hold on. I just want to understand. Are you saying that Christian extremism is just as violent and responsible for terrorist attacks as Islam?
It has been in the past.
That's not what I'm saying.
The Spanish Inquisition is a good example,
let's talk
right?
about maybe the last
that all religions have their versions of extremism.
Yeah, I actually agree with Amy. It's just of course it is. It manifests differently. You had George Bush saying that God told him to invade Iraq. What the fuck would you call that? If not a form of Christian extremism.
Past half century. I'm not going to talk about.
There's also like a resurgence of Christian nationalism in this country, trying to reduce this country from move this country from like a secular democratic state to a theocracy.
Millennia, because that's just too broad of a timeline. But in the past half century, are you really saying that Christian extremism is just as violent?
The Inquisition. That's a deep guy. We're going back like centuries to go into that one or whatever. I thought she could bring up like the Crusades.
Islamic extremism. No, and I never said that. What I'm saying is each religion has its extreme sects. That should not be reflective of the entire religion in general. That was
you talk about like domestic terrorism in the United States, bombing abortion clinics. That's always good. That's majority perpetrated by right-wing Christian evangelicals or the strains of Christian Zionism that are currently cheering on the genocide in Gaza. Like this idea that like there's no forms of like Christian radicalization, it just manifests differently.
And I'm not in any way comparing them.
Like, fine, they don't strap bombs to themselves and blow themselves up in a Walmart. They do it in a different way. They use the state.
Them equal.
I'll give you an
very
example
civilized.
Of a completely different religion, right? So if you look at the Jewish settlers in Israel, I don't think they're representative of all Israelis. They're extremists, right? They carry out extreme acts of violence against Palestinians in the West Bank, for instance. I don't think they're representative of all Israelis, not even close. So you're right. There are extreme sects or extreme groups within every religious umbrella. And going back to the whole Pakistan or Pakistani grooming gang issue, I don't think those Pakistanis are representative of Pakistanis in general. So I think that government officials did a disservice by distrusting people and redacting identities because they think like, oh, we're going to protect them and we're going to destigmatize. The truth always comes out.
It was just like incomplete.
All things dark come to light. And so when you're engaged in that kind of cover-up, what does that do? It breeds distrust toward the government.
All things come to light. You think the Epstein stuff's coming to light?
And more importantly, the most important thing to keep in mind here is these government officials did nothing to protect those girls, did nothing to get justice for those girls, and I find that disgusting.
And Keir Starmer, who's actually, like, he's kind of being seen as a hero right now for greenlighting this inquiry. He was the head of the Crown Prosecution Service during these scandals and did nothing. And now he wants to step in and claim all of the credit. Give me a freaking break.
It's like an arsonist.
It's too freaking little. It's too freaking late. Just some people who have gone through this types of thing are 3 to 5 times more likely to unalive themselves.
No, it's
22% of girls who go through SA attempt. 15% of boys. 70% of women who go through this end up in.
That for a second, I heard her voice crack and I thought she was going to cry again.
Psych hospitals, and a large majority of them will never have a normal relationship or never feel comfortable sexually with another person for the rest of their life. This destroys lives, and the fact that Keir Starmer...
Okay, but the majority of SA and rape does not even happen in these exceptional circumstances. It ends up happening, it's like, it's not a fucking grooming gang. It's like your dad, it's your neighbor, it's your classmate, it's your coworker, it's people that you know, unfortunately. It's not like some stranger, usually.
Is now coming in decades later and trying to get some type of accolade for this. That's my main point. That's what makes me absolutely
And you guys
sick
are
to
right,
stomach.
but I just feel like I have to say this one more time. I do not think that our regime changes are responsible for cultural raping of women. There is a long...
Wait, what?
A regime... And you guys are right, but I just feel like I have to say this one more time. I do not think that our regime changes are responsible for cultural raping of women. There is a long history...
Cultural raping of women. Like, she'll just like never, they'll always pretend like they don't understand the argument being made.
Of this.
Agree with you more.
Before Islam, Arabia had tribal customary laws, honor codes, collective punishment, harsh retaliation. It goes back.
It's a
hundreds,
deep,
if not thousands of years.
Hold on.
Okay, just don't, like, I do not want
I don't want anyone to put words in my mouth. I am not connecting our foreign policy specifically to grooming gangs.
Okay.
I'm connecting it to extremism, the development of extremist groups like ISIS. ISIS is a good example.
But I think what we're saying is that
not ISIS, though. ISIS, and I do understand, like,
dude, like, I wish Anna would get into the fact that we have funded these sorts of like proxy groups or whatever that led to the rise of ISIS and the Taliban.
Listen, I get it. We've had regime changes. We've interfered where we shouldn't. But I feel like somebody watching is going to have a tear their hair out moment being like, you're blaming this on the U.S.?
Yeah, I am, partly.
I think you're wrong.
Wait, no, hold on. Let's separate it.
Listen,
we cannot conflate ISIS with the grooming gangs. Can we agree?
I'm not doing that.
Wait, what? I mean, ISIS is worse. Like, what is she even?
I'm talking about migrant crises. That's
the part that I want to be clear about.
My favorite thing in the world is when the West.
I genuinely don't know if she's just like playing stupid or genuinely does not get Anna's point.
Bitching about like, oh my God, these Muslim immigrants. There's an influx of Muslim immigrants. Yeah, we're bombing their countries. They have look at what's happening to Palestinians in Gaza right now. They have no homes, no schools, no hospitals. I'm not conflating it.
Pakistan
but,
and this
but Jillian, you brought up.
They came anyway.
You brought up.
It's like a classic her take meltdown.
You brought up immigration.
Yes, so that
was my response to immigration. If you don't want these migrant crises,
I absolutely want immigrants, just not ones that believe in raping 11-year-olds.
Yes,
just not Pakistani ones.
Instead of talking about,
but they're very different things, which is why you have laws. We have laws.
Let me give you a specific example, and then you tell me what you think should happen. Okay. So every home, almost every building in Gaza, demolished, leveled. Palestinians have nothing left. Israel just demolished the whole place. Okay. Where are they supposed to go?
But we have the United Nations Refugee Agency that is supposed to be handling...
Oh, the thing that Trump defunded? The refugee agency specifically created for this crisis, by the way. UNRWA. Oh, the one that the Trump administration refuses to fund because that's all Hamas, apparently. The one that they don't want to allow in to help the situation on the ground that they've created.
These crises.
By doing what?
We have 7 government...
The one that Israel has, like, bombed before.
Agencies that vet these people, and they can be dispersed to different countries. That's a
migrant crisis, right? That's almost 2 million people who need to
fundamentally are like, yes, I believe in, that I should marry a child bride. Yeah, probably not.
Fundamentally. So really, you're like, okay, they make this like whole virtue signal show of like, oh, we separate the extremists from the this, from the that. Like, who is showing up saying, I fundamentally believe I need to marry a 12-year-old? How, like, that's coming up in the asylum process? Like, what are you even talking about, Jillian?
Not.
Can we talk about this?
It's like, it's still going to be a no for me. Even though we may have been involved. Sorry, go ahead, Lindy.
Thank you. I just want to bring it back to our
take it away,
topic,
Lindy.
like the grooming gangs.
Yes.
Exactly. So you mentioned that Western actions destabilize the Middle East. That is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. But let's talk about the specific example instead of a hypothetical or another country. We're talking about Pakistan. We didn't go to war with Pakistan. We didn't destabilize Pakistan. We didn't cause groomers to come from Pakistan.
I mean, Anna already mentioned that the reason why is because of nukes.
United Kingdom. There's no direct correlation there.
I know. That's why I was responding specifically to you guys talking about we need to protect our borders. We can't let people in. Again, that's dealing with a symptom of a larger problem of, again, destabilizing countries where you have those
You're suggesting that everybody in these countries is like a rapist. That we don't.
God. That's true. Yesterday, meanwhile, on PPD, 16 is legal in a lot of states. Nobody, if you got, like, was going over a segment yesterday on PPD, and Adam was trying to downplay the idea of, like, an adult having sex with a 16-year-old. Epstein specifically, or maybe even Trump, whoever's implicated in the Epstein files, because, well, in most states, like 17 states across the United States, 16 is actually the age of consent. So nothing to see here, I guess.
It's not what I'm suggesting at all.
But the logical conclusion to what I said, which is that we did not go into Pakistan, therefore we didn't cause migrant outflow, therefore we're not responsible for grooming gangs in the United Kingdom. The logical conclusion
we're not saying that we are.
Start businesses, like excel. But
exactly.
It's who you just like Americans. Some of us are rapists. Some of us are not. Unfortunately, we're stuck with the ones that are, and they can go to Alligator Alley for all I care.
The logical conclusion, which
where
I think
the hell DeSantis just built.
The logical next step, the fact that we had nothing to do with the Pakistani grooming gangs, is to be more judicious in our immigration vetting systems. And just because we are a country of immigrants doesn't mean that we should have the dumbest immigration policy on the planet.
I thought we were talking about the UK. So now it's not just the UK needs to be extra stringent about, like, immigrants from Pakistan. Now it's the United States.
Is exactly what's
because the mass deportation program isn't enough. Because completely banning, why not just ban it? We ban immigration from Iran.
I agree with you.
And by the way, I'm not saying that I endorse this. Let me underline that because I don't want anyone putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying that I endorse this. But countries like China and Japan and Poland, they are extremely judicious about who they let in. They are not.
Some of those like racist countries. Japan is it's really, really hard to immigrate to Japan. Not saying I endorse this though, just pointing it out.
Not letting in grooming gangs. You can bet on that. And so, why is it okay for those countries
to maintain cultural
identity? Why, and for us, why is it racist?
We're like 2 steps away from advocating for ethnostates. Japan for Japanese people. Like Poles for Poland, like Chinese for China for Chinese people.
For us to do the same.
I'm just saying stop bombing countries so we don't have migrant crises to begin with. That's all I'm saying.
And I don't think she's not blaming even that solely on the issue. She's just saying it's a component. And it is a real component, and I think that's something that
Adam referenced Sharia law and said in some parts the age is 9. He had to go that far in order to defend his Orange King. Do you guys know that child marriage is still legal in some parts of the United States? Maybe we should bring that up when discussing Epstein so we can downplay their crimes even more.
I think it's a component to the grooming gang. I have an immigration crisis, though. Yes, I see your point.
No one said it was directly correlated to the grooming gangs. That was a conversation that was
brought up. And by the way,
someone said official her take immigration policy. Pretty much.
About how we could prevent something like that from happening here with extremist immigrants coming into the United States.
Exactly.
That was the point that was being made.
Yeah, exactly. And can we also talk about the ancestral history of Pakistan and India and the United Kingdom? They have been...
Will someone please talk about the ancestral history of these countries?
I got time, so keep it tight.
What I mean is...
There's 3 good subjects I want to get to.
The British dominated that part of the world for centuries, okay? So they have been immigrating to the United Kingdom for centuries. This is not a recent development. It's not a recent outflow or result of American intervention. This has been going on.
Couldn't you argue that it's a part of that since it was a colony of it was a colony for a long time?
For a long time. So to blame it on American or Western shenanigans isn't entirely fair, is what I'm saying.
All right,
that cuts against her argument, but okay. So 20 minutes ago I was gonna go live, but I just wanted if I didn't finish it tonight, that segment tonight, I was not going to be able to bring myself to just voluntarily start finishing it tomorrow. If you're watching on Twitch and you haven't followed me already, you should go ahead and follow me. That way you can know when I go live, which is practically every single day. You can also subscribe to me, get access to cute emotes and an ad-free experience, or gift subs throughout the chat so you can share that with other people as well. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream and subscribe if you aren't already. You can catch up my past VODs, which I timestamp so you can go through my segments with ease. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. I'm at straighterade _ on everything. I'm signing off for now. I'm going to go to bed. First, who am I sending you to? Let's see who's up. Play to Mason. One hands. Politics. Yeah, Mason's awake. Covering the Hunter Biden interview, which I might cover tomorrow. I don't know. We will see. We're going to find out. You can get a sneak preview with Mason tonight, though. And YouTubers, you guys are heading to Kid Not Kin, I believe. So, yeah. Thank you guys for spending your night with me and with Pisco earlier. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.